So they bombing and lying. I just, it's just, why all the lies? That's the part I don't get. Why you gotta lie to kick it? But let's start off. Let's go ahead and go in because I'm not feeling too good right now. And, oh no, too many lies and not enough people doing their research. But let's listen.
We have some major developments right now out of Iran. Two things. First, Fox News has been called out for lying this morning in one of the most significant and egregious ways a major media company could lie, literally playing an old video of a dignified transfer of soldiers who passed away in combat so that their viewers would not see Donald Trump yesterday wearing a white ball cap during a recent dignified transfer. We called them out and they just apologized. Out for lying this morning in one of the most significant and egregious ways a major media company could lie, literally playing an old video of a dignified transfer of soldiers who passed away in combat so that their viewers would not see Donald Trump yesterday wearing a white ball cap during a recent dignified transfer. We called them out and they just apologized. And in Iran, just horrific scenes coming out of Iran this morning, out of Tehran, where a black, thick, bellowing cloud of smoke is over the entire city pretty much after a long night of bombing by the United States and Israel targeting oil depots across Iran. Residents are experiencing a black, oily rain right now. And it's a very serious situation. So let me kind of break down where we are at right now. Make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. People need to see this. The more you like, the more people see. Subscribe to my Substack. Click the link below to support my work as we build something bigger and better than Fox News. We're not going to show you fake clips. We're not going to lie to you like Fox News did this morning. And, well, we called them out. So let me show you what happened. So this morning, Fox News started off the morning by playing this clip. Take a listen.
Headlines: President Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, and Secretary Lady Usha Vance attending a dignified transfer to honor the final homecoming of the 6 U.S. service members killed in Kuwait. The solemn ritual returns the remains of troops killed in action. It is considered one of the most somber duties of a commander-in-chief. President Trump promising the nation that they will all be remembered as heroes.
So that's a clip. I'm going to show you.
The commander-in-chief. President Trump promising the nation that they will all be remembered as heroes.
So that's a clip. I'm going to show you. I want you to see this. That's what Donald Trump, they claim, looked like at yesterday's dignified transfer of the 6 American service members killed in Kuwait. Look at the tie. He's wearing a dark red tie. Look at the head. There's no hat. Look who's next to him on his left. No one. Okay, ready? This is what yesterday's dignified transfer actually looked like. A bright red tie, not a burgundy tie.
Oh, wow.
No overcoat. A hat, a white ball cap looked like. A bright red tie, not a burgundy tie. No overcoat. A hat, a white ball cap, and one. Okay, ready? This is what yesterday's dignified transfer actually looked like. A bright red tie, not a burgundy tie. No overcoat. A hat, a white ball cap, and Susie Wiles standing right next to him. Tie. Look at the head. There's no hat. Look who's next to him on his left. No one. Okay, ready? This is what yesterday's dignified transfer actually looked like. A bright red tie, not a burgundy tie. No overcoat, a hat, a white ball cap, and Susie Wiles standing right next to him. Going back, completely 2 different videos, right? 2 different moments. And well, Fox News played that first one for its viewers to see and just let it happen. It wasn't until the internet exploded over this, because this is just a blatant spread of misinformation, that Fox News came out and finally admitted that it was wrong.
All right, Adam, thank you very much. Before we move on, we want to acknowledge a mistake made earlier on our program. During our coverage of yesterday's dignified transfer, we inadvertently aired video from an older dignified transfer instead of the ceremony that took place yesterday. We deeply regret the error and extend our respect and condolences to the service members' families. We honor the sacrifice of those 6 American heroes. They are Captain Cody Cork, Sergeant First Class Nicola Moore, Sergeant First Class Noah T. Chens, Sergeant Declan Cody, Major Jeffrey O'Brien, and Chief Warrant Officer 3, Robert Marzon. All
literally having to admit on air that it was wrong. But here's the kicker. Do you think Fox News then went and played the right clip of the dignified transfer showing the President of the United States in this white ball cap? Do you think that's what happened? The answer is no. It didn't happen. Fox News never played the clip of the right dignified transfer. And so
Never.
all its viewers saw, and mind you, the apology clip came more
Never
than an hour
played.
after the original clip was
Wow.
played. So if you
No respect.
of the United States, but here's the kicker. Do you think Fox News then went and played the right clip of the dignified transfer showing the President of the United States in this white ball cap? Do you think
Looking
that's
at his
what happened?
bib. Look like a
Answer is
fat
no.
ass baby looking at a
Didn't
bib.
happen. Fox News never played the clip of the right dignified transfer. And so all its viewers saw, and mind you, the apology clip came more than an hour after the original clip was played. So if you, and came from a different panelist, right? If you were watching Fox and Friends this morning in the, say, the 6 o'clock hour or the 7 o'clock hour, you would have seen the wrong dignified transfer clip. Unless you also watched Fox and Friends 2 hours later or an hour later, whenever this apology was played, you would not have seen the apology. And even if you watched all 3 hours of Fox and Friends this morning, you would not have seen a dignified transfer clip from yesterday. And the reason why is because this image has been circulating the internet, where the President of the United States wearing a white USA ball cap, one that he's worn on the campaign trail, has caused him significant criticism for wearing that ball cap to the dignified transfer where the 6 service members came after being killed in Kuwait overseas. And right now in Iran, the situation is horrific. Horrific to say the least. This is what the city of Tehran looks like today. Now, that's not fire. That is thick, black clouds. Thick black clouds.
Wow.
Those clouds over Tehran were due to the immense bombing
Hey, Purple
campaign
Flower.
that we had seen over the past 18 or
Gina,
so hours,
Joe.
with United States and Israeli military forces targeting oil depots throughout Tehran and in other parts of the country. They were specifically targeting oil refineries, oil depots, places where oil was being held. And the videos coming out of Tehran showing the fires were horrific, to say the least. You had complete fires
Hey,
everywhere
Janet.
on the streets, people running, people hiding, likely people dying. But the aftermath could even be worse. Because I want you to watch what CNN is on the ground right now, one of the only international journalists that they've allowed into Iran. I want you to see what they're experiencing right now on the ground.
You don't need a second job. You just need to know these AI tools.
Stop. Please stop using ChatGPT.
This is what Tehran is waking up to this morning. The sky above the city is covered in very thick black clouds. You can see that everywhere. That's the west of the city over there, and this is the north of the city. Normally, if you look to that direction, you could actually see the Alborz Mountains, but now all of that is also covered in clouds. That comes after major airstrikes in the
Experiencing right now on the ground.
This is what Tehran is waking up to this morning. The sky above the city is covered in very thick black clouds. You can see that everywhere. That's the west of the city over there, and this is the north of the city. Normally, if you look to that direction, you could actually see the Alborz Mountains, but now all of that is also covered in clouds. That comes after major airstrikes in the south and the west of the city happened last night, where oil installations were hit, oil storage facilities. Apparently also a refinery might have been hit as well. And now you can see this morning that the sky is still very dark. We saw thick black plumes of smoke in the sky yesterday. There were massive fires in the south of the city. But I want to show you something else because it's also raining. But you can see that the rain water is actually black, also saturated, it appears, with oil.
Oh,
If
wow.
we look over there, you can see that the water that's running down here also is black. So that's what's coming down this morning, this sort of oil-filled rain that we have right now on the Iranian capital after the strikes took place.
Oil-filled rain on the Iranian capital after the strikes took place. That's what the Iranian people are actively breathing in. They're feeling on their skin. They're walking through the streets in. It's a very serious humanitarian issue, a very serious environmental issue, because we don't know what the long-term impacts will be to the people of Iran that are just inhaling this oil-filled smoke, inhaling or experiencing this water on their skin. We don't know the health impacts that will happen. We don't know what the environment will look like afterwards. Maybe this is what the president meant yesterday when he said that the map of Iran will probably look different because the land will look different. Make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Subscribe to my...
Let's see this guy down here.
In and out of there, probably in his little pea-brained head. Oh, guess. Anybody else hearing about the Landstuhl hospital in Germany that's had to shut down because they're bringing too many soldiers over that are injured and or KIA'd in action? Had to shut it down. What are we telling our people over here that we have 6 Americans? Anybody else hearing about the Landstuhl hospital in Germany that's had to shut down because they're bringing too many soldiers? Anybody else hearing about the Landstuhl hospital in Germany that's had to shut down because they're bringing too many soldiers over that are injured and or KIA'd in action? Had to shut it down. What are we telling our people over here that we have 6 American soldiers that have been killed? They're lying. You need to tune out Western media from CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, all of it. Newspapers, New York Times, New York Post. You're going to get lied to. They're going to lie to you because they want to sell this war to the dupes in this country. They need to. They need the approval. This guy's going to keep doubling down. The orange clown that we have as president is going to keep doubling down. This was supposed to be like 2 days, and we were going to be in and out of there, probably in his little pea-brained head. Oh, guess what? We don't have a plan B, do we? Anybody else hearing about the Landstuhl hospital in Germany that's had to shut down because they're bringing too many soldiers over that are injured and or KIA'd in action? Had to shut it down. What are we telling our people over here that we have 6 American soldiers that have been killed? They're lying. You need to tune out Western media from CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, all of it. Newspapers, New York Times, New York Post. You're going to get lied to. They're going to lie to you because they want to sell this war to killed. They're lying. You need to tune out Western media from CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, all of it. Newspapers, New York Times, New York Post. You're going to get lied to.
They say. It's just a lie, just like the lies he's saying now.
American soldiers that have been killed.
But I need for y'all to hit the like button as you
tune
enter
out
in,
Western
please.
media from CNN, MSNBC, Fox News. Killed. They're lying. You need to tune out Western media from CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, all of it. Newspapers, New York Times, New York Post. You're going to get lied to. They're going to lie to you because they want to sell this war to the dupes in this country. They need to. They need the approval. This guy's going to keep doubling down. The orange clown that we have as president is going to keep doubling down. This was supposed to be like 2 days, and we were going to be in and out of there, probably in his little pea-brained head.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Is that
guess
what he thought?
We don't have a plan B.
And now you want
In
feet
this
boots on the
country,
ground.
They need to. They need the approval. This guy's going to keep doubling down. The orange clown that we have as president is going to keep doubling down. This was supposed to be like 2 days, and we were going to be in and out of there, probably in his little pea-brained head.
Are we
In this
listening?
country, they need to. They need the approval. This guy's going to keep doubling down. The orange clown that we have as president is going to keep doubling down. This was supposed to be like 2 days, and we were going to be in and out of there, probably in his little pea-brained head. Oh, guess what? We don't have a plan B, do we? Anybody else hearing about the Landstuhl hospital in Germany that's had to shut down because they're bringing too many soldiers over that are injured and or KIA'd in action? Had to shut it down. What are we telling our people over here that we have 6 American soldiers that have been killed? They're lying. You need to tune out Western media from CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, all of it. Newspapers, New York Times, New York Post. You're going to get lied to. They're going to lie to you because they want to sell this war to the dupes in this country.
They are going to lie to us.
New York
I'm
Times, New
Tamika.
York Post, you're going to get lied to. They're going to lie to you because they want to sell this war to the dupes in this country. They need to. They need the approval.
Thank you, Max to the Boogie.
This guy's going to keep doubling down. The orange clown that
Thank
we have as
you.
president is going to keep doubling down. This was supposed to be like 2 days, and we were going to be in and out of there, probably in his little pea-brained head. Oh, guess what? We don't have a plan B, do we?
No plan
Anybody
B.
else hearing about the Landstuhl
No plan
hospital
B,
in
y'all.
Germany that's had to shut down because they're
No
bringing too many
plan
soldiers over that
B.
are injured and or KIA'd in action? Had to shut it down. What are we telling our people over here that we have 6 American soldiers that have been killed? They're lying. You need to tune out Western media from CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, all of it. Newspapers, New York Times, New York Post. You're going to get lied to. They're going to lie to you because they want to sell this war to the dupes
Bibi
in this
Netanyahu
country.
have 5
They need
automatic 5 years
They need the
imprisonment.
approval.
If
This
you
guy's
talk
going to
about
keep
it, show
doubling down. The
pictures.
orange clown that we have as president is going to keep doubling down. This was supposed to be like 2 days, and we were going to be in and out of there, probably in his little pea-brained head. Oh, guess what? We don't have a plan B.
No
do
plan
we?
B. Ain't that messed up?
Anybody
Oh my
else hearing
God.
about the Landstuhl hospital in Germany that's had to
No plan B. Can we believe that? Let's go. Please hit the like button as you enter in. Thank you, Max to the Boogie. Let's go. Let's look what's going on the ground.
Israel reportedly experienced a nationwide power outage after the country's largest electrical substation was targeted in an attack believed to have originated from Iran. The disruptions occurred almost simultaneously in several key areas, causing the national power grid to collapse quickly and triggering blackouts in several major cities. Regional security sources stated that the attack had targeted strategic energy infrastructure that serves as the center of electricity distribution to most of Israel. The targeted substation is known to act as a key node in the national electricity transmission system. When this facility is down, the effects immediately spread to other distribution networks and caused a chain of blackouts in various regions. Opco. Within minutes of the attack, much of the national electricity system reportedly ceased operation.
Hi, Myra. Peace and blessings.
Major cities such as Tel
I've
Aviv,
seen
Jerusalem, and
several
Haifa
videos
experienced a
about massive
complete
missiles.
blackout.
Oh yeah, Iran not
Office
playing.
buildings, military
They're
command
not
centers,
playing at
and
all.
even the electricity transportation network were reportedly affected. Initial reports indicated that the tech substation was a facility that connects the power grid from the main power plant to the national transmission line, Tyne, Ashai. When the facility was damaged, the grid's automatic protection system cut off power to prevent further damage. However, the effect of the system outage caused the entire national electricity grid to collapse quickly. Israeli security officials stated that the damage to the power plant was extremely severe. Several giant transformers, the core of the substation, were reportedly destroyed by the explosion. These transformers are typically very large and take a long time to replace because they cannot be manufactured quickly, or as a result of the damage, Israel's national electricity grid operator faced difficulties in restoring normal power distribution. Without the main substations that serve as distribution centers, electricity from the power plant could not be consistently distributed to major cities. Energy industry sources estimated the economic impact of the incident to be substantial. The nationwide power outage forced most industrial activities, transportation systems, communications, services, and businesses to shut down. Initial estimates of losses from the disruption are estimated at approximately $300 trillion, including infrastructure damage, economic disruption, and the cost of restoring the energy system. The outage also directly impacted critical public facilities.
Those cluster
Hospitals,
missiles are no.
data
Yep.
centers, airports,
Zionists,
and military
Israel,
installations had to switch to emergency
Iron Dome
generators to
couldn't
maintain
intercept
operations.
all of them. Oh
To
yeah,
maintain
that.
operation.
As far as I'm
However,
concerned,
reports
that
indicate
Iron
that not all
Dome
facilities had sufficient
was
energy
a
reserves to
epic
sustain
failure
the long-term operation.
because Iran is
Bisama.
destroyed.
This situation has raised concerns within Israel as the power grid is one of the most vital infrastructures for military installations had to switch to emergency generators to maintain operations. However, reports indicate that not all facilities had sufficient energy reserves to sustain the long-term operation. Bisama. This situation has raised concerns within Israel as the power grid is one of the most vital infrastructures for the country's stability. Disruptions to the energy sector not only affect public activity, but also have the potential to weaken the operational capabilities of the military and national defense systems. Meanwhile, international security analysts
Hi,
assess
Myron.
that attacks on electrical infrastructure are a strategy that can create significant impacts without directly attacking military targets.
Hey, Joe.
By targeting energy distribution centers, the resulting effects can extend to almost every sector of the targeted country's life. Within hours of the collapse of Israel's national electricity grid, the impact began to be felt widely across nearly all sectors of the country. Without electricity from the main grid, economic activity, transportation, public services, and communication systems experienced major disruptions simultaneously. A report from the Israeli Emergency Authority stated that the power outage not only affected the central region, but also spread to large parts of the north and south. Major cities such as Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, and Haifa reportedly experienced near-total power outages for hours after the attack on the main substation. According to ADOLPH, business districts normally bustling with economic activity suddenly came to a standstill. Office buildings lost power, elevator systems stopped, and corporate computer networks became inaccessible. Many companies were forced to temporarily shut down operations because their data centers and digital systems could not operate without a stable energy supply. Israel's main international airport also experienced operational disruptions due to the blackout. Navigation systems, baggage handling, and even runway lighting had to rely on backup generators. Several flights were reportedly delayed as airport operators scrambled to ensure safety systems remained operational during the emergency. In urban transportation, electric trains and rail systems were immediately shut down. Passengers were forced to evacuate some train lines that had stopped en route. Traffic congestion also increased sharply due to malfunctioning traffic lights at major intersections. Hospitals across Israel faced a particularly tense situation. Although most hospitals had emergency generators, the continued use of these generators raised concerns about fuel availability and the stability of backup power supplies. Medical personnel were reportedly working under emergency conditions to ensure the continued operation of critical medical equipment. The communication sector was also under significant pressure. Several cellular towers ceased operation due to the lack of backup power. As a result, phone and internet signal disruptions were experienced in some areas. This complicated coordination between the government, security forces, and emergency services as they attempted to address the crisis. Meanwhile, large industrial centers that depend on a stable power supply were forced to halt operation. Manufacturing plants, technology facilities, and the chemical industry are unable to operate without electricity. This sudden shutdown is expected to be a major factor in the significant economic losses that Israeli financial authorities are beginning to calculate. According to preliminary estimates from regional economic analysts, a nationwide power outage could cause significant losses in a short time. Damage to key electrical infrastructure, the halt of industrial activity, the disruption of trade systems, and the cost of restoring the energy grid are estimated to push the total losses to approximately 300 trillion rupiah. The total power outage in Israel resulting from the attack on the country's largest substation not only caused massive economic losses, but also triggered a strategic crisis and serious political pressure. The paralysis of the national electricity infrastructure on this scale brought nearly all vital state systems to a standstill, including security, communications, transportation, and essential public services at the government level. The nationwide blackout forced the Israeli Security Cabinet to immediately hold an emergency meeting. According to sources close to senior officials, most meetings were conducted via limited communication because the telecommunications network was also affected by the outage. Under these conditions, coordination between ministries, defense agencies, and intelligence agencies became significantly more difficult. Some officials even reportedly used backup radio communication or military satellite communications because the national cellular network was down. The chaos caused by the blackout also impacted Israel's military preparedness. Military bases, which normally receive electricity from the national grid, were forced to rely on emergency generators with limited capacity and were unable to support major operations in the long term. Training activities, radar systems, weapons refueling, and military logistics coordination were also disrupted. This created significant vulnerability to potential external threats during the recovery process. Social impacts were also beginning to be seen in various cities. The total blackout caused transportation disruptions, including severe traffic jams due to malfunctioning traffic lights. Train stations and other electricity-based transportation came to a standstill, forcing thousands of passengers to wait for hours or be evacuated. Shopping malls, supermarkets, and banks were forced to close because electronic payment systems could not operate. This triggered panic among the public, who depended on quick access to daily necessities. Hospitals, despite being equipped with backup generators, faced immense pressure. Ventilators, surgical equipment, and critical medicine cooling systems had to be operated manually or with limited generator supplies. Initial reports indicated that some hospitals in densely populated areas were nearly depleted of fuel reserves for emergency generators, forcing medical personnel to work under extreme conditions. Meanwhile, the industrial and business sectors faced direct losses estimated to reach trillions of rupiah. Manufacturing plants had to abruptly halt production, distribution processes were disrupted, and equipment was damaged due to the sudden power outage. Initial data estimates that the economic losses from the blackout could reach approximately 300 trillion rupiah, including damage to industrial facilities, recovery costs, and lost national productivity. Politically, this crisis has placed enormous pressure on the Israeli government. The inability to protect vital infrastructure from external attacks has become a focus of public and international media attention. Pressure on Netanyahu's cabinet has increased, with critical questions about the country's preparedness to face cyber, missile, or physical attacks targeting vital systems. Some political analysts believe this incident could trigger internal tensions in parliament and prompt debate about the government's responsibility for maintaining the security of national infrastructure and no loss in national infrastructure. Beyond internal pressure, Israel's nationwide blackout has also attracted international attention. Allies and global observers are monitoring the widespread impact of the damage to key electrical infrastructure and its potential implications for regional stability. Initial analysis suggests that this nationwide blackout makes Israel more vulnerable to diplomatic pressure, military threats, and further economic disruption, particularly if the restoration of the power system takes a long time. Following the Israeli national blackout, the government immediately activated national emergency protocols, protocols. The security cabinet held an emergency meeting in a confined space because some government buildings were also experiencing blackouts. Internal sources stated that most meetings were conducted through limited communications using satellite radio and military lines due to the unreliability of civilian telecommunications networks. Strategic decisions had to be made with fragmented information, increasing the risk of miscoordination at the highest levels of the country. The government immediately mobilized emergency units to assess the condition of the substation at the center of the attack. Technical teams from the national grid operator, along with military engineering units, were deployed to restore the destroyed large transformers and rebuild damaged transmission lines. However, the extensive damage slowed the recovery process. Main transformers, which are not mass-produced and require months to be fully replaced, pose a significant obstacle to normalizing power supply. On the military side, the national blackout prompted Israel to heighten its vigilance against external threats. Military bases that rely on the civilian power grid for some logistics and communication systems were switched to emergency generators. Radar and surveillance systems experienced operational stress as some systems were unable to operate at full capacity. Military training activities were temporarily suspended, and most units were redeployed to support the restoration of vital infrastructure, creating tension between operational and response tasks. The impact on national security was serious. Several strategic facilities were known to be at risk of system failure due to the blackout. In addition to the military, critical transportation networks, including major airports and ports, were also disrupted. Flights and the distribution of goods were restricted, impacting Israel's ability to maintain logistical supplies amid the crisis. Medical services, although supported by generators, were operating in emergency capacity and faced the imminent risk of running out of fuel reserves. Beyond the immediate pressure on vital systems, the blackout also had severe political implications. The public highlighted the government's inability to protect strategic infrastructure from external attacks. Domestic media featured reports of failed crisis management and the country's vulnerability. Meanwhile, international observers
Please hit the like button. It's 209 people in here. Only 29 likes.
Political pressure on Netanyahu's cabinet escalated sharply, with several members of parliament demanding accountability for the country's preparedness to deal with threats to critical infrastructure. Economically, the power outage caused losses estimated at approximately 300 trillion rupiah, including system restoration costs, disruption of industrial activity, and loss of national productivity. And loss of national productivity. Manufacturing came to a complete standstill, and databases and digital services ceased operations. Meanwhile, the trade and services sectors experienced panic due to the lack of access to electronic payments. These losses are expected to have long-term impacts on the Israeli economy, given the country's dependence on digital systems and electricity for national operations.
Hey, Monty, thank
Beyond the
you.
economic impact, the blackout exposed broader strategic risks. The attacks on energy infrastructure demonstrate how a modern state can be paralyzed without a direct attack. Ooh. International military
I
analysts
feel it
call
when
this
I
an
eat something I
example of
shouldn't
an
be eating.
asymmetric attack on a developed country,
Deanna.
where vital civilian systems were targeted with a multi-sector impact. Luko-hacked. This incident forced Israel and its allies to reassess their defense strategy, critical infrastructure protection systems, and preparedness for similar attacks in the future.
Okay, y'all, I want to bring y'all the tea of what's going on, but y'all not appreciating my time, my research to find what's best for me to bring to you because y'all are not supporting my platform. Get the likes up. Or I'm sad to say, or you may need to leave. Thank you, Janet. Respectfully, I'm just not in that type of mood today. Cluster missiles. It's 450. Oh wow, they saying about 4,500 people was killed. Whoa, oh wow.
Long-simmering tensions in the Middle East finally exploded in one of the deadliest attacks in the region's modern conflicts. For weeks, security analysts had warned that the situation between long-simmering tensions in the Middle East finally exploded in one of the deadliest attacks in the region's modern conflicts. For weeks, security analysts had warned that the situation between Iran and Israel was at its most fragile point in decades. Harsh rhetoric, unusual military movements, and increased intelligence activity across the Middle East signaled that a major escalation was just around the corner. When the attack finally occurred, many
And he does not want these pictures shown.
Simmering in the shadows had now morphed into a far more dangerous open confrontation. In Tehran, Iran's new leader, Ali Reza Arafi, reportedly issued a direct order to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, to launch a major retaliatory operation against Israel. The order was given during a high-level emergency meeting involving senior military commanders, national security officials, and the IRGC's strategic leadership. During the meeting, Arafi reportedly emphasized that Iran could not allow the previous events to pass without a commensurate response. The military operation, orchestrated by the IRGC, was then rapidly assembled, capitalizing on Iran's ballistic missile capabilities, one of its key strengths. Iranian officials described the attack as further retaliation for the death of Iran's former Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, whose death sparked widespread outrage in Tehran and other Iranian cities. Thousands of citizens took to the streets in large demonstrations demanding retaliation. During the meeting, Arafi reportedly emphasized that Iran could not allow the previous events to pass without a commensurate response. The military operation, orchestrated by the IRGC, was then rapidly assembled, capitalizing on Iran's ballistic missile capabilities, one of its key strengths.
Y'all, I need for y'all to get the likes up.
In the official narrative emerging for Israeli forces, Operation City plays a vital role in the country's military and economic logistics system. Asdod not only serves as one of Israel's largest ports, but also serves as a key distribution point for various military equipment, fuel, and logistical supplies used in military operations in the south. Its relative proximity to the conflict zone makes the city a frequent hub for military activity and logistical deliveries for Israeli forces operating around Gaza and the southern border. The city is home to the Isodat Naval Logistics Base, a military facility that serves as a supply hub, ship repair, and logistics distribution center for Israeli military operations in the south. This base plays a crucial role in ensuring the effective operation of paddle boats, logistics vessels, and other marit vessels and other mare services on our coast. Furthermore, the facility serves as a coordination point for various military operations involving sea lanes, including portfolio security and surveillance of maritime activity in the eastern Mediterranean. The military complex encompasses more than just docks and port facilities. It houses a logistics command center, a large-scale ammunition depot, military vehicle hangars, and a network of underground bunkers designed to protect personnel from airstrikes. This bunker infrastructure is constructed of thick reinforced concrete and is meant to withstand various types of conventional attacks. Military communications systems and the logistics coordination center are also housed in fortified underground areas, making this complex one of the most important military facilities in southern Israel. Near midnight, the situation changed abruptly when Israeli radar systems began detecting a wave of ballistic missiles launched from Iranian territory toward Israel. The radar images showed objects moving at extremely high speeds across the Middle East, passing through several airspaces before heading directly toward Israeli territory. Radar operators quickly realized that the number of missiles detected was considerable. This signaled that the attack was not just a limited test, but a large-scale military operation designed to penetrate Israeli air defenses. Shortly thereafter, warning sirens began sounding in various coastal Israeli cities, including Ashdod and the surrounding area. The sound of the Yom King Jam Maladilinan King Panjang sirens shattered the silence of the night, forcing thousands of residents to rush to shelters and underground bunkers. In the dark sky, some even reported seeing fast.
Hold on, y'all.
Their targets. Tension quickly spread across the cities as the Israeli military mobilized quickly to respond to the incoming threat. Israeli air defense system, the sign of missiles hurtling toward their targets. Tension quickly spread across the cities as the Israeli military
Hey, naturally,
mobilized quickly
darlings.
to respond to the incoming threat. To moving light trails, the sign of missiles hurtling toward their targets. Tension quickly spread across the cities as the Israeli military mobilized quickly to respond to the incoming threat. Israeli air defense systems such as the Arrow, Iron Dome, and David Sling were immediately activated in an attempt to intercept the incoming missiles. Air defense units scattered across the region began launching interceptors into the night sky, creating flashes of light and small explosions as some missiles were destroyed before reaching their targets. However, the sheer number of incoming projectiles was reportedly so large that the defense system had to work hard to contain the wave of attacks that continued toward the coastal area. Although some missiles were disarmed in the air, others managed to penetrate the defenses and continued toward the Ashdod port area. Within seconds, the missiles began to enter the final phase of their trajectory, heading directly toward the primary military facility. Witnesses near the port area reported seeing a bright light fall from the sky, followed by a massive explosion that shook the area. That was when the feared attack truly began. Seconds later, the first explosion rocked about the port's military complex. A loud bang heard from the direction of the logistics base echoed throughout Ashdod, shattering the silence of the night, which had previously been filled only with the sound of sirens. The ground shook violently as the first missile struck the military facility, creating a shockwave that was felt several kilometers away from the port. Lights flickered in several surrounding buildings, while windows shattered from the pressure of the initial blast. Shortly afterward, a giant fireball soared into the sky when an Iranian ballistic missile struck the main military logistics warehouse located in the center of the base complex. The explosion ignited a massive fire as the warehouse housed various military fuels, logistical equipment, and operational supplies for Israeli military units in the south. The resulting flames were visible from across Ashdod, lighting the night sky in a bright red. Meanwhile, thick black smoke began to billow over the port area. The attack didn't stop there. Further explosions occurred when several additional missiles struck the base's military vehicle hangar and logistics command center. Oh no. The large hangar routine normally used to store military trucks and trucks, light armored vehicles, and various operational equipment was immediately engulfed in flames after being struck by the missiles. Simultaneously, the Logistics Command Center, which manages the distribution of military supplies, was also directly affected by the attack, causing military communications and coordination at the base to be disrupted within minutes. The powerful blast wave then spread throughout the base, causing several military buildings to collapse and severely damaging port facilities. The concrete structures designed to withstand conventional attacks were unable to fully withstand the force of the ballistic missile warheads. Roofs collapsed, walls cracked, and several large warehouses collapsed into rubble. At various points in the port, parked military vehicles were overturned or buried under rubble from the pressure of the multiple explosions. At the port's docks, the situation was equally chaotic. Several anchored military vessels and logistics ships were severely burned by and heat from the explosions. The fire quickly spread to several ships carrying fuel and military supplies. Thick smoke billowed from the decks of the ships, while some of the crew members on board attempted to escape the growing flames. Yes? The port scene transformed into a sea of flames with a red glow reflecting off the Mediterranean Sea. Within hours of the attack, initial reports from regional security sources began to emerge. Initial information indicated that approximately 1,500 Israeli military personnel were killed in the attack, making it one of the deadliest attacks on an Israeli military facility in decades. Many of them were inside the base complex when the missiles struck various parts of the logistics facility. The death toll is expected to rise as many military personnel remain buried under the rubble of collapsed buildings. Among the victims were several military officers who were at the base's command center. They were reportedly conducting operational coordination when the missile wave struck the complex. The loss of these officers is considered a serious blow to Israel's military command structure. The Ashbel Logistics Facility plays a crucial role in supporting various military operations in the region. However, the impact of this tragedy was felt not only by the military. Civilians living around the port area were also greatly affected by the attack. Many buildings in the surrounding area were damaged by the shock wave of the explosion. Debris and broken glass littered the streets. Panic spread among residents as the sound of repeated explosions roared, prompting many to rush to shelters in the area. The situation became even more tragic when reports emerged that approximately 3,000 civilians sheltering in bunkers in the port area were reportedly trapped after the structure collapsed due to the massive blast wave. Originally designed to protect residents from air raids, the bunkers were seriously damaged when sections of underground passages were covered in debris. Many inside the bunkers were unable to escape because the main access to the surface was buried under concrete and debris. Some of them managed to reach the bunkers after warning sirens sounded, hoping the shelters would protect them from the threat of attack. However, the powerful explosion destroyed part of the underground tunnels, causing several evacuation routes to collapse, blocking exits for those inside. In the darkness of the damaged bunkers, many residents reportedly waited for help, hoping rescuers would soon reach the site. Rescue teams arriving at the scene moments after the attack found the port of Ashdod reduced to rubble, charred military vehicles, and fires still burning several logistics facilities. Emergency lights from ambulances, fire trucks, and military units illuminated the devastated area amidst a thick smoke still blanketing the port. Rescue workers worked quickly through the rubble of collapsed concrete and steel, searching for survivors beneath the rubble. In some places, flames could still be seen burning warehouses and vehicles damaged by the blast wave. From a distance, thick black smoke billowed from the port area and was visible from across Israel's coastline. the plume of smoke rose hundreds of meters into the night sky, creating a grim scene along the Mediterranean coastline. Residents in nearby towns reported seeing the glow of still burning fires coming from the port, while the smell of smoke and burning materials began to permeate the surrounding neighborhoods. For many, the sight symbolized the unprecedented scale of the destruction of this vital military facility. Shortly after initial reports began circulating, international military analysts quickly called the attack one of the biggest logistical blows to the Israeli military in decades. According to them, the Ashdod Naval Logistics Base plays a vital role in supporting Israeli military operations, particularly in the distribution of equipment, fuel, and supplies to units operating in the southern region. The destruction of the facility is considered a strategic loss, impacting not only military infrastructure but also Israel's overall operational capabilities. The destruction of the logistics facility reportedly caused significant disruption to the Israeli military supply chain in the southern region. Much of the military equipment, operational vehicles, and logistical supplies stored at the base were damaged or destroyed in the attack. The distribution system that normally delivers equipment to various military units is now facing significant disruptions as the main logistics center was severely damaged. Several coordination and communication lines connected to the base were also reportedly disrupted after the logistics command center was hit. Some analysts even suggested that the attack could temporarily impact Israeli military operations in Gaza, particularly if the damage to the logistics facility takes a long time to repair. Military units that typically rely on supplies from the Ashdod port may have to find alternative distribution channels to maintain their operations. This situation could force the Israeli military to make short-term strategic adjustments, while it attempts to restore logistical capabilities disrupted by the attack. Meanwhile, in Iran, state media immediately labeled the operation as strategic retaliation against Israel for the death of Ali Khamenei. Reports on Iranian television and newspapers portrayed the attack as demonstrating Iran's military capability to strike at key targets far beyond its borders. The prevailing narrative within Iran emphasized that the operation was a response to what it perceived as aggressive actions against the previous Iranian leadership. In an official statement, Iran's new leader, Ali Reza Rafi, stated that Iran is nothing to respond to any Israeli action deemed aggressive against the country. He asserted that Iran possessed the capability to defend its national interests and would not hesitate to use military force if necessary. This statement quickly drew international attention, as many feared that such rhetoric could trigger a broader escalation of conflict in the Middle East. In Israel itself, political pressure on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu began to escalate sharply after news of the extensive damage and high casualty count became public. Israeli media was filled with reports about the impact of the attack, while some opposition politicians began to question the readiness of that country's defense system to deal with such a threat.
War is not good for
For many
anybody, so ain't.
Israelis, the attack on a key military facility like the Ashdod Logistics Base was a complete shock. Many within Israel began to question how such a crucial military facility.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had a delivery. Trying to get that delivery. Hold on.
Perceived as aggressive actions against the previous Iranian leadership. In an official
Thank y'all for helping me reach my goal.
Ali Reza Rafi stated that Iran is nothing to respond to any Israeli action deemed aggressive against the country. He asserted that Iran possessed the capability to defend its national interests and would not hesitate to use military force if necessary. This statement quickly drew international attention, as many feared that such rhetoric could trigger a broader escalation of conflict in the Middle East. In Israel itself, political pressure on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu began to escalate sharply after news of the extensive damage and high casualty count became public. Israeli media was filled with reports about the impact of the attack, while some opposition politicians began to question the readiness of that country's defense system to deal with such a threat. For many Israelis, The attack on a key military facility like the Aziyadot logistics base was a complete shock. Many within Israel began to question how such a crucial military facility could have been targeted and destroyed by such an attack. Questions were raised about the effectiveness of the air defense system, intelligence preparedness, and precautionary measures that should have protected such a strategic facility. Political and security debates began to unfold, with various parties trying to find answers to how such a massive attack could have occurred. Hidin, with strategic military facilities destroyed, thousands of casualties, and tensions continuing to rise between Iran and Israel, the Middle East is once again on the brink of a much larger escalation. Many international observers warned that this incident could be a turning point in triggering a new series of military responses from various parties in the region. If the situation continues to develop without de-escalation efforts, the conflict has the potential to spread to new fronts, drastically altering the security balance in the Middle East.
What my like said, y'all.
Israel reportedly experienced a nationwide power outage after the country's largest electrical substation was targeted in an attack believed to have originated from Iran.
Let's repeat it.
The disruptions occurred almost simultaneously in several key areas, causing the national power grid to collapse quickly and triggering blackouts in several major cities. Regional security sources stated that the attack had targeted strategic energy infrastructure that serves as the center of electricity distribution to most of Israel.
All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Let's continue to dive into the latest there in this ongoing conflict in Iran, and we're learning new information. Axios reporting that the U.S. is weighing whether to send in special forces to seize some of Iran's nuclear stockpile. This here on social media, Barak Ravid posting it, saying the U.S. weighing this special forces to secure a stockpile of a highly enriched uranium at a later stage in the war. Preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon is one of President Trump's stated war objectives. Any operation to seize the material would likely require U.S. or Israeli troops on Iranian soil, navigating heavily fortified underground facilities in the middle of this war. And we saw Operation Midnight Hammer last summer in that 12-day war. So we'll see what comes of this. But let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Bring into the conversation from Axios energy reporter Ben Gieman. Ben, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We talk a lot about nuclear. We talk a lot about oil and the energy artery in that region. What's the latest? What are you focusing on right now?
Yeah, so I think first of all, thank you for having me on. What everybody is watching this evening is what is going to happen to the price of oil when Asian trading markets open tonight, right? I think there's a very real chance that we could see crude oil prices rise above $100 per barrel for the first time since 2022. Now, this is a very unpredictable conflict, and I think, one thing to watch are the sort of politics of this and how the White House is going to be trying to mitigate the rise in crude oil prices. I don't think they can stop it, but I think that there are certain levers they have been trying to pull, both in terms of messaging and in terms of policy, to sort of limit the hit that consumers are going to be taking. But there's no avoiding that hit. As I think probably a lot of your viewers already know, we've seen gasoline prices move up about 45 cents per gallon since this conflict started. And diesel prices, I think this doesn't get quite enough attention, diesel prices have gone up even more. And while most people don't use diesel for their personal vehicles, of course, the cost of diesel just ripples everywhere throughout the economy, right? Because of, any type of goods you need that move along the roads and so forth, that price eventually gets filtered into those prices
Stocking
as well.
up on your, hold on, let me stop. Stocking up on your natural supplements. Natural supplements. It's time to stock up on your natural supplements, okay? As well as I'ma say, I'ma say jasmine rice and some good I got box right here, but I'm about to switch and get those big bags. I was talking to Queen Nika, and we need to start investing and stocking up on jasmine rice, because that other rice has I'll get you some bags of organic jasmine rice, pinto beans, lima beans, bags of it. Because right now we're not going to be able to trust anything, and we need to stock up and be prepared. Be prepared. Okay? It's time to stock up. Let's go.
War objectives. Any operation to seize the material would likely require U.S. or Israeli troops on Iranian soil, navigating heavily fortified underground facilities in the middle of this war. And we saw Operation Midnight Hammer last summer in that 12-day war. So we'll see what comes of this. But let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Bring into the conversation from Axios energy reporter Ben Gieman. Ben, thank you so much for joining us here on Live
Lord,
Now from
why
Fox.
did this go dark when I told y'all to stock up? Hold on. Hold on. Let's go. Hit the like button.
Preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon is one of President Trump's stated war objectives.
Thank you, Naturally,
Any
New
operation
Orleans.
to seize the material would likely require U.S. or Israeli troops on Iranian soil, navigating heavily fortified underground facilities in the middle of this war. And we saw Operation Midnight Hammer last summer in that 12-day war. So we'll see what comes of this. But let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Bring into the conversation from Axios energy reporter Ben Gieman. Ben, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We talk a lot about nuclear. We talk a lot about oil and the energy artery in that region. What's the latest? What are you focusing on right now?
Yeah, so I think first of all, thank you for having me on. What everybody is watching this evening is what is going to happen to the price of oil when Asian trading markets open tonight, right? I think there's a very real chance that we could see crude oil prices rise above $100 per barrel for the first time since 2022. Now, this is a very unpredictable conflict, and I think, one thing to watch are the sort of politics of this and how the White House is going to be trying to mitigate the rise in crude oil prices. I don't think they can stop it, but I think that there are certain levers they have been trying to pull, both in terms of messaging and in terms of policy, to sort of limit the hit that consumers are going to be taking. But there's no avoiding that hit. As I think probably a lot of your viewers already know, we've seen gasoline prices move up about 45 cents per gallon since this conflict started. And diesel prices, I think this doesn't get quite enough attention, diesel prices have gone up even more. And while most people don't use diesel for their personal vehicles, of course, the cost of diesel just ripples everywhere throughout the economy, right? Because of, any type of goods you need that move along the roads and so forth, that price eventually gets filtered into those prices as well. So there is a real economic hit here, but a lot is going to depend on how quickly or not quickly transit can resume through the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, that is a very good point. We saw and heard last week that there might be some indications to mitigate that. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Chris Wright, the Energy Secretary as well, potentially coming through. How much of a lag is there, though? Even if the White House does something immediately, the Strait of Hormuz obviously not open, anything they can do, is it on a delay no matter what the United States and the White House does?
It is, that's right. There's a term that economists tend to use when looking at gasoline markets and other types of petroleum markets where they say that the price goes up like a rocket and comes down like a feather, right? And so to the extent that we are going to see to the extent that we're already seeing price spikes, they are going to have risen more quickly than they will come down. And I think, some other interesting context here is that even if none of this was occurring, we'd be seeing a little bit of a rise in gasoline prices, obviously much more modest, and that's for a bunch of sort of humdrum reasons, I suppose, right? You've got the refiners who are switching over from their winter blends to their summer blends, which have different environmental requirements. You've got spring breaks starting different places, so more people hitting the road. You've got seasonal refinery maintenance. So, prices were already going to be moving up a little bit anyway, but this has, of course, put that increase really put it on steroids.
And we heard from the president talking about this, talking to other reporters that we've spoken to about exactly the impacts. And it feels like they were aware of this, maybe not to the magnitude in which it does, but are we surprised that something hasn't happened already? And what might the White House do to mitigate some of these impacts?
Yeah, the number of levers that they can pull are not zero, but they are limited. I mean, some of the policy announcements that we've had so far is that the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, which is one of our sort of export finance agencies, could be providing shippers with some type of, emergency political risk insurance products and guarantees. That could perhaps give a little bit of confidence. You had the president floating the idea of naval escorts, but in all honesty, I think as long as this conflict is going on, you are going to see a dramatic reduction in the number of shippers that are willing to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the White House is also looking at other ways to get some more barrels out there. You saw last week the Treasury Department issued a limited 30-day waiver for certain sanctions on Russian petroleum for India specifically to be able to refine that. So on some level, there's kind of a whack-a-mole effect here in the sense of while we're taking on one geopolitical rival in Iran, this is something that's going to accrue at least a little bit to the benefit of the Kremlin. Now, that said, the Treasury Department was very quick to say, look, we're talking about barrels that are largely already on the water. This is a limited waiver. This is not some big gift to Russia. It's something that's going to materially help them, but it certainly doesn't hurt.
Yeah, there's so many push and pulls with this global world economy in terms of this. You mentioned diesel because we talk about that. Maybe people don't put it in your cars. Noted that, but they use it for transport of goods and services kind of across the country. Are there any other indirect impacts from this being felt in terms of jet fuel, in terms of other kind of facets to what's going on, the ripple effects, the aftershocks?
Oh, absolutely. Transit through the Strait of Hormuz affects the global economy in a lot of different ways. So you have, for example, products that are necessary for the development of fertilizers for crops, and you've got all sorts of other industrial goods going through there. So this eventually does ripple down to agricultural costs, and by extension to grocery costs. Now, the natural gas rise, if there's some better news for the U.S. is that while the oil market is an incredibly interconnected global thing, the natural gas market is a little bit less so. It is a global market in a lot of respects, but Europe, for example, is heavily reliant on liquefied natural gas, and a lot of that from Qatar goes through the Strait of Hormuz. That's shut down right now. So we're seeing some very high spikes in European natural gas prices. The U.S., we're a little bit more insulated from that. So, in terms of people with their, heating costs and eventually cooling costs, those are going to be, we are seeing some increase, but it's nowhere near as stark as some other countries are seeing.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Looking at some of this video, and obviously going through there is very difficult, the Strait of Hormuz. Is there anything else the United States is doing? We talk about ships in the Strait of Hormuz getting through that direction. What else are you monitoring in the region? Because we talk about the stock market and how investors are trying to get ahead. They're trying to have any advantage you can. We see the same thing with oil, where some indicators on the ground might show what's coming in the future. Are we seeing any of that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think traders are watching a number of things. Certainly what's going on with the Strait would be top of mind, but another big risk here is that this conflict, and we're already seeing this a little bit, can expand to sort of hit other regional energy producing infrastructure, right? So the kind of worst case scenario would be that there are large scale successful strikes on Saudi Arabian oil well infrastructure, processing infrastructure, export infrastructure, and we have not quite seen that yet, but certainly already we've seen effects that storage is starting to fill up simply because the oil just can't move from a lot of countries, whether that's the UAE or Kuwait and others. But yes, a lot of what's known as the geopolitical risk premium, so that's this idea that even in the absence of any physical disruption, you tend to see prices go up when you just have any very dicey geopolitical situation. Certainly that's one of the things that one thing that traders are looking for. You know, you did have Energy Secretary Chris Wright today saying that while, you know, there have been some impacts on Iranian energy infrastructure, that is not a military target of the U.S. right now. We'll have to see how that plays out. We'll have to see what the Israelis do. But yes, to your question, one thing that traders are watching extraordinarily carefully is what happens to the sort of vast constellation of different types of onshore wells, production processing facilities, pipelines, export terminals, all of that. Even, you know, if that gets damaged, even an opening of the Strait of Hormuz, that would create a whole series of other lasting effects, at least temporarily.
And we've seen Iran potentially target different civilian infrastructure, not necessarily oil spots, but in Bahrain already. So we could see that coming in the future. I want to ask you, because we're just a week into this Operation Epic Fury, as it continues on, depending on how the timeline goes, does it potentially get exponentially worse? How does the curve look if it continues on for some time?
Absolutely. The timing here is what's going to be really crucial. I mean, you know, one interesting thing that I was reporting on last week is that given all of the sort of tremendous upheaval, until the end of last week, the rise in the price of oil was perhaps more modest than people would have expected. And from my reporting, that suggested that people did not think that this conflict was going to necessarily drag on for an extraordinarily long time, and or that there would be some success in getting things moving through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, of course, since then we've seen that geopolitical risk premium and those prices go up and up and up. And so, yes, the duration of this conflict will have a huge effect on how high prices ultimately go. Absolutely. So it's not only the kind of level of the disruption, you know, just in terms of barrels per day, and right now that's huge because as your viewers probably know, the Strait of Hormuz handles about a fourth of the world's maritime oil trade. But yes, the duration will matter at some point, start to matter just almost as much as the sort of level of disruption.
That's a very good point. All right, the final word, I'll leave it for you, Ben. What else are you monitoring? What else do you want to know before I let you go?
Yeah, one other thing that I'm looking at I mean, certainly, you know, this is first and foremost in many ways a human tragedy. We're seeing loss of life. It's a very dangerous and difficult situation. If I may, though, I think the politics are also something to watch, right? I mean, President Trump obviously covets low gasoline prices at any time, especially during an election year. And this is coming at a time when the other big part of consumers' energy expenses, electricity prices, have also already been rising, right? And so one thing that's really very much on my mind is what is going to be the sort of midterm election fallout of these energy price spikes, regardless of how long they last.
All right, very good. Ben Geeman there with Axios. Thank you so much for your time. So very fascinating to talk about some of these ripple effects around this, the impacts on the global world economy for this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. We're learning new developments right now about that Operation Epic Fury as another U.S. service member, a 7th U.S. service member, tragically losing their lives, paying the ultimate sacrifice during this ongoing conflict in the Middle East. I want to put this up here from U.S. Central Command saying last night a U.S. service member passed away from injuries received during the Iranian
and y'all know it's more than 7
attacks across the Middle East. The service member was seriously wounded at the scene of an attack. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. We're learning new developments right now about that Operation Epic Fury as another U.S. service member, a 7th U.S. service member, tragically losing their life, paying the ultimate sacrifice during this ongoing conflict in the Middle East. I want to put this up here from U.S. Central Command saying last night a U.S. service member passed away from injuries received during the Iranian regime's initial attacks across the Middle East. The service member was seriously wounded at the scene of an attack on U.S. troops in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia back on March the 1st at the outset of Operation Epic Fury. They say this is the 7th service member killed in action during the Operation Epic Fury. Major combat operations continue. The identity of the fallen warrior will be withheld until 24 hours after next of kin notification. So some developing stories out of there. We heard from the president saying some of those death tolls will unfortunately continue to rise. And earlier this weekend, we did see President Trump at the dignified transfer of 6 other U.S. service members that lost their lives during an attack in Kuwait. This was earlier this weekend here on Live Now from Fox of what was going on as those 6 U.S. service members, U.S. Army Reserve soldiers who were killed this week in Kuwait, watched as their loved ones were brought home on Sunday during that dignified transfer at Dover Air Force Base in
and they
Delaware
lied about
on
that.
Saturday.
So
President Trump was joined by First Lady Melania Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance and other
This is
top
old.
military
They
officials
lied. Let me double. Where's my?
observing this solemn event on an overcast afternoon. President Trump aboard Air Force One later on said, quote, "It's a very sad day," but he continued on saying, quote, "We're so proud of this. These such deaths are always a very sad day." All 6 soldiers were assigned to the 103rd Sustainment Command, an Army.
And now it's 7. They say. Let's hear this.
We had a chance to ask President Trump about a new superpower joining this fight on the Iranian side of Epic Fury.
President Trump, it sounds like the Russians are helping Iran target and attack Americans now.
That's an easy problem compared to what we're doing here. I mean, but can I be honest? It's just, I have a lot of respect for you. You've always been very nice to me. What a stupid question that is to be asking at this time. We're talking about something else. Can we keep this maybe a little bit?
And just a few minutes ago, the Iranians confirmed Russia is helping.
Are you receiving any help from Russia?
Well, we have a strategic partnership with Russia.
So that's a yes?
And, well,
Thomas,
military cooperation between Iran and Russia is not something new. It's not.
People over here are survivors from tactics, satanic practices from Trump. Get your trifling ass from over here. I don't even want to go there with you because you need the Lord. Go pray, Thomas. Go pray. Go pray. Now what did you put in the chat? Hold on. Breaking news: Iranian state TV says. Oh yeah, I thought he got named yesterday. Yeah, I will. Hold on.
It's not a secret. It has been in the past, and it's still there, and will continue in the future.
General David Petraeus, retired 4-star general. What should President Trump do about this?
Well, he should ask Congress to pass the sanctions bill that is in the Senate. Senator Lindsey Graham has led the effort, very close to President Trump, of course. He has over 90 out of 100 senators supporting it. It would be a very powerful signal to Russia. It would complement what the EU has done, which has been very impressive in this regard as well. And I think it's long since time that the sanctions are slapped on Russia, especially now that apparently they're providing the intelligence, which is so very important to the targeting that Iran does. They do not have the kind of intelligence that Russia can share with them and is apparently, and that explains some of the accuracy of the missiles and the drone strikes.
And Epic Fury has been going on for more than a week. We've already seen a part of the Pentagon playbook that we've never seen before, the part where the U.S. has reverse-engineered some of these lethal Iranian drones. Listen to this.
You used to always hear, we're shooting down a $50,000 drone with a $2 million missile. These days, we're spending a lot of time shooting down $100,000 drones with $10,000 weapons from ours. So that's one aspect of it. Lucas, indispensable. As many of you know, and if you don't know, this was an original Iranian drone design. We captured it, pulled the guts out, sent it back to America, put a little Made America on it, brought it back here.
General, how often does the United States military reverse engineer a weapon to use it against the people who invented it?
Pretty rarely, I suspect. We've certainly taken weapons from different battlefields around the world and sorted out what they consist of, what the capabilities are, what their vulnerabilities are, so that we can develop weapons that can deal with those. You know, we famously brought tanks out, infantry fighting vehicles, others over the years. But no, I'm not aware of something like this in the past and then turning around and using it on the same enemy. What we should also be doing, though, is we should be learning from what the Ukrainians have done, which is nothing short of spectacular, and on a scale that is way, way beyond what we're doing. When I was last there about 4 or 5 weeks ago, they told me that they will all together, all the companies, produce about 7 million drones this year. I think we'll produce 4 or maybe 500,000. So the scale.
Y'all, come on, hit the like button. 210 people, 180, still under 100 likes. I mean, been in here an hour and 20 minutes. What are we doing? Double tap the face of your screen or I'm about to shut it down. Get the likes up immediately. ASAP. Thank you, Naturally Norlands. Sam's Plus. Yeah, but we also need to be able to get sustainable food, not meat. Leave that ground beef, leave that ground stuff alone, because that has humans, 90% human, they're saying now. And leave McDonald's alone. So beans and rice, we know how to get down with beans and rice. We know how to maintain with beans and rice for however long. So we need to stock up. Get you natural supplements. Every ailment that you know you have right now, Google the natural supplements that you're going to need in order to get the medication that you need naturally. Detox that cocktail out of that spike protein out of your body, so they can't designate something that they have put in there to shut you down. I mean, we're not just at war with Iran. Let's be clear. We are at war with this administration, because they are at war with us. And that's how we got to look. Dry food goods. There you go, naturally on. But you want it to have the U, the circled U on it, or K. We want it kosher, or we want that U on it, because that's how they eat. That's how the devil worshipers eat. The ones, and I'm saying the ones who have intentionally tainted the food supply. That's how the machine feed. No iodine salt. You need sea salt, kosher salt, Himalaya salt. Yeah, you stay away from that iodine. Stock up on you some water, spring water, not just that, bottled water. You want spring water or alkaline water. I suggest get spring water if your money is because everybody money funny, but get you some bags. I mean bags, not the little box. Bags of baking soda. Put the tip of a teaspoon of baking soda in your water and create your own alkaline, right? Water. Purify your own water with baking soda. Get you some clothes. Yeah, I'm just trying to tell. That's how our mindset has to be. Because there is a bag on Trump. And so Trump, if he in Maralago, China come in, we don't know which missile is coming to the U.S. So we have to think logically. Let's get busy. Rights that we thought we had, we're at war. And the administration is at war with us, and we know that. So to play with yourself and think that you special and still think this is a Dem and a Republican thing, you crazy. You crazy. You crazy. Yeah, you leaning on the mental side. So I'm just telling you, get you big bags. We don't know how long. We don't know. Because the U.S. is lying to us. Trump is lying. His whole administration is lying. We got to stay woke.
Of what they're doing, and also the capability of what
And
they
stay
have,
away
and
from
the
fast
low cost
food.
of what they have is something from which we should learn as well.
We are at war for no
That is-
reason,
those numbers
Snowflake
are
Henry.
staggering.
You're absolutely
something
right.
else. We know that there is a campaign in the sky. There could also soon be boots on the ground, though, in Iran.
Yeah, go
according
ahead
to
and remove.
President
I'm gonna
Trump
go ahead
aboard
and
Air Force
remove
One
that,
last
Joe,
night.
because I don't want nobody to think that iodine.
For very
No,
good
it's
reason.
sea salt and
Have to be
Himalaya
very good
salt.
reason. And I would say if we ever did that, they would be so decimated that they wouldn't be able to fight at the ground level.
Yeah, watch.
There's some new reporting this morning, various outlets, that the president is talking about maybe going in and securing some of the uranium facilities that are possibly unsecured. What do
He
you think?
lying.
Did the president put boots on the ground in Iran?
You think they're gonna let you do that?
Well, what I do think is that he shouldn't rule them out, and I think he's been correct in doing that. I think that previous presidents have prematurely ruled out various options that we should have kept alive, at least in the mind of the enemy. I think he'll be
And
very,
I say
very
no
careful.
fast food because they are mixing in unalive humans, you know, in the processed foods, and what they are injecting chicken with, and you know, turkey, all of that, you know, it's just not. You don't know who's in business with them, who they got contracts with, and a lot of those places are Zionists or APEC or all of that type stuff. No. I love all of y'all. It don't matter black, white, left, right, red or blue. Enough to tell y'all to protect yourself and your families. Shop for the you. Shop for the you, and shop for URK. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Or get organic. You know, not made in the USA. I mean, yeah, I'm just not going. I'm not. And I am not playing with all of that. Oh, I was sending that to myself. Hold on. Let me show you. Shop for the you. Oh, yeah. And people who have, let me show y'all now, blood clots. Here I got a guy that's telling you what to do naturally if you got blood clots. We got to start thinking naturally.
Let me explain. Here's a tip to avoid blood clots. It's dangerous. Here's a tip to avoid blood clots. It's dangerous to sit too long. Let me explain why. Press on a vein in your hand. See it disappear? That's your blood moving in real time. Veins are soft and squishy. Their job is to carry blood back to your heart, sometimes pushing it upward against gravity. Inside your veins are tiny one-way. A tip to avoid blood clots. It's dangerous to sit too long.
So
let me explain why.
So a lot of times I don't know what we think those big veins
That's
are.
your blood moving in real time.
But if you have those big veins like that, move them.
It's dangerous to sit too long.
Hi,
Let me explain
Slinky.
why. Press on a vein in your hand. See it disappear? That's your blood moving in real time. Veins are soft and squishy. Their job is to carry blood back to your heart, sometimes pushing it upward against gravity. Inside your veins are tiny one-way doors called valves. They let blood move forward but stop it from sliding back down. When you press on a vein, you push the blood along and it goes flat. Let go and it fills right back up. Comment yes if you pressed your vein.
Okay.
Every time you move your muscles,
Press your veins.
squeezing your hand, they help pump blood through your veins. The valves keep it flowing the right way. When you sit too long,
Cook
your
at
muscles
home.
aren't moving,
Start
so they're not
reading.
helping push blood back up. That's why your legs
With
feel heavy
the-
after sitting too long. It's also why doctors say
Doctor say
get
what?
up and move on long flights. Sit too long without moving. You risk blood clots forming in your legs.
Get them out your legs too. Oh, 10% battery. I'm just trying to help us stay alive. That's all I'm doing. Trump is a pathological liar. And I haven't forgot what you sent, Natural New Orleans. Cook at home. Start reading with in it and add your own chicken. Yeah, but most people don't have their own chicken. Stop buying stuff saying they have chicken in it. Yeah, and look for that added flavor, because that added flavor they're saying is dead embryos. Natural flavors. And I'm gonna tell you, yeah, I'm having to be mindful. So that's not why now I'm looking for the you. That's what I was coming over here for. You cannot play them games on that plane. Southwest Airlines. Hold on.
As Trump deploys more U.S. teenagers.
In Paris, says friend of mine in Paris right now said that over in Europe they're reporting over 1K U.S. soldiers unalive. Y'all hit the like button.
Russian intelligence just leaked Israel's real casualties. 6 Israel generals dead, 32 Mossad aides.
Yeah, we heard that yesterday. Oh, wow. State Department declares emergency over, yeah, it just left. God, dog.
This is the best. You know what you do to a moldy bathroom? Yes, there is a time for a mask.
Let me find. It's a lot going on. I ain't gonna even lie.
Here's a black guy saying it since he won't listen to me.
Oh, this Israel is not the one God is talking about.
So it's saying alleged homosexual Senator Lindsey Graham traveled to Israel with U.S. intel to coach Netanyahu on how to convince Trump to bomb Iran, even sharing U.S. intelligence with the prime minister. Let me get, I forgot what I was supposed to come over here for. What was I coming over here for? What was he saying? Oh my God, it's just so much sabotage. I forgot what I was coming over. Hi, Elvis.
So Miriam Adelson, you're on my fucking shit list, bitch. You sit in our fucking White House talking to your little gimp president, Donald Trump, and you think he's gonna do a third term. You think you're just gonna take our Constitution and throw it in the garbage and laugh in our fucking face. Why don't you get into a room with me for about 5 minutes, bitch? Let's see how long it'll fucking last. Your money can't save you in the room with me, bitch. I'll fucking beat you the fuck up and you will get that third term over my dead ass body. So Miriam Adelson.
You gotta love it. Thank you for the floating heart.
Sit in our fucking White White House talking to your little gimp president, Donald Trump.
Gotta love it.
He's going to do a third term. You think you're just going to take our Constitution and throw it in the garbage and laugh in our fucking face?
I don't think so. Says if you have a yard, please invest in a garden. I totally agree.
Your money can't save you in the room with me, bitch.
There are tons of videos to get you started.
Get that third
Good
term
advice.
over my dead ass body. So Miriam
in making that decision and carrying out whatever.
Y'all, what was
done.
I supposed to come over here
Possibly
looking
you could have
up?
some sneakers on the ground, some of the individuals from my old organization, perhaps helping some of the opposition elements, maybe some very special operations forces members or something, but they're not going to be on the front lines. They'll be the advise, assist, and enable elements. There's been talk.
Yeah, whoever Trump is saying, one of the leaders, he was saying he was taken out. He lied.
Yet.
They are real good in dispelling rumors.
Yet, another lie. The United States of America's government and the coalition of on the same page state media has told the people, lied. So moving forward, we can no longer trust the United States government in regards to the media and the propaganda. How sad. Imagine being caught in a lie and at this very moment losing the faith of your constituents, which is the American population. Okay. Telling the American people, trying to show your might. Wait, isn't this the same military who had a squeaky ass tank show of might? You guys lied. Talking about this guy was killed, and here the fuck he is.
Watch your mouth.
Pulling Escobar. I'm dead. Who determined that? This fucking government and this administration is not only cooked, but it's ridiculous. You guys are a fucking joke
Watch your mouth.
Humanity. You're a joke to the society, and you are probably by far the weakest embodiment of government ever.
Ever.
It doesn't even matter that you're consolidating CBS and Warner Brothers and Paramount. No one gives a fuck, all right?
Man, can you watch your mouth?
No one's gonna suck the white pee-pee except Casa de Negros and other white people. There's other media sources out there that provides accurate information. And for what it's worth, no matter how much you promote your propaganda, we've already come to the conclusion that you bitches are liars.
Absolutely.
So have fun with that bullshit, fucking losers.
Didn't I tell you to watch your mouth? Y'all, I forgot what I was supposed to come over here for, but hold on. I'm finna look him up.
Actually seizing Karg Island, which is the big oil export location. It's just offshore, well up into the Gulf. And then again, the report that you mentioned about going in to secure the uranium. I suspect that the massive ordnance penetrator would probably obviate the need for that, the 30,000 pound precision munition that only we have, and only we have a plane that can drop it. But I'm sure he'll weigh this very, very carefully, having repeatedly noted the challenges of boots on the ground in the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan.
And it sounds like so far, according to the president, the top two tiers of the Iranian leaders have been totally wiped out. Now there are many
I just showed you
Iranian command posts spread out
only
all over the
one.
country. The Wall Street Journal calls it a mosaic. This is part of their piece. It says, the plan includes implementing a so-called mosaic defense, a decentralized approach that allows individual commanders the autonomy to keep up the fight if cut off from their superiors.
I'm gonna just
you
say
have
that.
studied wars in the Middle East for a long time. Can this kind of a mosaic defense that the Iranians are doing actually hold up?
Bah ha
Oh,
ha
it
ha
can,
ha.
absolutely. You're talking about a regime
What you
force in
laughing at?
total.
Bah ha ha
So you're
ha
talking
ha.
about the Revolutionary
Hit
Guard
the
Corps,
like
the
button.
regime
I'm
force,
finna pause
the besieged
again
militia, the pipe
and say hit
swingers,
the like
killing
button.
people on the streets
Or
during
I'm out.
demonstrations.
I'm an hour and 38 minutes in.
National Police, the regular Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine. This is 1 million men under arms who have shown a willingness to kill their own citizens in the tens of thousands in January alone during the demonstrations. And they have it very obvious, I think, from the very beginning, because we took out the
And I'm
senior
getting
leaders,
it right now. New
took out
York
their
Post.
headquarters, their means of command, control, communications, and so
There you
forth.
go,
So it
right
was very
there.
clear that there has been a delegation of authority, a decentralization, as you termed it, to a number of these lower and mid-level leaders to continue the fight with the assets that they have on hand. And of course, what we've been doing is trying to go after, in particular, the missile launchers and missile stockpiles, and then we'll do the factories as well as now.
But I don't
the
even,
drones. We've had
naturally
great
notice,
success
I don't
against the
even want to go
missiles.
there because they're not hitting the
Launch
like
numbers
button.
are down by nearly 90% or so, but there still are some coming. The drones have been a bit more steady, and those have been problematic, even though a number of the countries in the region, especially the UAE, have done very impressively against them and have been taking them down with low-cost, short-range air defense systems rather than $2 million Patriot missile interceptors. That's not good math.
And General Petraeus, my last question. It seems like the beginning parts of Epic Fury have been a big success. Overall,
Okay, let's get to the breaking news.
As you look at this, what is your biggest
Let's get to the
worry
breaking
about
news.
the next couple weeks?
Well, I think President Trump actually.
Here at CBS News, Matt Gutman had let us know that he asked Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's advisor, Michael Eisenberg, today about much today, and that his advisor basically called him a dead man walking.
Mataba,
point that you were telling us with
Kamali, son of Ayatollah,
Eisenberg telling that, the highest risk job
new
right now
supreme leader in Iran.
Those are high-risk jobs. Don't take them. Matt followed up with they're going to be targeted.
As
Eisenberg
if Trump
said,
was
don't
going.
take those jobs. Prime Minister Netanyahu has been
Thank you,
incredibly clear
Barbara.
about this. These are high-risk jobs. We're watching it. What do you make of that?
It absolutely is. Look, it's very clear that by being elected the new supreme leader by this 88 board, member council, again, a signal to Iranians and indeed the world that the system is still intact. It is still able to function in the way that it has been, despite the fact so much of it has been decimated, that they are under extraordinary.
Yeah, let me go over here.
They want to
I think I saw this yesterday.
the system, not only is the regime intact, but more importantly, they have this
Let me go here.
candidate who happens to
their
like
new leader.
Like
these
he's
are
acceptable.
pictures right now,
he kills me.
in Iran.
Like
President Trump
acceptable.
suggested that this specific person wouldn't be acceptable, and I think even Israel has reported today that they're going to go
said
after
it was a
whoever the next
mistake.
person is. So what does this mean for the operation?
No, that's why he's scared. Cause there's a mark. He got an X on his back. He got an X on his forehead. He got an X somewhere on his body. And Khomeini coming for him, and he noticed. He thought he was gonna be able to choose for them. Silly rabbit. What make you think
The
that?
Iranian state TV is
The way
reporting
they
that Iran's
bombing.
Assembly of Experts
Oh,
have
shit.
appointed now Ayatollah Khomeini's son, Mojtaba Khomeini, as their new leader. These are pictures right now, in Iran. President Trump suggested that this specific person wouldn't be acceptable, and I think even Israel has reported today that they're going to go after whoever the next person is. So what does this mean for the operation? If I don't know that killing the Ayatollah was top of the list for the United States objectives as the ones they've pointed out as recently as today. But does this mean he's going to be target number one as we continue operations?
Thank you, Slinky.
Well, I don't want to get in front of the president and our great national security apparatus and making the right determinations there. The president, I think, is correct in saying, look, we're going to have to sort of sign off on whether you're putting somebody in place and in power. who is going to have the interest of stability, the interest of the people of Iran, the interest of the region, or whether you're just putting somebody else in place, carrying out their theocratic intentions to eradicate Israel and to go after, quote, the great Satan. So we need to make sure they've got people in charge of their country who are no longer trying to destabilize the world, fund Hamas, fund Hezbollah. So I back the president on that, but I think he is correct to be trying to do that through force, through diplomacy, take out their conventional weapons, take out their nuclear capability. I agree. Take out, I think you said Senator Kennedy was talking about taking out some of their Navy. Agree with that. And I'm glad we've taken out a lot of their bad guys. But they can't install another crazy person, or we're going to be dealing with Iran for decades to come. So keep applying the pressure, but I do not want to be building soccer fields in Tehran like we were in Baghdad, 15 years ago. And I'm sure you agree with that. I don't want to be in that exercise again.
No, I think we've learned from that exercise, no question, Congressman. It's Joe Concha. How do you define, Congressman, unconditional surrender, and can that be achieved without ground troops?
Well, I think that is a difficult question, right? I mean, again, the president went in and made the determination it was in our national security interest. The president defined the result here is when they cry uncle, right? I mean, that was very, Trump speak for, hey, you're gonna basically do what we're telling you to do. So we'll know that when we see it, but I think it's when we know for sure that we've dismantled their nuclear capability, we've weakened their ability for striking Israel, advancing their ability to get to strike us.
Barbara. Hold on, let me get this out my ear. Now, you was warned before by Janet with that girl stuff, and I let you make it. Don't come in here with that girl stuff, or I'm gonna let her ban you. I'm being upfront and honest. I had to talk her off of you before with that girl stuff. So you may want to take that out just in case she see it. Yeah, remove that girl stuff. We grown over here. And she don't know if you have racial undertones with it. So I'm going to respect her feelings and ask you not to do that. Respectfully. Thank you.
I think when we have some degree of a regime there that is able to be put in place that is not the continuation of what we've been dealing with since 1979. Now, again, can you do that without boots on the ground? That is my strong preference. I'm like you. I'm not looking for us to have boots on the ground. No, do you need to have some strategic people on the ground for some period of time to try to make sure we've got a regime in place that is going to be in our interest? I'm all ears and listening to the president, but I know this: if they come to us with a supplemental funding bill, which just seems potentially likely, I'm going to be asking those questions. How long is this going to take? Are boots going to be on the ground? I do not want to be into the nation-building exercise again, but I'm with you to make sure that we're taking out their capabilities.
This is not our
and
war.
make sure that whoever is installed is not going to continue their radical agenda.
But I agree, we do have a buffoon.
You share a lot of our concerns, and we really appreciate you being here tonight to discuss all of those things, including what's going on right here in New York City. We really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
My pleasure. God bless you guys.
God bless you, Congressman. All right, Joey, I guess we'll go to Iran and then we'll go back to New York City. So with this announcement that we've got this new supreme leader, and we were seeing the footage as we're seeing now in Iran, that gives me a little bit of a cause for pause, because this doesn't look good. This doesn't look like a regime change that was effective. But of course it's early. We don't know what's going to happen. But what's your take on this?
He was tougher than his daddy.
To quote Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, we're not trying to do a regime change, but the regime sure changed.
That's what Trump said. Y'all not even in agreement with what y'all were looking for.
What's happening here? The goals as outlined
Trump
by the
wanted a
administration,
regime change, and he wanted to be a part of choosing.
Destroy their Navy, and I need to look up, make sure I have the four, but it's 4 strategic goals: destroy their Navy, destroy their nuclear program, their drone program, and their missile capabilities, so that whatever happens inside the country of Iran can't be an attack for countries outside of Iran. That's the goal, and we can do that goal for the most part from the air. I think when we talk about surgical, very well-trained surgical insertions in the borders of Iran, it's probably in specific areas for a short amount of time to go in and grab something we need, someone we need, get eyes on something. And I don't know that that's even really going to be necessary. It's also important that Americans keep pressure on this administration to be upfront and forthright with us. There's operational security and there's also the politics. Both are incredibly important. There are 7 families right now who will never see their hero again, who did not know 2 weeks ago that they would be in this type of danger because of an offensive operation that we committed to. So it's up to the administration to tell those 7 family members and the tens of thousands of others why this is a righteous and worthwhile endeavor, why their lives made the world safer. Now, I believe I understand that, but if there's any questions or consternation, those are completely fair. When we talk about boots or troops on the ground, as a guy who, my boots are the ground over there now, I don't mind being called a boot, but some people get their feelings hurt, I guess. If we talk about boots on the ground, what we're really talking about, which we addressed in the A block of this show, is this creeped mission. Oh, we've done this, now let's go ahead and do a surge so we can make sure the regime changes. That's the reason why I don't like to harp on the regime change, and I don't like to justify what we're doing based on how the Iranian regime has treated its people.
What's over the U.S. airports?
I hate to say that, and it's not that I don't have empathy, but when it comes to our men and women dying, that's a them problem. They're going to have to figure out. If there's an Iranian regime that's just as brutal to their people, but is completely neutered in their ability to affect the rest of the world, then I'm going to pray that maybe the CIA sends some guns here and there and gives them a chance one day.
What they happy
I guess my question too, and I'd ask this to you, Joe, is does this new appointment of a new leader, does it matter? Is this a figurehead with soon, no force behind him? Or is this somebody who, once again, is going to try to rebuild what he can and rebuild the infrastructure to make nuclear weapons? Are we headed down the path 2.0? Or is this just simply symbolic for the regime?
Khomeini, who we see here on our screen, is largely symbolic because you talk about force. What force? Ballistic missiles, nuclear missiles,
New
a
Orleans
Navy,
International
an Air Force.
Airport.
Right now,
Along
Iran has been
TSA
neutered,
line.
but we don't have the regime that we'd like in there to work with like we do in Venezuela. Venezuela is the roadmap at this point.
Yeah.
I think that quad box, if we could put that up real quick, guys,
Shreveport was
Iranian
on that
State
list
TV,
of
I think that is a show of defiance to the United States and all of our Arab coalition working alongside of us to say, everything's good here. You may have taken out our weapons, but the people are still behind Mustafa Khomeini or whoever we appoint. Now, this could be obviously something where, we've had 35, 40,000 protesters killed. So you go out there and try to show that you're supporting this government. Maybe you're not really behind it. But in the end, if we're counting on the population to rise up and actually then take over and then put in a new government, that's something that's not going to take 9 days. That's something that's going to take a very long time. And again, the Iranian goal is to wait us out and let political pressure here at home push back on the Trump administration. That includes the media, Democrats, and those on the right. There are not a lot of them, but enough people online that'll scream enough to put the pressure on President Trump, especially ahead of the midterms, to make sure that we don't accomplish the goal that we originally had.
I don't know if it's such a bad thing that, as Joey was saying, to put some pressure on. I think that people are legitimately within their rights to ask questions.
Sure.
I think that has to be a part of this. And I think that if Republicans want to remain with any control, they need to explain this. And they need to be good messengers of it, because you're going to get people getting cold feet pretty quickly. Alicia, I want to turn to go ahead. Please.
Well, I just wanted to add one thing. When you talk about people rising up in the streets, and we saw the shutdown that happened with the 30 to 40,000 people who were killed under this regime, as cruel as the Ayatollah was, there are reports that his son is far more cruel. So we have to watch closely what's going to happen in the streets of Tehran, what is going to happen throughout the country as the days move forward, and what our administration is also going to have to contend with.
Thank you, Mrs. Tom. Thank you, Janet.
Not explain, because a lot of people do understand this, but I want to bring this into the conversation. Their ability to strike Israel 1,000 miles away, that's one thing. They've got a 1 million-man army. They've got 90 million people, and I guarantee you more than 1 million of them support this regime. That's just the truth of it. Doesn't mean it's right or the people in Iran don't deserve better or anything like that. The internal politics of Iran, I'm nowhere near close enough to understand truly how many people in that country would like to see this regime changed. But I mean, even in our own country, we find ourselves in a 50-50 split over something that half the country feels like is very obvious. So the chances of 30 million, 40 million people enjoying that regime are not low. That's a lot of people who wouldn't want their government changed. Mm-hmm. All right. On top of that, the best thing going for us with a totalitarian government.
So hold on. So Iranian missile landed in Tel Aviv, but did not explode. Firefighters attempted to approach it, and once they approached it, hold on, let me show you. It exploded. So either somebody had a switch, or it was time censored. It blew right up. And now they trying to please. All that, now they saying 7 people. And on that plane yesterday.
At this time, we need everybody to have their heads down and hands up. Heads down, hands up. Heads down, hands up. Heads down, hands up. I need to see everyone's hands.
Head down, hands up.
Let's go. Everybody heads down. Stand up. Stand up. At this time, we need everybody to have their heads down and hands up. Heads down, hands up. Heads down, hands up. Heads down, hands up. I need to see everyone's hands.
I don't know what I would do if I was on that plane. Lord.
Let's go. Everybody heads down. Stand up. Stand up. At this time, we need everybody to have their heads down and hands up. Heads down, hands up. Heads down, hands up. Heads down, hands up. I need to see everyone's hands.
What would you do if you was on this plane? Oh, Lord.
Let's go. Everybody heads down. Stand up.
And for the ones that I suggested, I wish I would have caught this ad ahead of time. But when you eat that, take 2 of those, all of oregano with black seed oil. This is what it does. It goes in and destroys the parasites that most of us forgot about. deworming or forgot about. We got parasites. I just forgot about it. But this is what it does. It destroys the parasites. Now, you know, I do a whole bunch of, I do that. But I've also, and this is the one I have, and yes, it does have the black seed. And when I open it and smell it, it smells just like oregano. This is the one I take. But that's what it does. It will, and then it reduces your belly. It purifies your, well, I'm gonna say purify, but it get the toxics out of your body. I would just fall out. This time. And I'll be passing out with you. I'll be praying as I'm passing out. But I'll be like, oh Lord, my God in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. The Lord, I'm asking that your will is to become the pilot of this plane and take this man down. Get the right people to come in here and turn this situation around. Lord, I'll be praying my butt off. You hear me? Oh Lord, Jesus, be a fence all around us. Protect us, shield us, girl. And then I fall out. But I'm not passing out before I'm saying a prayer. Okay? Asking him to protect. Yes, shield us. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Okay, let's finish this. Y'all hit the like button.
Is there
Get you some olive oregano.
Their want to run a country and be a legitimate government, because then they have something to lose. Read Sun Tzu. You destroy everything they have. They're going to go searching for revenge because they don't have any reason not to. So when we talk about insurgency and just creating chaos and killing Americans, it's not difficult to kill Americans if you're not worried about repercussion. We travel all over the world. We've seen attacks recently in places in the Middle East.
Trump's scared of him
as the safest place outside of Europe.
Trump's scared of Mojito.
There is a concern. And those are all dangling carrots to pull us into a forever war. That's why this is dangerous.
No, you're lying. We were not in a forever war. We were not at war. You stop lying. Why do y'all always have to lie about this war? We were not in a forever war. They were not a threat to us. You and Bibi Netanyahu wants to steal the land. Y'all want to rebuild and put those brothels and shit all over the place. See, every time I say something, you have... I'm going to pray it. I'm going to pray it. Absolutely. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, today. Oh, my God. My Father in heaven. Yes, indeed. I'm going... Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Because they don't have any reason not to. So when we talk about insurgency and just creating chaos and killing Americans, it's not
I got mine from Amazon.
If you're not worried about repercussions.
But for sure, I'm almost positive I got it from Amazon. Make sure it has the Carvacol in it with the black. Hold on, with the black seed oil. And let me see the number. That 6,000 milligrams. Thank you for helping me reach my goal. Ultra high. Those two right there need to be there. And it needs to have the 600 milligrams. Let me turn it around. That belly is going to take, it says after 2 weeks, you can notice that your belly, because, and a lot of that constipation, yeah, it's going to go in there and killed in parasites. And y'all know I love a good plant-based. And I was taking it wrong. I finally Googled it and see when was the best time to take it. And it's in the morning, first thing in the morning. I think on an empty stomach. And another thing that kills parasites, make sure you add some pumpkin seeds, just regular oil. There goes some omega-3 fatty acid, plant protein. It has beneficial minerals, and I do the raw. I don't do the salt ones. And I just take a handful in the morning. I take a handful in the morning on an empty stomach. So that means it's working on what you had last night. And you can add it like to your smoothie or yogurt, or Greek yogurt. Yeah, and I look for organic. If I don't see a U, I definitely get organic. But that was Terrasol was highly recommended.
Those the 30 to 40,000 people who were killed under this regime, as cruel as the Ayatollah was, there are reports that his son is far more cruel. So we have to watch closely what's going to happen in the streets of Tehran, what is going to happen throughout the country as the days move forward, and what our administration is also going to have to contend with.
Yeah, real quick, I just want to explain something real quick. Not explain, because a lot of people do understand this, but I want to bring this into the conversation. Their ability to strike Israel 1,000 miles away, that's one thing. They've got a 1 million-man army. They've got 90 million people, and I guarantee you more than 1 million of them support this regime. That's just the truth of it. Doesn't mean it's right or that the people in Iran don't deserve better or anything like that. The internal politics of Iran, I'm nowhere near close enough to understand truly how many people in that country would like to see this regime changed. But I mean, even in our own country, we find ourselves in a 50-50 split over something that half the country feels like is very obvious.
Yeah,
so
it's
the
just
chances
for the ones,
of 30 million, 40 million people enjoying that regime are not low.
You don't know how much is backed up in your system, but just get you some. Make it a part of your
thing going for
daily
us with
routine.
a totalitarian government is their want for legitimacy. Their want to run a country and be a legitimate government, because then they have something to lose. Read Sun Tzu. You destroy everything they have, they're going to go searching for revenge because they don't have any reason not to. So when we talk about insurgency and just creating chaos and killing Americans, it's not difficult to kill Americans if you're not worried about repercussion. We travel all over the world. We've seen attacks recently in places in the Middle East that advertise themselves as the safest place outside of Europe. And so there is a risk here. There is a concern.
Dang, I guess I need to play this out because it's showing you inside the gut. Hold on. It's showing you. And it goes through your intestines. I wish I could pull it back and make it start over. So it goes through your whole system. Sorry I didn't play it in the beginning. Okay, let's finish this up.
Those are all little dangling carrots to pull us into a forever war. That's why this is dangerous.
That's bull crap.
And I think this administration has acknowledged that. So we have to be smart. We have to be able to overcome become the voices even inside this administration in our own Congress, maybe a Lindsey Graham type, and I'm not beating up on him, but someone who would go out there and say, oh, we got to just keep going. We should go ahead and put 40,000 troops in there and get rid of Lebanon along the way. He may be honest in his assessment that he believes that's what's strongest for us.
Yeah, I got mine from Amazon too.
Afghanistan.
And it wasn't that bad. I think it was like $13.
Threat again because we took some of their missiles and their nuclear program away.
And make sure you smell it. And it should smell like oregano. If it don't smell like oregano,
we can't react to it with 200,000 troops in the Middle East, sitting ducks waiting to get blown up because Trump won't be president forever. And the next one might want to play the same kind of ball Obama did, which says, I'd rather our guys die and not have an international incident than to remove some of these rules of engagement and go get it done.
It will destroy you and parasites.
That if we take out the son of the killed Ayatollah Khomeini, Mustafa,
so Matra
or is there just somebody else?
Matra view, what does that mean? What that mean? Why do we care? Your president of the United States is A. He gray. It's in the Epstein files. He's sucking on Bill's pickle. That's why he wanted him to come before Congress to see if he was going to tell on him. What the hell? So what that mean? Lindsey Gray, he gay. So what that mean? A lot of them in there that was messing with them kids was also fooling with them boys. Where the hell have you been? So what's your point? What's your point? We need to know, because we take that offense to that. You probably that way if that's the first thing to come into your head. But if you are a Trump lover, you all up in his dirty diaper too. And he's a pedo who played with little boys. Did you forget why he's in a diaper? Yeah, it was a boy. Yeah, that rammed that ass. Yeah, hell you mean? Yeah, I know you're not trying to be funny like your favorite president in the White House that's killing our people, our kids, raping your mamas and hell, probably daddies too, sacrificing them, drinking their blood, feeding you their bodies in the food that you eat, that you spend your money to buy, thinking that you getting real ground beef. And hell, it ain't but 10% beef in there. The rest of it, they allegedly, you eating on somebody. Yeah, so I don't know what that point was for. Why did you waste your GAY on that? He probably is. Well, your president is. And it's in the Epstein files. Yeah, that's why he don't want it to come out. Yeah. The limo driver that Ted Lieu brought up with, what's her name? Pam Bondi, at her hearing that she didn't have no answers for. He brought up the limo driver. Yeah, he could tell two bodies. Well, one body and two grapes. So yeah, I don't know what that was for, but I hope you got a good enough treatment. So now that I was able to bring you some truth, come to the light, Caroline, yeah, let me go ahead and permanently remove you. Y'all say bye? Yeah, say bye to mattress. Yeah, say bye to mattress. Yeah. Yeah, go to the White House and ask him to play with your pickle. Yeah, tell him you like pickle juice. Yeah, you like some good old warm pickle juice. Yeah, it'll light his eyes up. That reptilian eye. Yeah. Yeah, did y'all forget about the reptilian eye with the limo driver? Yeah, I don't know what that was about. Yeah. Don't come over here deflecting Talking about somebody probably G-A-Y when the man who asked you eating is definitely
Obama did, which
G-A-Y.
says, I'd rather our guys die and not have an international incident than to remove some of these rules of engagement and go get it done.
Do you think, I'm sorry to jump here real quick.
I hope you hit the like button before I put you out.
Of the killed Ayatollah Khomeini, Mustafa, that solves anything, or is there just somebody else that's always going to be in line like we saw?
I don't think it solves anything as far as the leadership of that country goes. I think it continues to put the signal out there. Because, I mean, there's a reason why, even if President Trump is fully committed to not sending ground troops, the reason why he won't just answer that question is Iran doesn't need to hear that.
Yeah,
that gives them information they don't need. So if the belief is no matter who they put up there, they're going to get killed until it's someone who will work with us, now you're playing some psychological warfare.
I just wonder who that person is who's going to work with us. Right?
Well, it remains to be seen. We're
Someone
gonna
not dead, I guess.
Yeah. Well put.
Look at her. Baby, don't these people know that we are primary? We prime, baby. And whatever we are, you are too. Your ass came from us. But you, woo, baby, when I tell you I need to move this slowly, yeah, you need to stop believing the whitewash, girl. You come from us. We don't come from you. So if we a Nick, you a Nick, too. You understand? Yeah. Whatever we are, you are. So it's returned to sender. You just on the pinker end of the 50 Shades of Brown. You're in that pinkish, tannish, you know. Yeah. But if we a Nick, you a Nick, too. So, yeah, so we gonna treat you like you family who done forgot where you came from. Or if you don't know, you finna know today. Let's go.
Hey, do something about it. Stop playing me before I beat your ass. Stop playing me before I beat the fuck out of you. Stop playing me before I beat the fuck out of you. Stop fucking playing me before I beat the fuck out of you. I'ma show your ass a nigga. You want me to show your ass a nigga? I'ma show your ass a nigga.
If whatever we are, you are too. Let's go.
Again, bitch. Yeah. Say it again. Yeah. Say it again. Yeah. Say it again. Cause you won't fucking look at her. Look at her. Don't scream that, bitch. Don't scream that, bitch. Call me another nigga. Right? Fucking dumbass hoe. Stop playing with me.
That was a good old.
I bet you don't play with nobody else, hoe. Call me another nigga. Nah, bitch. Call me another nigga. Look at her. Look at her. Call me another nigga. Call me another nigga. Call me another.
You gonna learn today. I don't know why they playing with us like we gonna go along with the program. Trump gonna run. You gonna get your ass whooped.
I used to play Little League Baseball there at a place called Cunningham Park. I used to play Little League Baseball there at a place called Cunningham Park. I was quite the baseball player, you wouldn't believe. But I said to my mother, Mom, she would be there, always there for me. She said, son, you could be a professional baseball player. I said, thanks, Mom. I said, why are those bars on the windows? Big building, big, powerful building. It loomed over the park, actually. She said, well, people that are very sick are in that building.
Baby.
It's called the mental institution. That was an insane.
Baby, your mama knew, didn't she? Your mama knew, baby. Your mama knew. She knew when you was a little boy that your ass was crazy.
Son, you could be a professional baseball player. I said, thanks, Mom. I said, why are those bars on the windows? Big building, big.
The like button.
Moved over the park, actually. She said, well, people that are very sick are in that building.
Oh.
It's called a mental institution.
Mama knows. Mama always knows.
Those bars on the windows. Big building.
Thank you, Mrs. Tom.
Powerful building. It loomed over the park, actually.
Oh, Mama knows. Well, yeah.
People that are very sick.
She said, Mama said, and you gonna be there one day. Well, yeah, that's why I would bring you to the park, you know, so that you could look out the window and you have memories of when I used to bring you to this park, because I knew that one day that your ass was going to be here. So look out the window and think about Mama when she used to get to the park and put a bottle in your mouth because she knew that you was going to be a fat little kid that was going to wind up in prison one day because you was crazy. Mama knows. Mama knows. Your mama knew, boy. She knew you was crazy. She said it before. And she said you shouldn't ever become a president. Dang it. No. Oh, there you go. What you say? When they shut it down, he got out. Let me see what y'all talking about. As she dropped him off. He got out when they shut it down. It was, oh, that hair is wild. Yeah. Mama knows. Mama knows. Yeah. Y'all know when they, Mama knows. When they cry. And yeah, Mama knows. What you say? You guys must not believe me. We are infiltrated. They are controlling everything. They own all the business. We know that, but they don't own God. They don't own God. We got out the matrix. Yeah, they don't own God. They think they God, but they don't. It's just a matter of time. Yeah, that's why all that business coming out. Oh, you are. Yeah, he not God, not looking like that. No, God had the darkest shade of brown, baby, and he was cute. Yeah, Jesus was fine. He didn't have no belly, looking like he was pregnant. But Mama knows. Mama knows.
My mother, Mom, she would be there, always there for me. She said, son, you could be a professional baseball player. I said, thanks, Mom. I said, why are those bars on the windows? Big building, big, powerful building. It loomed over the park, actually. She said, well, people that are very sick are in that building. It's called a mental institution. That was an insane asylum. I used to play Little League Baseball.
Hold on, y'all. I thought I would give y'all like
Sean Hannity
a
here.
laugh.
Hey, click here to subscribe.
I still don't remember what I came over here for. He's out, y'all.
Israel has attacked Iran. Godspeed to the world.
Israel.
I think this is bullshit. I think this war is for billionaires to get richer and for people like you and I to go and fight for their pockets. There's no real imminent threat that Iran is facing. Well, America,
Yeah, he was the guy that they
Iran.
broke his arm. Hold on. But he at the hospital. I meant to show y'all that yesterday. Hold on.
David took an oath to defend this country from enemies, foreign and domestic. David took an oath to defend this country from enemies, foreign and domestic, and we're facing domestic enemies right now. Our leaders are.
I talk about that all the time.
Unprovoked wars.
They don't put all type of stuff in there. It got what's his name? Epstein's DNA. This new cartel.
So
yeah, hit the like button. Support the platform.
Palestine is our strength. The Palestinians are suffering far worse than
Miss Tom said, put some of y'all comments on a super chat, a super sticker.
Unending strength. So here we are.
Free Palestine. Free Palestine. This world.
Baby, they came in strong, didn't they? Baby, when I tell you Barack Obama, he's so swank. He's so goddamn cool. Hey, Monty. Cool as hell. And y'all know, dang, I can't shut never mind. One of the people I brought up the other day in the military was at the funeral. I can't show y'all though. I can't show y'all. But yeah, they was most definitely there. Hold on. Let's see what else we got before I cut out. Let me see. What I got in my title. Hold on. Let me try this. Hold on. Let me get back over here. I gotta go get me something. Hold on.
But so it's the United States has a lot of allies in the Middle East. Some of them a little unsavory, right? Like Saudi Arabia, who, ironically enough, Saudi Arabia does all of the things that Republicans are now telling us that the Ayatollah was, of course, doing to people in Iran, which he was. But so is Saudi Arabia. Like, the Ayatollah was murdering dissidents. A couple summers ago, Saudi Arabia brought over 200 people into a arena, basically, and cut off their heads. The United States has a lot of allies in the Middle East. Some of them a little unsavory, right? Like Saudi Arabia, who, ironically enough, Saudi Arabia does all of the things that Republicans are now telling us that the Ayatollah was, of course, doing to people in Iran, which he was. But so is Saudi Arabia. Like, the Ayatollah was murdering dissidents. A couple summers ago, Saudi Arabia brought over 200 people into a arena, basically, and cut off their heads, most of whom their crime was tweeting negative things about the government. Okay? And we still walk around hand in hand, literally, with Mohammed bin Salman, acting like he is the greatest person on earth. But we also have allies like the United Arab Emirates, who, of course, have pumped billions of dollars into Donald Trump's crypto venture. And we have plenty of others as well. And right now, all of those allies in the Middle East, kind of like a lot of our allies in Europe, are pissed off at the Trump administration for attacking Iran. The reason is because Iran, as everybody knows, is lashing out violently against everyone that they think they can strike. As I've said repeatedly, we went over and we kicked the hornet's nest. Those hornets are now flying all around the Middle East, flying into Europe, stinging anyone and everyone that they can, because they are angry, they are terrified, they don't know what's going to happen, their backs are against the wall, so they're attacking everyone. And as CNN national security analyst David Sanger said this week, quote, 8 months ago, what were we discussing with UAE? With UAE, how many data centers we're going to build there, right? So the Iranian strategy at this point is not necessarily to go after U.S. bases, it's to go after the financial engines of these countries and say the price for sticking with the U.S. is high in public. They have been very supportive of the U.S. so far. In private, they have been raging, angry that they weren't consulted on the start of this war to begin with, right? Many of them didn't even know what the start date was going to be, so they feel like they are sort of collateral damage in President Trump's confrontation with the Iranians, which many of them don't think is timed right. So he actually said something there that was kind of a passing statement, but I think it's important because it kind of unravels a lot about what's happening, right? He said our allies in the Middle East, the ones that are so pissed off at Donald Trump right now, they didn't even know of the start date yet. They didn't know, they weren't told what date this was going to start. Which means this was not a spur-of-the-moment thing. Oh no, Iran's about to attack Israel. Now we've got to do a This was planned all along. For how long, we don't know. But all of these countries involved that, of course, had to immediately just act, oh God, we got to get it done. They had been planning this for a long time. And along those same lines, that means there was no reason not to confide in our allies, like, hey, you guys might want to bump up your defenses a little bit, be on guard, because we're going to do this, and they're going to get pissed, and they're going to start attacking you because, hey, we're safely, thousands of miles away. They're not going to come after us. But you guys, you're totally going to be screwed, so just be ready. They knew. They knew they were going to do this. Our allies over there, regardless of how horrible countries they may be, they have a right to be pissed off. But at the same time, they don't have a right to be pissed off. Y'all supported this. Y'all wanted this guy in the Oval Office. You've bribed him, you've enabled him, you've done whatever the hell you wanted to because you thought it would benefit you. Well, congratulations, allies in the Middle East. Welcome to the I never thought leopards would eat my face club. Thanks for watching, and if you are not already subscribed to the channel, please do so, and do not forget to like and comment and share widely among your friends.
Okay, before I go there,
pay attention and listen, because an Iranian professor explains exactly how Iran is going to win the United States. Look.
Iran will defeat the United States. Time will tell. And our drones that are being fired are very old drones. Our missiles that are being fired are very old missiles. They're very inexpensive. And Americans are using up very expensive air defense systems. The Iranians know exactly what they're doing. We haven't even begun using our latest technology, and most of Iran's underground bases have not even been used yet. They have not even been opened up for operation. The Iranians have been planning for this day ever since the invasion of Iraq. They knew that at some point the Epstein regime will go after Iran.
Pay attention and listen, because an Iranian...
Just so you know, y'all, I can't remember what I came over there for. I was coming for something. Oh, Lord. Hold on.
Iran's regional allies back Tehran's war machine as conflict intensifies, providing critical logistics and material support. Iranian cargo ships depart Chinese ports loaded with strategic materials essential for prolonged military operations. Will shocking chemicals transferred from Beijing enable Iran to ramp up domestic missile production capabilities rapidly? As Trump prepares ground troop deployments against Iran, Tehran
He's trying to kill off our military.
Response. Leveraging intelligence support from Russia, Iranian cargo ships
On
have departed
purpose.
a Chinese port amid West port. Iranian cargo ships critical logistics and material support. Iranian cargo ships depart Chinese ports loaded with strategic materials essential for Iran's regional allies back Tehran's war machine as conflict intensifies, providing critical logistics and material support. Iranian cargo ships depart Chinese ports loaded with strategic materials essential for prolonged military operations. Iran's regional allies back Tehran's war machine as conflict intensifies, providing critical logistics and material support. Iranian cargo ships depart Chinese ports loaded with strategic materials essential for prolonged military operations. Will shocking chemicals transferred from Beijing enable Iran to ramp up domestic missile production capabilities rapidly? As Trump prepares ground troop deployments against Iran, Tehran sharpens its defensive arsenal in response. Leveraging intelligence support from Russia, Iranian cargo ships have departed a Chinese port amid Western concerns over potential missile supply replenishments, as detailed by the Washington Post. The vessels Barzin and Shabdiz, tied to Iran's ballistic missile logistics network, are en route back to Iran with undisclosed cargoes essential for defense. Operated by the sanctioned Islamic Republic of Iran shipping lines, IRISL, these ships underscore enduring partnerships bolstering Iran's strategic resilience. The West has persistently alleged China facilitates transport of dual-use materials fueling Iran's missile and weapons development programs. Ship tracking data and satellite imagery confirm both docked at Gaulan port, loading cargo potentially vital for national security needs. Experts suspect the payload includes sodium perchlorate, a key chemical for manufacturing solid rocket fuel in ballistic missiles. These shipments could enable Iran to restore missile fuel reserves expended in measured responses during the current conflict phase. The cargo vessels now head toward Iran's Bandar Abbas and Chabahar ports near the Strait of Hormuz, optimizing logistics efficiency.
Putin giving up intelligence,
These ports serve as crucial hubs hosting Iranian naval facilities, streamlining military sustainment and operational continuity. Experts note China could have easily delayed or halted departures if intent on de-escalation, opting instead for pragmatic support.
China put a bag on his head. China coming for you.
Policy affirming solidarity.
And they messing with the oil and the water. Oil and water. Yeah, oil and water. You understand? Yeah. It has a domino effect.
Observers view Beijing's allowance as a calculated policy affirming solidarity with ally Iran against external pressures. Donald Trump has reportedly weighed limited boots on the ground deployments within Iran, favoring targeted precision over expansive campaigns, per NBC News. Multiple U.S. officials revealed to NBC Trump's interest in dispatching a modest number of elite troops for specialized roles. Talks emphasized special operations for strategic aims, eschewing full invasion while addressing high-priority vulnerabilities. Trump's concept reportedly prioritizes securing uranium assets alongside compelled cooperation on Iran's oil output infrastructure. Analysts advised the Washington Post that Karg Island, Iran's premier southern oil terminal, looms as a focal leverage point. Nearly 90% of Iran's oil exports transit this island's sophisticated facilities and storage arrays, anchoring economic strength. Dominating the island would yield Washington potent control over Iran's core economic engine, straining Tehran's fiscal defenses. However, stationing troops invites exposure to Iran's accurate munitions, where robust countermeasures await any incursion. Iran's chief diplomat has daringly urged Trump to commit forces inland,
radiating assurance in the homeland's led protections.
We need ground troops to secure the enriched uranium at the nuclear sites. To find out about
Maybe he lied and hedge pets.
It was a total
Tried to correct
obliteration.
him.
They haven't been able to get to it, and at some point maybe we will.
So you can see, the quality of our missiles, how much they are upgraded after the last war, because we learned lots of lessons, and we are prepared for any other eventuality, even a ground invasion.
So are y'all done? Y'all want some more? What we doing? I'm 2 hours. Am I 2 hours? 3 hours? Y'all, what we doing? T Sippers. I'm almost. I'm 2 hours and 41 minutes. What we doing? I mean, what did I see just a minute ago? I just saw something.
But so is Saudi
watching
Arabia,
and
like
listening.
the Ayatollah.
Meet EM Sense, a breakthrough in foot therapy that wraps around your foot and ankle like a therapeutic boot and attach.
Kristi Noem was first. Is Pam Bondi going to be next? Kristi Noem was first. Is Pam Bondi going to be next? The MAGA Republicans, they want Pam Bondi gone. Democrats want Pam Bondi gone. Although at the end of last week, Donald Trump was saying, Pam,
Thank you, Miss Tom. Thank
you're
you,
gonna be good, right?
Slinky.
For the next 3 years, Pam, you're going to be good. She's going to be good, isn't she?
The
He said it in
flowers
such like a
and
demeaning way. Literally said, like, she's going to be a good
the
one
dollar.
for the next 3 years. In other
Thank
words,
you.
you know why you're here, Pam. Don't do what Kristi Noem did. Now, Kristi Noem's fatal error was not the intentional and malicious conduct that she actually engaged in with ICE and Border Patrol, Gestapo, killing people in this country. What she did was say that Donald Trump supported an ad campaign, which Donald Trump did not like the ad campaign because it didn't feature Donald Trump. It featured Kristi Noem riding around on a horse. That's why Kristi Noem got fired, for no other reason, with all of the other atrocities that she committed. And it was a Republican Senator John Kennedy from Louisiana, who asked that line of question. That was the real reason Noem was fired. Well, now we get to Pam Bondi, and MAGA Republicans want Bondi gone, not because Bondi is truly covering up a child sex trafficking, which Bondi
Absolutely
is, but Bondi bungled the cover up so bad that she now made all of these MAGA Republicans look really bad. The cover up was not handled the right way. Bondi, remember, had those influencers hold up the binder, and then Bondi put out a memo with Cash Patel saying the investigation's done, nothing more to see here last year, and then the momentum.
Or he already done expired and they got a reptilian in
because
there.
We all knew the Trump regime was covering up a child sex trafficking ring, but also Bondi's sloppiness pointed actually directly at Donald Trump's conduct. Far from hiding it, when Bondi would produce things, you would see that there would be missing Bates numbers as the markings on the bottom right of those documents you see, Epstein Transparency Act 00, whatever it is, and you'd be like, why are those missing? And then investigative journalists, also the Midas Touch Network, we look at it, we go, oh, wait a minute, there's that witness. Oh, that witness mentioned Trump. So you're hiding these documents, you're hiding these records. And so on this end of the last week, we learned some very serious documents being withheld. So after the Trump regime was called out, finally, the FBI releases interviews with a woman who alleges Donald Trump sexually assaulted her when she was a minor. A DOJ source told the Miami Herald and Julie K. Brown that agents found her to be credible and that they would not have interviewed her 4 times if they thought that she was lying. So, Pam Bondi, you're not doing the cover-up the way you were supposed to do for Donald Trump. MAGA Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace, she was actually, I'm not a Nancy Mace fan, let me be very clear, but she was very instrumental in forcing Pam Bondi to be subpoenaed by the House Oversight Committee, which took place at the end of last week. Nancy Mace said the following: breaking. We're moving to subpoena U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi. AG Pam Bondi claims the DOJ has released all of the Epstein files. The record is clear. They have not. The Epstein case is one of the greatest cover-ups in American history. His global sex trafficking network is larger than what is being revealed. 3 million documents have been released, and we still don't have the full truth. Videos are missing, audio is missing, logs are missing. There are millions of documents out there. We want to know why the DOJ is more focused on shielding the powerful than delivering justice. The American people deserve answers. Victims deserve justice. Hold the line. She also then wrote, our motion to subpoena Attorney General Pam Bondi before the Oversight Committee passed. The American people want answers on the Epstein files, and so do we. It's worth noting, too, when you think about it, I think it's almost undisputed, as bad as Kristi Noem's testimony was on the Hill last week, 2 or 3 weeks ago when Bondi testified about the Dow going over 50,000 and her weird combativeness. It wasn't even like slick. It was like odd, and people are like, there's something like seriously wrong. Like, what the hell are you doing? When people was giving that testimony, like Bondi's testimony was worse than Noem's. But Trump loved Bondi's testimony because when she was asked about Donald Trump and his connections to the Epstein files, she would say, oh, you mean the Dow is 50,000? And Trump's like, yeah, that's exactly what I want. But that's making MAGA Republicans also look foolish to their own constituents. So they're like, again. But this time, just on Epstein, just in front of the Oversight Committee, where we're going to go through these issues one by one. Ted Lieu posted, Attorney General Bondi lied under oath in our hearing. She stated there's no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. DOJ just posted 3 FBI interviews related to sexual assault allegations against Trump. That's evidence. Representative Goldman and I have requested a special counsel to investigate. And then at the end of last week, the Justice Department posted online those 3 FBI interviews related to sexual assault allegations against Trump that had been missing from the massive trove of Epstein files released by the DOJ. Trump's consistently denied any wrongdoing with Epstein, said he was never on the plane, never barely even knew him. And here's the thing. Trump says, I barely knew the guy, and I was never on the plane, and then says the allegations are false. We know he was on the plane. We know he was close to Epstein. So it just makes you say, well, if you're lying about those 2 things, we're supposed to trust you and say the allegations aren't true? What are you talking about?
He says she
covering up all of this right now. And you should all read the Miami Herald report on this because it goes into detail about these allegations with this individual who said that when she was a little child, Donald Trump, during these allegations, again, they're allegations of sexual assault, let me teach you how little girls are supposed to be. She recalled Donald Trump saying, according to an FBI report, she said he unzipped his pants and forced her head to his penis. She said she immediately bit him and Trump struck her, the report said. She told FBI agents that she bit him because he disgusted.
Oh, before I forget, while I'm looking at it, this is one of them guys, them January 6 riders. This one right here. And he got on orange. Orange is the new pale pink tan. Yeah. So one of those rioters that Trump pardoned cries while getting life sentence for Oleston, Chester, the Olester. Yeah. Life, Auntie. Yeah, life. Yeah, he done already been pardoned. Yeah, so you lead me to believe that you still working for Trump, grabbing and fooling with kids. Yep. I told you I'll be sitting on stuff waiting for y'all to act right with the likes and the support, because I got the tea. You understand? Yep. He one of them riders. A lot of them been rearrested. Oh yeah, he know it. He know that ass is grass. That ass is grass. Yeah. Let's go. No pedos. No pedos. Let's go.
The allegations aren't true? What are you talking about? You seem to be covering up all of this right now. And you should all read the Miami Herald report on this because it goes into detail about these allegations with this individual who said that when she was a little child, Donald Trump, during these allegations, again, they're allegations of sexual assault. Let me teach you how little girls are supposed to be. She recalled Donald Trump saying, according to an FBI report, she said he unzipped his pants and forced her head to his penis. She said she immediately bit him and Trump struck her, the report said. She told FBI agents that she bit him because he disgusted her. In the third interview, she told agents she wanted to clarify how Trump reacted to her biting him, explaining that Trump pulled her hair and punched her on the side of her head. And here's the thing. The DOJ covered this up. It wasn't until Bondi was subpoenaed and people identified this. Roger Sullenberger did a great job identifying it. PBS did a great job. And then they produce this and it's like, okay, if you're claiming that this was not true, why were you hiding it so much until Bondi gets subpoenaed? Why would you say that these things weren't in the files to begin with? Why wouldn't you say it? Let's bring in Harry Littman from the Talking Feds YouTube channel, Substack, and podcast. Subscribe to all. Harry, let's talk about this. Bondi, what do you think is going to happen? The question is, will she now try to claim some sort of privilege? Is she going to fight it? Is she going to show up? And is she going to do the Dow is, 47,000 now?
Right. You really put your finger on it because she is in a spot and she is in hot water all the way around. So, and man, oh man, does she have some splaining to do. So even leaving aside the question of her intent, the bungling by DOJ, if you want to call it that, that is the very least it is. Every single time some news agency goes and scratches the surface, they find more and more. These three FBI 302s, which everyone's understood from the start. This is the real coin of the realm, the things we really want to see. And then just somehow they were not produced, and it's only by happenstance that NPR and CNN finds it. And then it's, oops, we thought they were duplicates. The dates are different. Every single word on it is different. It would take a quarter second to figure this out. And this is multiplied by many, many times. Since then, we've had the Wall Street Journal do more of a deep dive and found there are 40,000 plus documents missing. And as you say, this is Pam Bondi who'd been saying, we're all done here, everyone move along. And then they come out the next day and, oops, I guess there are 47,000 documents missing. We'll be right on it. They were supposed to produce everything. Remember December 19th? That was when they put out a sheaf of 100 documents that would make you think everything has to do with Bill Clinton. They obviously know how to be selective. And then at every turn, it just seemed like these continual efforts just to try to shut it down. And who cares about the victims? But Epstein's not just his sex crime network, but his whole kind of relationship with the high and mighty everywhere. It's brought down people in Europe now, but still, Trump stays impervious to it. And Howard Letnick, who's in the cabinet, hasn't been forced to leave. The point number one is, even if she wasn't responsible, this level of bungling at this level of national prominence
trying
of an
to
issue,
find
that would normally be enough to
where
bring
he
someone
surrendered.
down. Point number 2, she's so damn unlikable. So every time she appears, she does the opposite of endearing herself. She now has real opposition among
a content creator
Republicans
said
in the
it, but
Congress. And
I
I
don't
think
listen to them. So
the people, you know, she's like got this nails
Let
on
me see.
chalkboard quality that every time she steps forward as the face of this, and I'll now get to this third point, cover up. At least that's what Ted Lieu and others have very strong basis to allege. And her response to it is always both silly and nasty. It's a hell of a combination. 47,000 or 50,000 with the Dow delivered in this stripping, sarcastic, antagonistic manner. Now, that's before you even get to her intent. And when it comes to that, she's got a lot of explaining to do. As you said, this is the same woman who a year ago, a little more than a year ago, talked about all the files
you got
on
some
her
explaining
desk.
to do.
We know that she is in the tank and her focus is how to protect Trump. We also know, by the way, just to amplify my first point, she is not, there's no love lost for her at the White House, and this has been the issue that comes around and around and around, and they can't get rid of, in large part because of the incompetence. Now everyone's looking very closely at these 3 documents that were just released. She has very few remaining defenders in Washington, and the knives are out for her. So just a final point. So what happens now? She may try, but she can't do this unless the White House backs her, to just say, no, I'm not coming. Why? Basically, try to make me. And that would be quite the standoff. Typically, that would be a contempt motion, which would fall to where? The Department of Justice. So you know she would skate, but it might be such a political, cyclone. So we'll see. That's what I'm looking for. Notice, she was subpoenaed more than a day ago, and we haven't had a peep yet. She is very soon going to have to indicate that she's fighting or she's showing up, and her future in the cabinet may turn on it.
Harry Littman runs the Talking Feds Substack, Talking Feds podcast, and Talking Feds YouTube.
Hold on. Let me hear this.
Epstein files, and by the way, the same administration. I think we all knew Jeffrey Epstein's suicide was fishy as hell. Well, more information is breaking, and Julie K. Brown of the Miami Herald has been at the epicenter of all breaking news regarding Jeffrey Epstein. And the plot is thickening. Pop this up, Seth. New York Post says prison guard Googled Jeffrey Epstein minutes. I think we all knew Jeffrey Epstein's suicide was fishy as hell. Well, more information is breaking, and Julie K. Brown of the Miami Herald has been at the epicenter of all breaking news regarding Jeffrey Epstein.
Somebody
and
said
the plot
that
is thickening.
was
Pop this up,
a
Seth.
rumor.
New York Post says prison guard Googled Jeffrey Epstein minutes before his body was found and deposited thousands days before pedophile's suicide. The New York Post got this information from Julie K. Brown's article, and she says, adding, there are also a lot of monthly, quote, quick Zelle cash payments to this woman's bank account during this time span. And I want to remind everybody, the President of the United States during Jeffrey Epstein's quote unquote suicide was one Donald J. Trump. The same Donald J. Trump whose DOJ is doing everything in their power to prevent the full release of the Epstein files. And by the way, the same administration that started a war in Iran to divert the attention away from this horrific child rape sex ring. And they're already removing tens of thousands of pages that have been released. And so this is just an incredibly interesting development. I think we all had our suspicions that this was not suicide. All of those are involved in the case from the very beginning. Julie K. Brown and others, nobody ever bought that it was a suicide. And now we have prison guards that are receiving thousands of dollars via Zelle around the time of his death. I encourage everybody to go to the Miami Herald and read this article. Moving along. In the United States, we have an incompetent, dementia-ridden president that is ruled by sociopathic and psychopathic oligarchs. And now the MAGA movement, the anti-war, we're pro-peace, no more wars in the Middle East, the man who tortured everybody for over a year about the Nobel Peace Prize is
he lied and said that God told him he be lying
at the behest of
maybe
war
he
criminal
think Bibi Netanyahu was
Benjamin
God.
Netanyahu. And these arrogant fascists, Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, have the audacity to tell the Iranians, we're coming here to liberate you. Here's the thing about neocons. They never liberate anybody. It's always about enriching themselves and their partners. You know, the military-industrial complex, etc. These are scenes from Tehran from yesterday. Pop this up. These are just apocalyptic scenes. I want to remind everybody that Tehran is a city of 10 million people, and the Israelis and the Americans promised they would come and liberate them. And now they're attacking oil refinery plants. They're attacking Americans promised they would come and liberate them. And now they're attacking oil refinery plants. They're attacking water scenes. I want to remind everybody that Tehran is a city of 10 million people, and the Israelis and the Americans promised they would come and liberate them. And now they're attacking oil refinery plants. They're attacking water sources. They are bombing civilian areas. It turns out neocons are never, ever the liberators. Neocons are liars. I showed up to the White House. And to remind everybody, Condoleezza Rice is one of the pathological liars from the George W. Bush administration, a neocon extraordinaire that said when she lied about Iraq having WMDs, that the proof could be a mushroom cloud. See chum in the water about war, and they race to get in the middle of it. And these neocons, I mean, imagine Iraq, 1 million lives lost, Iraqis, thousands of Americans lost. And now she's chomping at the bit to get knee deep in the middle of a dictator, dementia-ridden fascist to assist in the indiscriminate bombing of Iran. We cannot win this war. Air raids have a 0% win rate of winning wars. So then what are they going to do? They're going to put boots on the ground. And then you're going to have Americans die while Trump, Condoleezza Rice, and all their buddies make hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. And then they have the audacity to tell the American people, sorry, we can't afford health care. Oh, there's no way we could raise the minimum wage. It is the hypocrisy. The Band-Aid is so off of this thing, and the American public is angrier than ever. And it's time that we keep the Democratic Party to launch a resistance. And here's the thing. The number one thing we need to be doing is applying pressure to progressive senators in the Senate. I'm talking about Elizabeth Warren, Chris Van Hollen, and others, because Chuck Schumer is completely compromised. Democratic minority leader is a fascist collaborator. Israel first has no interest whatsoever than doing anything other than a performative, strongly worded letter because he services Israel first. Listen to this clip.
But I have many majority leaders, the first Jewish majority leader
This is how they plan us.
And one is to fight for aid to Israel.
This is how they
all
plan
the aid
us.
that Israel needs. I will continue to fight for
$50,000 just to
we
hit a
deliver
rubber
more
blow up.
security assistance to Israel, our ally, under my leadership than ever before. We will keep doing
And China
that, everybody.
is reportedly providing
I've played
hypersonic
this for you all before, and I think it's important to play again right now because historians often point out that liberals collaborate with fascists. Why do they do that? They do that to uphold the corporate system. So this is a prime case where you have a paid, controlled opposition in Chuck Schumer. He never mentions that the leader of Israel is a war criminal, a fascist, a unsatiated carpet bomber. The thing about giving aid to Israel, if we could write them one check for $1 billion and it would fix it, I think that his AIPAC lobbyists are opting him in to do, controlling him to do. Chuck Schumer has to go. This is a moment in history where we have to have a robust opposition to this. Giving money to Israel means now they feel so safe because of this blank check. They've dog-walked Donald Trump into bombing Iran. They're bombing Lebanon. Now there's talks, Turkey's next. Benjamin Netanyahu is a maniacal, homicidal killer. He will never be satiated. He is a fascist. He does not see Arabs as human beings. We cannot fund this. It is a ruse and a lie that they are promoting democracy. We have to have an opposition party.
Look at that.
Schumer must go. And on the other side, okay, so that's
absolutely
what the left is
treason.
Saying. Give Benjamin Netanyahu as much money as he needs. We're going to make sure Israel has everything they need. American people, not so much. We really can't afford that. But all these bombs for Israel, yeah, sure, we can afford that. And on the other side, you have the Christian nationalists. And there's this guy named Matt Schlapp. And he is a CPAC conservative. And this is what Christian values on the right wing, the white evangelical Christian values are. Pop up this post. CPAC head says Iranian schoolgirls are better off dead than in a burqa. Leading Republicans don't seem to care about the bombing of girls' school in Iran. And this is from the New Republic. Matt Schlapp. He would rather see dead girls than girls in a burqa. All right, well, let's just do like one little Google search into Matt Schlapp. Just one. Pop this up. Max Blumenthal says, appropriate that Matt Schlapp, ultra-conservative CPAC head and Trump ally who defends bombing school kids in Iran, is also a serial molester of young men. The Epstein class is not some glib insult. It's the perfect catch-all for a ruling caste of death-worshiping perverts. And Max Blumenthal hits on something that I've been saying for a very long time. Right-wing Christianity is a death cult. It is a death cult. And let me read that article real quick, Seth. So Schlapp faces allegations that he sexually assaulted a man in early February 2025, the fourth reported incident of this nature in 8, for a ruling caste of death-worshiping perverts. And Max Blumenthal hits on something that I've been saying for a very long time. Right-wing Christianity is a death cult. It is a death cult. And let me read that serial molester of young men. The Epstein class is not some glib.
Shout out to Sasha Riley.
Pop this up. Max Blumenthal says, appropriate that Matt Schlapp, ultra-conservative CPAC head and Trump ally who defends bombing school kids in Iran, is also a serial molester of young men. The Epstein class is not some glib insult. It's the perfect catch-all for a ruling caste
Jim Short
of
Johnson
worshiping perverts. And Max Blumenthal hits on something that I've been saying for a very long time. Right-wing Christianity is a death cult.
I'm not going to keep begging for people to support the platform.
And let me read that article real quick, Seth. So Schlapp faces allegations that he sexually assaulted a man in early February 2025, the fourth reported incident
2025
of this nature in 8 years.
2025?
So, Matt Schlapp, CPAC, article real quick, Seth. So Schlapp faces allegations that he sexually assaulted a man in early February 2025, the fourth reported incident of this nature in 8 years. So Matt Schlapp, CPAC, and in early February 2025, the fourth reported incident of this.
A little over a year ago. These are the people. Don't come, listen. Don't come over here with no pom-poms, cheerleading for no pedos. PDFers. I'm going to tell you that now.
Nature in 8 years. So, Matt Schlapp, CPAC, MAGA, death cult. They don't care that little kids were killed, but then they want to weaponize and use their Christian faith and say, oh, we're fighting a holy war. And I just think it's safe to say, without being hyperbolic at all, that MAGA is now a pedophilic death cult that embraces death and that embraces sexual assault. Yeah. All roads lead to this. Every single road with MAGA leads to some form of sexual depravity combined with death. And the fact that Chuck Schumer, our opposition leader, wants to continue to funnel money to Israel, who is killing little kids, who killed a bunch of little kids in Gaza. Now we've got the Americans bombing. They determined this is an American bomb that bombed these schools. They're bombing infrastructure. And then have the arrogance to just look people in the face and lie and say, oh, we're coming to rescue you. No, they're not. They're not. They don't give a shit if you live or die. They're coming to protect their pedophile president and fascist warmonger Benjamin.
Hold on. Now they're needing unvaxxed blood is in high demand. Let me hear this. I know it is.
People with blood transfusions are asking for clean blood. Clean blood. You guys see this? Unvaccinated blood is now in very high demand. And what they're asking for is people with blood transfusions are asking for clean blood. Clean blood being unvaccinated blood. People are going to the doctors, and when they're doing blood transfusions and all these things, it's a high demand requesting the unvaccinated blood. They want clean blood. Who wouldn't? We were calling this during the pandemic that this was eventually going to be the case. So our unvaccinated blood, right, pure.
تعالوا هوديكم جزيرة فلسطين وأوريكم حاجة هناك.
Where was I at? They want our unvaccinated blood.
And then somebody who had played a very integral part in pitching this entire thing to Donald Trump is alleged heterosexual Lindsey Graham. And we all know Lady Graham is a senator from South Carolina, yet he goes to Israel like twice a month. How this helps people in South Carolina, it doesn't.
Lord, if that happened, oh my God. Bystander of a U.S. fighter jet crashed in Kuwait highway. And they still talking about 6. Is that a fighter jet? Hit nothing. hitting nothing. He better surrender. He better surrender. He better surrender.
Article real quick, Seth. So Schlapp faces allegations that he sexually assaulted a man in early February 2025, the fourth reported incident of this nature in 8 years. So Matt Schlapp, CPAC, MAGA, death cult, they don't care that little kids were killed, but then they want to weaponize and use their Christian faith and say, oh, we're fighting a holy war. And I just think it's safe to say, without being hyperbolic at all, that MAGA is now a pedophilic death cult that embraces death and that embraces sexual assault. All roads lead to this. Every single road with MAGA leads to some form of sexual depravity combined with death. And the fact that Chuck Schumer, our opposition leader, wants to continue to funnel money to Israel, who is killing little kids, who killed.
Do we believe? I mean, yeah. Do we want to tap in to? Do we want to? So they feed them humans? Are they feeding them humans? Do we want to tap into look at her head. Fourth report, that means there is plenty unreported. Oh, absolutely, Miss Time. Do we want to get into that Antarctic find? Oh, I know this. I know this is a lie. Oh no, I don't believe that.
All right, 3, 2, 1. So we started screaming. It started from me.
They're evacuating Kansas City Airport. We were at the gate. They just told us everybody has to leave. Yeah. Going to A. They're evacuating Kansas City Airport. We were at the gate. They just told us everybody has to leave. Yeah. Going to A.
So they are getting the bomb threats in the U.S. or are they getting
just told us everybody has to leave
in the U.S.?
Yeah. Going to A. They're evacuating Kansas City Airport. We were at the gate. They just told us everybody has to leave.
Oh wow! This is the first one in the U.S. that.
They're evacuating Kansas City Airport. We were at the gate. They just told us everybody has to leave.
Oh, y'all.
Going to A.
Thank you, Joe.
They're evacuating Kansas City Airport. We were at the gate. They just told us everybody has to leave.
And they're not telling us these evacuations are in the U.S.
Going to A. They're evacuating Kansas City Airport.
Wow.
We were at the gate. They just told us everybody has to leave.
Is this the first U.S. airport?
Yeah. Going to A.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Where's E? Dang, I thought I had Wow. Hey, Kane Life. Oh, wow. I wasn't expecting that, y'all.
We were at the gate. They just told us everybody has to leave. Yeah. Going to A. They're evacuating Kansas City Airport. We were at the gate. They just told us everybody has to leave.
A bunch of little kids in Gaza. Now we've got the Americans bombing. They determined this is an American bomb that bombed these schools. They're bombing infrastructure. And then have the arrogance to just look people in the face and lie and say, oh, we're coming to rescue you. No, they're not. They're not. They don't give a shit if you live or die. They're coming to protect their pedophile president and fascist warmonger Benjamin Netanyahu. And then somebody who had played a very integral part in pitching this entire thing.
I hate that I can't keep this a secret. I canceled all my food delivery subscriptions and upgraded to Cook Unity, and it's totally transformed.
To Donald Trump is alleged heterosexual Lindsey Graham. And we all know Lady Graham is a senator from South Carolina, yet he goes to Israel like twice a month. How this helps people in South Carolina.
What is this? Wow. Wow. Yeah, this is why Bibi Netanyahu says anybody who is caught filming or giving any information is an automatic 5 years. So it's just said Iran retaliates. Tel Aviv has just became a ghost town. This was not our war. This was not our war.
It doesn't. Flat out, it doesn't.
I don't even remember what you were saying.
All the
Let
time.
me back this up
there has
a
been
little bit.
Conjecture that maybe their pedophile president and fascist warmonger Benjamin Netanyahu. And then somebody who had played a very integral part in pitching this entire thing to Donald Trump is alleged heterosexual Lindsey Graham. And we all know Lady Graham is a senator from South Carolina, yet he goes to Israel like twice a month. How this helps people in South Carolina, it doesn't. Flat out, it doesn't. He meets with Mossad agents all the time. There has been conjecture that maybe he himself is compromised by Mossad, and I don't think that's very hyperbolic to say. Pop this up, Seth. The Wall Street Journal, you guys, the Wall Street Journal has an article out today describing how Lindsey Graham plays toddler memory games with Trump and coaches Netanyahu on the things to say in order.
This is why he's needing boots on the ground. Oh, dang. I cut the volume down.
Is officially off. Why? The U.S. Navy was ready for a massive strategic strike until they got hit by a different kind of bomb. The mission against Iran is officially off. Why? The flagship aircraft carrier is currently flooded with sewage. A catastrophic toilet backup has crippled
He must have went on the boat and had a
$13 billion
shit.
warship. Forget hypersonic missiles. They were defeated by a clog on Deck 3. Commanders are saying the mission is now scrubbed, literally. Is this the most embarrassing military fail ever? Tell us below. The U.S. Navy was ready for a massive strategic strike
A boat full of
until they got hit by a different kind of bomb.
full of
The mission against Iran is officially off.
No, it ain't off. They not stopping. Let me try to get this.
Ooh. To get Trump to do some more war. Next slide. Lindsey Graham's quest to sell Trump on striking Iran. Few others in the president's ear argued for attack as effectively as the South Carolina senator. And then next up, this is crazy, you guys. As Lindsey Graham tried to sell Donald Trump on bombing Iran, he liked to play little word association game with the president. I say Franklin Roosevelt. What do you say? The Republican senator from South Carolina asked. The correct answer, you have nothing to fear but fear itself. As he ticked through memorable presidential phrases, Graham asked Trump what his phrase would be. Trump said he didn't know. And Graham recalled, keep protesting, help is on the way. Graham suggested, referring to Trump's social media post in January, urging Iranians to confront their government. And now let's just think about this. Number one, everybody knows Lindsey Graham is a flaming homosexual. All right, that's just very established, okay? I don't care that Lindsey Graham is gay. That doesn't mean anything to me. What I care about is that Lindsey Graham is a traitor who is compromised, who thinks that some people might not know about his sexuality. And the fact that they have, again, the arrogance and the diabolical manipulation to tell Iranians, keep protesting, we're coming to help you, without even acknowledging how they treat protesters in the United States. They shoot them. They shoot them. So to act like we have some sort of moral high ground or moral superiority over anybody is insane. And I would further say that Lindsey Graham's interest in Israel is so fishy that you cannot help but think that they have blackmail information on him regarding the aforementioned alleged heterosexuality, which we all know is homosexuality. So Lindsey Graham, a United States senator from South Carolina, is just straight up a traitor. I mean, he's just straight up a traitor. Nothing, none of these toddler memory games, none of this stuff helps people from South Carolina. And that's what's so diabolical about MAGA. They march in and Christian signal to their base, to their electorate. God wants us to do this. The end of times are coming. This is Jesus's war, blah, blah. And it's all bullshit. It's all 100% bullshit because they lie to their constituents. Their constituents are upset because they've done everything they were supposed to do. They got a job. They pay taxes. Yet their insurance claims get denied. If they even have insurance, they never get raises. They can never seem to get ahead. They can't ever seem to put one foot in front of the other. Why? Because their senator, Lindsey Graham, and all the other MAGA bigots, lying bigots, lie to them and scapegoat other people while they help oligarchs and maniacal murderers like Benjamin Netanyahu get power or get money. And that's as simple as it is. And if we had an opposition leader like Chuck Schumer that wasn't compromised, who wasn't every bit as compromised as Lindsey Graham, he could say that. And all you need to know about Chuck Schumer is how little MAGA hates him. That's how ineffective he is. There's zero hatred for the opposition leader. Like, think about how you feel, listener and viewer. Think about how you feel.
Okay, y'all finna get out of here because my phone is sticking and I need to charge. I'm going to be back a little later, but before we go, I'm going to tell you, they not playing. So, China executes 3 convicted child offenders in public as an example of zero tolerance. Zero tolerance. They took him out their misery in public. In public. A harsh message about consequences. Oh, consequences. China Supreme People's Court confirmed that 3 men convicted of minors were country highest courts upheld the death sentence. Shout out to them. There we go. Yeah, I'll be back later. They do need to follow suit. Oh, let me let her finish. I'm sorry.
Feel about Donald Trump. How you feel about
I think
Stephen
he needs to
Miller.
go to China.
How
I
you
think
feel
China
about
needs to
J.D.
capture
Vance.
him and handle
Hates
him.
That's how ineffective he is. There's zero hatred for the opposition leader. Like, think about how you feel, listener and viewer. Think about how you feel about Donald Trump. How you feel about Stephen
I feel
Miller.
he needs to
How
go.
you
I think they
feel
all need to go
about
to
J.D.
China.
Vance. It's intense because they're effective in their evil plays against our country. They are effective. Chuck Schumer, do you think that the other side is scared of him? Do you think they think he's effective? Do you think they think he's going to do anything? No. He is every bit right where Lindsey Graham is. He wants to make sure Benjamin Netanyahu gets billions upon billions of dollars to kill Iranian schoolgirls because, hey, that's better than them wearing a burqa. It's just, it's so disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting that we do not have an opposition party. And I'm going to leave you all with this. We know of 6 U.S. service members that have been killed in Iran.
It's more than that.
And, you know, usually, like, if something like this happened and there was a Democratic president, the outrage justifiably would be a lot more than it is now. But as we often see, Trump and MAGA operate with a disgusting set of impunity that we'll have to atone for a very long time. But the bodies came back to the United States, and Trump showed up and in a white ball cap. And it was all over the internet yesterday that this is so disrespectful, blah, blah. Fox knows it's disrespectful. Fox knows because they lost their shit over Barack Obama wearing a tan suit. They know about optics. They know about what the president's supposed to wear, how he's supposed to behave. So what do? They lie to their viewers. They lie and cover it up, and they use footage from another event with Trump without his ball cap on. Pop this up. So my girl decoding Fox News, I love this woman. Follow her on everything. She does incredible work breaking down Fox News propaganda. And she posts, I'm so glad this is getting more coverage. Fox erased fallen soldiers to make Trump look better. I guess all coffins are the same on Fox. They just made it so much worse. It's incredibly disgraceful to the service people who died to replace the footage.
Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary Lady Usha Vance attending a dignified transfer.
Okay, so pause it right there. Okay, so this is such great work. At the top, yesterday, that's where he was with the white ball cap.
Oh,
right?
yeah, we done already heard
and
that.
And then below, they play the footage.
Okay, yeah, I'll be back later.
About people dying in this war. But the fact that Fox News provided that kind of cover for him,
fake news.
They know their audience, Trump's base, cares about this stuff immensely. Otherwise, why go find the old archived footage? And it's because the whole MAGA regime is propped up entirely on propaganda. And in this propaganda, the American public, the people who pay the most in taxes, get lied to by the very news channels that they enrich. They get lied to by their senators They
Yeah,
get
but see,
lied
they
to by
gonna
their
let us know they
congresspeople.
took him
They get
out.
lied to by their government.
They gonna let us know.
And here
See,
we
they'll
are
show.
again,
And Trump a
entangled
lie.
in a
See,
war in
nobody
the Middle East that
told us about
no
Biden,
doubt will lead to
but they
many
gonna
more
tell us
civilian
about Trump.
deaths on both sides. And all of this to cover up for the fact that the President of the United States, it more and more, in my opinion, looks like under his DOJ, killed Jeffrey Epstein to cover up the fact that the President of the United States is ankles deep in the middle of a pedophile ring. If this were a movie in Hollywood 10 years ago, we would have thought, that's crazy. And it was a great movie, but it was so unbelievable. We're living it. We're absolutely living it. All right, that's all I have. Please like
Okay,
and
y'all, I'll
subscribe
be
to
back.
our channel. And if you can, try to go out and...
Yeah, hold on. I gotta go. I gotta charge this phone up. I gotta get some more juice. Well, how long I been? 3 hours and 37 minutes. Yeah, nah, I didn't get the support I should have gotten on this on this live. So I'ma holler. Maybe next time y'all do better. You're right, Janet. This is not our war. I'm seeing this now. Thank you for the Sunday, Denise.
Right now, detectives on the Upper East Side are examining a car that they believe could have additional explosive materials. Mayor Mamdani,
So
Governor
we're
Hochul
under alert.
have condemned the violence,
They
saying
messing
the
with
people
the US,
involved will
y'all.
be held accountable. We have team coverage on this developing story tonight. Chief Investigative Reporter
long ago
Jonathan
was
Deist
this?
is here in our studio. But first, News Force Ida Siegel, they're at the scene live on the Upper East Side with the latest. Ida.
59 minutes ago.
And
Let
Rana,
me
I'm
send
on
this to
East
Max.
End Avenue at 83rd Street, and I want to show you behind me here because it appears as though this crime scene is actually being torn down as we speak, but they had been focusing on a car that was parked between 81st
Hold on,
Street
y'all.
and 82nd Street.
I'm just letting people
Police are saying that what they found in that car was a suspicious
be aware
device.
of what's
They
going
don't yet
on
know if it is
in their
explosive,
city and
but
state.
for a while, the entire area surrounding that parked car had been frozen, and some of these buildings had to be evacuated as a precaution. East End Avenue shut down this evening as the NYPD bomb squad carries out a delicate search. Law enforcement sources say they are inspecting a car believed to be used by the two men arrested for carrying out what is being investigated as a possible terror attack at the Gracie Mansion protest yesterday. Investigators confirmed today that one of the suspicious smoking devices hurled at a group of far-right protesters was in fact an improvised explosive device. According to two sources familiar with the investigation, the device tested positive for TATP, a notoriously volatile and dangerous type of homemade explosive. They are now looking into whether a second device discovered at the protest was also explosive on a car that was parked between 81st Street and...
Right now, detectives on the Upper East Side are examining a car that they believe could have additional explosive materials. Mayor Mamdani, Governor Hochul have condemned the violence, saying the people involved will be held accountable. We have team coverage on this developing story tonight. Chief Investigative Reporter Jonathan Deist is here in our studio. But first, News Force Ida Siegel, they're at the scene live on the Upper East Side with the latest. Ida.
And Rana, I'm on East End Avenue at 83rd Street, and I want to show you behind me here because it appears as though this crime scene is actually being torn down as we speak, but they had been focusing on a car that was parked between 81st
What
Street
time
and
is it?
82nd
Probably
Street.
around
Police are saying
9:30.
that what they found in that car was a suspicious device. They don't yet know if it is explosive, but for a while, the entire area surrounding that parked car had been frozen, and some of these buildings had to be evacuated as a precaution. East End Avenue shut down this evening as the NYPD bomb squad carries out a delicate search. Law enforcement sources say they are inspecting a car believed to be used by the two men arrested for carrying out what is being investigated as a possible terror attack at the Gracie Mansion protest yesterday. Investigators confirmed today that one of the suspicious smoking devices hurled at a group of far-right protesters was in fact an improvised explosive device. According to two sources familiar with the investigation, the device tested positive for TATP, a notoriously volatile and dangerous type of homemade explosive. They are now looking into whether a second device discovered at the protest was also explosive in nature. And now a third suspicious device has been discovered in the front seat of the car the bomb squad has been searching. It will also undergo testing for explosive material. NBC contributor Terry Monahan laying out the kind of work investigators are doing at this stage.
Could have killed people out there. So now as the investigation moves forward, we're looking into their car that was left on the scene, any devices there. The FBI task force, along with NYPD detectives, will be going out to Pennsylvania to search their houses, talk to individuals, look at social media, see what's inspiring these individuals to conduct some sort of act like this.
Under arrest today are Emir Balat and Ibrahim Kayoumi. Police say they were part of a group of counter-protesters who gathered at Gracie Mansion to confront far right-wing personality Jake Lang, who was there to lead an anti-Islam protest. The two groups clashed and chaos ensued. Today, Mayor Zohran Mamdani condemned the hate-filled protest that brought chaos to the front steps of Gracie Mansion. But he also said what followed was even more disturbing. Violence at a protest is never acceptable. The attempt to use an explosive device and hurt others is not only criminal, it is reprehensible and the antithesis of who we are. Governor Hochul saying today there is no place for violence was even more disturbing. Violence at a protest is never acceptable. The attempt to use an explosive device and hurt others is not only criminal, it is reprehensible and the antithesis of who we are. Governor Hochul saying today there is no place for violence of any kind in our state, and those responsible for this cowardly act will be held accountable.
It happened in Houston Hobby too. Hold on, y'all. Let me cut it up. Houston Hobby Airport chaos. Missed flight. This is what's going down at the airports. Blame the shutdown. Oh, that, okay. Wow.
We are. Governor Hochul saying today there is no place for violence of any kind in our state, and those responsible for this cowardly act will be held accountable.
You have a protest with two contrary sides together. You know, it's problematic, but when you add in the idea of someone looking to do a terrorist attack, looking to not just maybe fight or throw eggs, but to literally try and kill people, kill police officers responding, that adds an element that we haven't seen in New York in a long time.
Again, police have now found 3 devices, only one of which confirmed explosive at this hour. Reporting live from the Upper East Side, Ida Siegel, News 4. New
Yeah,
York.
probably around
Ida, thank you for the latest on the scene
9:30.
there. For more on the investigation,
Oh, still.
we're going to bring in Chief Investigative Reporter Jonathan Dienst. Jonathan, walk us through what your sources are telling you about this investigation. Do they believe that this could be terror-related?
It certainly appears to be so. The 2 men accused of throwing the devices allegedly shouted pro-ISIS statements and were told when questioned they allegedly spoke
Pro-ISIS.
about becoming radicalized, becoming ISIS followers. Ibrahim Q accused of throwing the devices allegedly shouted pro-ISIS statements and were told when questioned they allegedly spoke about becoming radicalized, becoming ISIS followers. Ibrahim Qiyumi is 19. He allegedly told police and the FBI he hoped non-believers would die. He is a U.S. citizen and is believed to be self-radicalized. 18-year-old Amir Balat was confronted by a bystander at the scene who asked why he helped throw the device. Balat allegedly answered, for ISIS. The FBI and NYPD now believe this incident is terror-related. A question some are asking as well is involvement in the Middle East.
Right, a lot of people wondering that could this be connected in some way to Iran because of what is going on in the Middle East? What are you learning?
Right, our preliminary assessment from investigators, what they're telling us is that this incident is not related to the war in Iran. These 2 men allegedly drove to Manhattan to try to confront the right-wing protesters who were gathering outside Gracie Mansion. And as Ida said, Mayor Mamdani said those protesters were preaching hate-filled and anti-Muslim rhetoric. The 2 men appear to be self-radicalized. They are alleged followers of ISIS. That is an extreme Sunni Muslim terror movement. Iran's clerical regime is headed by Shiite extremists. So an extremist attack on so-called disbelievers, that's the leading theory, not an attack related to Iran.
Okay, Jonathan, and these suspects, we are hearing they crossed state lines. They came from Pennsylvania. There's an active search warrant and an investigation going on at their homes right now.
They radicalized.
Drove to Manhattan to try to confront the right-wing protesters who were gathering outside Gracie Mansion. And as Ida said, Mayor Mamdani said those protesters were preaching hate-filled and anti-Muslim rhetoric. The 2 men appear to be self-radicalized. They are alleged followers of ISIS. That is an extreme Sunni Muslim terror movement. Iran's clerical regime is headed by Shiite extremists. So an extremist attack on so-called disbelievers, that's the leading theory, not an attack related to Iran.
Okay, Jonathan, and these suspects, we are hearing they crossed state lines. They came from Pennsylvania. There's an active search warrant and an investigation going on at their homes right now in Pennsylvania. What do we know about that? What is happening right now?
Yeah, we're told the FBI and NYPD and other law enforcement will be searching. 1 man is...
Hey guys, this is breaking right now. Apparently, Kansas City International Airport is currently experiencing a major security incident. As of this afternoon, March 8th of 2026, around 1 to 5 p.m. local time based on real-time reporting. There's been multiple eyewitness accounts and breaking posts all over the internet right now. They're saying staff are being evacuated as well as passengers from concourses and terminals onto the tarmac or other areas. Sections of the airport, including parts of Terminal A and possibly others, have been cleared with people directed to specific locations. No vehicles allowed in drop-off zones and K-9 units visibly on scene all over the airport. The Kansas City Aviation Department confirmed that they are aware of the situation at KCI with airport police and FBI on site investigating a potential threat. Now, this has led to a partial or a full evacuation of affected areas, a ground stop, including no takeoffs or landings in progress, and suspension of normal operations in those sections. Travelers are currently being instructed to exit or relocate as directed, though details on a complete lockdown or full airport-wide closure vary from source to source. Now, there's no official statement as of what the threat is yet, and it's too early for confirmation of any type of resolution or all clear, but But as this thing develops, I'll keep you guys updated. Hey guys, this is breaking right now. Apparently, Kansas City International Airport is currently experiencing a major security incident as of this afternoon, March 8th of 2026, around 1 to 5 p.m. local time based on real-time reporting. There's been multiple eyewitness accounts and breaking posts all over the internet right now. They're saying staff are being evacuated as well as passengers from concourses and terminals onto the tarmac or other areas. Sections of the airport, including parts of Terminal A and possibly others, have been cleared with people directed to specific locations. No vehicles allowed in drop-off zones, and K-9 units visibly on scene all over the airport. The Kansas City Aviation Department confirmed that they are aware of the situation at KCI, with airport police, FBI on site investigating a potential threat. Now, this has led to a partial or a full evacuation of affected areas, a ground stop, including no takeoffs or landing progress, and suspension of normal operations in those sections. Travelers are currently being instructed to exit or relocate as directed, though details on a complete lockdown or full airport-wide closure vary from source to source. Now, there's no official statement as of what the threat is yet, and it's too early for confirmation of any type of resolution or all clear, but as this thing develops, I'll keep you guys updated. Hey guys, this is breaking right now.
Lord.
From Newton, Pennsylvania, the other from Langhorne, Pennsylvania. Searches expected of their homes and their electronic devices. An extreme Sunni Muslim terror movement. Iran's clerical regime is headed by Shiite extremists, so an extremist attack on so-called disbelievers. That's the leading theory, not an attack related to Iran.
Okay, Jonathan, and these suspects, we are hearing they crossed state lines. They came from Pennsylvania. There's an active search warrant and an investigation going on right now in Pennsylvania. What do we know about that? What is happening right now?
Oh, Lord. When was this? Oh, this is happening now, recently. Who said something about planes? Breaking news, U.S. is getting its own medicine on mainland. Iran missiles have, why did it go dark? Over Texas. Over Texas.
The leading theory, not an attack related to Iran.
Oh, it's out of
Jonathan, and these suspects, we are hearing they crossed state lines. They came from Pennsylvania. There's an active search warrant and an investigation going on at their homes right now in Pennsylvania. What do we know about that? What is happening right now?
Oh, he mad as Spain. He told Spain to sit the fuck down.
One man is from Newton, Pennsylvania. The other from Langhorne, Pennsylvania. Searches expected of their homes and their electronic devices. The FBI and NYPD are also speaking with relatives and neighbors as federal terror-related charges are expected to be filed rather sometime tomorrow.
We expect we'll learn some more about the investigation tomorrow. Jonathan, thank you so much for the latest.
Okay, I'm out of juice, y'all. Hold on, I'm trying to hear this. Where is she at? Oh, let me.
So like these people right here, they're in front of us.
So they threatening different airports. Where is this one at?
And you have to go all the way around and then go down the escalator and then stand in another line down there.
I need to get some juice. Hold on. Where is this at?
Like there is a distinction here that you got to go through.
Is she telling us what she...
I got to the airport at about 8:15, parked my car, and go live to
Hold on.
I love running my own business, but sometimes marketing...
So, I got to the airport at about 8:15, parked my car.
I'm trying to see what airport this is.
There is no distinction from customs
says, what's happening there? Aren't any workers around to answer questions? Security guards are giving instructions. But she not. This is gonna end up in a fight. No one is directing the line. NBC, what is WDS? WUSD 6.
So it looks like there is an extension here, but you gotta go through. So
oh wow.
I got to the airport.
That looks like New Orleans.
Parked my car.
Do y'all have a WDSU channel 6?
There is no. And this is the line. So after I check my bag over here at Southwest, you stand in a line, and the line generates all around here.
What?
They're in front of us.
DSU.
Once you check your bag, and you have to go all the way around, and then go down the escalator, and then
yeah, that's New Orleans.
Down there.
Yeah, WDSU 6. That's New Orleans.
So it looks like there is
yeah.
Here, but you gotta go through.
If you got people traveling, check on your people. This is New Orleans. We got some issues in Texas. I don't know what's going on. Kansas City. What else? New York. Hey, beauty. Yeah, I'll be back around 9:30.
So after I check my bag over here in Southwest,
we need to thank Trump for this chaos. This is all because of Trump.
Like these people right here, they're in front of us. This is the line here. Once you check your bag, and you have to go all the way around, and then go down the escalator, and then stand in the line down there.
He said, I got Air Force One, and Saudi gave me a whole jet. So I'm straight.
I love running my own business, but sometimes declaring a state of emergency.
Hold on. That's
declaring a state of emergency and instituting a travel ban starting at 9 p.m. this evening and ending at 12 p.m. tomorrow. This state of emergency closes the streets, highways.
Robert and Linda.
Hi, Mr. President.
Hi, Mr. President. How are you? Well, how are you both? Okay.
We're nervous.
We're very nervous. I know. You should be because your son is going to get the highest.
a Medal of Honor. Man, gone. What's CTL? Is CTL, where's CTL Airport? Is that still New Orleans? Charlotte. This is Charlotte. Oh, I can't. Charlotte going through the same stuff. This is Charlotte Airport. Charlotte.
You cannot even get through these lines. Like, it is unreal. Wow. Oh my goodness. I'm so thankful we got here and are leaving. This is Charlotte Airport right now.
Y'all, what in the hell is going on?
Crawling with people. I was going to go try to get some coffee, but you cannot even get through these lines. Like, it is unreal.
Let's hear this national security expert. Hold on.
Oh my goodness. So thankful.
Dang, I can't
There were
even go.
legal offices that existed for the sole function of protecting American citizens that found themselves at war, civil war, or a natural disaster.
A national security expert. What's going on, y'all?
It's Sunday, March 8, 2026. I'm Anthony Davis. Welcome to the Weekend Show, where we make the time to consider the news. You can support my work and independent journalism at patreon.com/5minutes. Our guest today is a professor at the Harvard Kennedy School. She's author of 6 books, including most recently The Devil Never Sleeps. She's a former senior appointee at both the DOJ and the DHS, and is a contributing writer at The Atlantic. Juliet KM, welcome back to the Weekend Show.
Thank you for having me.
I wish it was under better circumstances, Juliet, because as we speak, America is at war. The no new war president has turned on his heels. You would think he doesn't really care about his base or the opinion polls anymore, wouldn't you? But
he don't.
He's now
he know he in
asking
trouble
Iran
with
for
the Epstein
unconditional
files.
surrender to bring an end to the offensive launched just over a week ago as the US and Israel carried out some of their heaviest bombardments so far of the conflict. Do you think that this attack was instigated by Donald Trump?
Absolutely abnormal activity, and they're trying to not alarm people or cause too much of a panic. There is a terror alert going across America right now, specifically in Texas, and they're trying to cover it up in the best way they know how. Governor Greg Abbott has come out and said Texas Guard units are staging across the state to prepare for severe weather. Since when? Since when have we ever done that? But, all right, Texas Guard units are staging across Texas for severe weather.
Never.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. Also, heavy police presence in Earl Campbell Federal Building, downtown
No, I saw
Dallas.
that. Thank
I'm
you,
hearing
Shaz.
Texas is a big, big target. Down goes Texas, down goes America.
Shaz.
So what I'm hearing right now, and I have friends all over the place, folks, feeding me information, and they're saying, "No, this is not regular. This is absolutely abnormal activity, and they're trying to not alarm people or cause too much of a panic. There is a terror alert going across America right now, specifically in Texas, and they're trying to cover it up in the best way they know how. Governor Greg Abbott has come out and said Texas Guard units are staging across the state to prepare for severe weather. Since when? Since when have we ever done that? But, all right, Texas Guard units are staging across Texas for severe weather. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. Also, heavy police presence in Earl Campbell Federal Building, downtown Dallas. I'm hearing Texas is a big, big target. Down goes Texas, down goes America. So what I'm hearing right now, and I have friends all over the place, folks, feeding.
Let me hear some of this, y'all.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's the president of the United States. He did it. Like, I understand the sort of, Israel, and they wanted to do it, but I mean, he's a grown man, and whatever you think about his mental capacity, he is in charge of. He is our commander in chief, and he decided to go to a war that was not where no risk was imminent.
No risk.
With Israel, that certainly wanted this, nor a day one plan for what was likely to happen after. I do think not where no risk was imminent with Israel, that certainly wanted this, and then didn't appear to have either a day zero theory.
Kind of stepping in on behalf of other people, because we still don't really know, do we?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's the president of the United States. He did it. Like, I understand the sort of, Israel, and they wanted to do it, but I mean, he's a grown man, and whatever you think about his mental capacity, he is in charge of. He is our commander in chief, and he decided to go to a war that was not
where no risk was imminent with Israel that certainly wanted this, and then day one plan for what was likely to happen after. I do think, just going to that question though, like I do think there will be, and there have already started to be sort of like, you know, what was he being told by Jared Kushner and Witkoff, the two ambassador lights or whatever they are.
Real estate.
Yeah, real estate types who were negotiating with the Iranians up to a point. But I think
negotiating with Jared, they was negotiating. Yeah, they wanted the oil.
What was he being told by Jared Kushner and Witkoff, the two ambassador lights or whatever they are.
Real estate.
Yeah, real estate types who were negotiating with the Iranians up to a point. But I think all legitimate reporting has it that the president was pretty much decided on this several weeks ago, which makes the lack of the day after planning even more shocking. You know, we're seeing it mostly here in the United States with the issue of like, how do you strand your population without an exit strategy? But is also being felt across the board in the economy and supply chain, and obviously in the military effort itself. That is just clear that whoever told him that this was Venezuela, you know, in the Gulf, was wrong.
They lied
because I guess time will tell. And investigations will be done as to who instigated this war. And you're right, of course, it has Donald Trump's signature on it. It does not have Congress's signature on it, though, so that's really the first illegal move. And despite trying to kind of, you know, get a war powers vote in Congress and in the Senate, that hasn't really been successful either. Is it that Donald Trump thinks that because he has a majority in Congress and because the Speaker of the House is, you know, very much in the tank for him, that Congress is now irrelevant? Because, I mean, that is a wider question about American democracy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I tend to, like, you know, the legal stuff is important. The constitutional division of labor is important. But Congress has given the president every reason to believe that his assertion of unitary power is okay, right? So he's reading the tea leaves that Mike Johnson and the Senate leadership on the Republican side are giving him, and they gave it to him in two votes in the Senate, or one vote in the Senate, one vote in the House, in terms of trying to limit his ability to fight this war. They're playing around with what they're calling this, like, is it a war? Is it not a war? It's a war. Trump has said as much. Hegseth has said as much. It's a war. So we just accept that, and it's a war without. I mean, even this is the thing that was driving me crazy. Like, even an attempt to convince the American public. I mean, that is. Right. I mean, I'm not surprised at what the polling is and whatever, but like, not even a try. I mean, at least Bush and Cheney tried to delude us. I mean, maybe I'm happy that they tried to do that, but this was. I mean, and part of it was, you know, clearly, I think it is the echo chamber of that White House and the echo chamber of Israel and this sense that no one could possibly oppose the killing of the supreme leader, but also I think it is, you know, part of this is also that if you don't think through the consequences of something, then it seems fine, right? I mean, who wouldn't want that? You know, okay, you were going to kill the supreme leader, like that.
But that's the emotional blackmail, isn't it? You know, it's like, if you want the Ayatollah dead, then you got to agree to all this other stuff too.
Right.
But what we're seeing, and obviously the polling suggests the majority of Americans do not want this war.
Yeah.
And obviously the rest of the world does not want this war. Iran does not want this war. In fact, Iran wanted to go back to the Iran nuclear deal that was previously signed that Trump tore up. So the wider problem, I guess, though, is a trust issue, isn't it? Because if the president can take the country to war in cahoots with Benjamin Netanyahu in this case, which is a war that he's wanted for 40 years.
Yeah.
Does that mean that now in the US people are living under a dictatorship, that this kind of, fascism has taken hold and that the democracy is a thing of the past?
I think that's a little strong. I mean, obviously, we're all looking to November in terms of what does that mean, not just who wins, but also sort of the way to test the democracy is,
sure.
Are there relatively free and fair elections? I think that, and I do think the polling on this suggests that, and the panic we're starting to hear from the White House about the economy, about oil price, gas prices and stuff, is a sign that we have a government that's still responsive to public opinion, unlike the Iranians, right? Like it's just sort of, so that to me is a sign. I think a couple things on sort of, what were they thinking and sort of what, I mean, I think part of it is, I just think Trump doesn't care anymore. Like I think that he, whether there's going to be elections or not, everyone's worried about that. But I think that he creates a narrative about himself, and if you don't believe that narrative, you're stupid. And so 80% of the American public or 70% of the American public is stupid. And I think that is he just doesn't, or wrong, or right, and he just doesn't care at this stage. And I think you're seeing that in a variety of ways. He calls Dana Bash from CNN this morning. And it's like we're on to the next war. I mean, he's threatening Cuba. And so I think that strikes me as someone who is just throwing a lot of things at the wall. What I tell progressives, I know people who listen to you, I listen to you. What I tell progressives is, we always worry and rightfully so. But like, I would be more worried if this was popular. Like, the truth is that we have to wake up, those of us, and whether you're progressive or center or even a Republican who doesn't like what's going on, we have to wake up and every morning and remind ourselves he is wildly unpopular. Maybe not unpopular enough, and I hear people say that, but it is consistently 40% or below. I would be more worried for our democracy if he was at 70. I would. I mean, that would scare me, because then I would think, oh my God, we have a country that, and look, we have seen over the course of the year, lots of people acquiescing, the law firms, like lots of things being bent and broken and all, and DOJ that is essentially an arm of his political wrath and fury, right? But we've also seen pushback, and we've also seen them step down on a variety of things, which we're going to talk about later. For example, firing Kristi Noem. Like that is, to me, that's being responsive to something that they could no longer manage. In this, look, the death toll, you can't hide what's going on. And I think their attacks on the media right now are because the war started with a horrible miscalculation. I don't think we were aiming for it. A horrible miscalculation of a site that ended up being a schoolyard, which I think everyone now agrees, or a school that everyone now agrees was hit by the U.S. and not by Israel. We have.
That was 165 children killed.
Children
in that school.
And based on old data and old maps and AI and all the stuff that is just horrifying to think that if only a human had sort of stepped in and said, should I look at Google Maps? Maybe we could have saved those lives. And you have a reaction in the market, a reaction by our allies, a reaction by the Gulf countries, and obviously a reaction by Iran. I mean, if I were to describe, Trump's, sort of philosophy, is he never believes the other party has agency, and based on old data and old maps and AI, and
depending on AI
by the U.S. and not by Israel.
All data.
I don't think we were aiming for it. A horrible is, to me, that's being responsive to something that they could no longer manage. In this, look, the death toll, you can't hide what's going on. And I think their attacks on the media right now are because the war started with a horrible miscalculation. I don't think we were aiming for it. A horrible miscalculation of a site that ended up being a schoolyard, which I think everyone now agrees, or a school that everyone now agrees was hit by the U.S. and not by Israel. We have.
There was 165 children killed.
Children
in that school.
And based
and
on
47 daughters.
Data and old maps and AI.
Thank y'all for helping me reach the goal.
It's just horrifying to think that if only a human had sort of stepped in and said, "Should I look at Google Maps?" Maybe we could have saved those lives. And you have a
what did you say? I'm sorry. What did you say, naturally nice?
By our allies, a reaction by the Gulf countries, and obviously a reaction by Iran. I mean, if I were to describe, Trump's, sort of philosophy, is he never believes the other party has agency. Right? So those of us who know this world, and I, many years ago, I was against the Iraq War for the same reason. Countries have a capacity. They're thinking through their survivability too. And the idea that you would think that killing the supreme leader, and they didn't have, who's in his 80s anyway, and they didn't already have a succession plan, nor a plan to extract as much pain as they could, even with limited military capacity. Look, where have you been the last 40 years, right? I mean, it's like, oh my God, Iran, is reacting. It's
But isn't that based in Trump's racism and white supremacy?
Yeah.
I think
that he kind of sees any Muslim nations or non-white Christian nationalist nations as being secondary in terms of intelligence capability to the United States, and they're widely underestimating Iran, which was highly developed and
sophisticated.
Sophisticated. And if it wasn't for this kind of regime that has been in charge for 30 odd years, then it might be allowed to flourish more. But it doesn't stop them from being highly intelligent and efficient. And we're seeing that with them using these small $20,000 drones, which are absolutely pummeling these other nations. And in the meantime, we're using $2 million missiles that aren't really able to catch up with
out our THAAD.
They do nothing.
I mean, they're taking out. They're we've repositioned everything for the Middle East. So forget Europe and forget China. No, that's exactly right. And I think it comes from such a simplistic view that we can't seem to get out of our national blindfolds. I don't know what it is, or about interactions with the Middle East. I think part of that is because it is often narrated by Israel, who obviously has an agenda. Like the idea that Israel is who we would get information on about what's likely to happen in Iran. I mean, we know Netanyahu has wanted this war forever and would have forever war. So his narration of what's going to happen in Iran is already, we should already have known it was suspect. But we have lots of smart people in this country who've been studying that country. Lots of amazing assets in our
three
government.
letters, then skin?
We had essentially massive leaks from the Pentagon in the days leading up to saying the same exact thing. That a
Naturally, New Orleans
is not.
Is skin in the name?
This is not how it works, right? Because it is a sophisticated society with resiliency, and is now all we've done, from what I can tell, I mean, we've eviscerated a lot of their capacity. I look at the numbers, the drone strikes are less, all this stuff. But from what I can tell, we've now put in a 30-year younger, more conservative supreme leader, and we've killed his father and immediate family members.
Randall, naturally New Orleans.
We did the same thing in Venezuela.
Yeah, what's our strategy? Yeah, we
that's
killed
the irony of
people.
it.
Yeah. I mean, but and I think part of this narrative of like what
you have on a white shirt or a light blue shirt,
which is the total annihilation. That's what this was about. the different explanations are for the war are because the first explanation didn't hold, right? And it didn't hold pretty quickly. The military realized pretty quickly, oh my, their response isn't, we are going to have regime change from the ground, right?
Yeah.
It is, we are going to make this hurt. And in particular, we're going to make the Gulf nations feel this so hard, which is what's happening right now, that we want to break up whatever unity they had before the strike. And you're seeing that now. The Gulf states are...
It does seem that Trump had absolutely no idea, and nor did, the Department of War under Hegseth. I mean, the irony of the name
I sent you a
makes
request.
a whole lot of sense now, doesn't it? But they had no idea that Iran wouldn't just strike back at Israel, that it would actually then start striking back at U.S. bases right across the Middle East.
Right across, throughout the Gulf. I mean, I spent a lot of time in the Gulf. Throughout the Gulf, okay? But also our supply chain. Like, this is the thing that I literally, if you study supply chains like I do, because I look at them as their resiliency. Are they resilient?
Yeah. Well, it's all connected. Right?
We had a single point of failure. We already knew we had a single point of failure, which is, could you keep the Straits of Hormuz open or not? And if I sound more crazy, more energized than I normally do, it's because it drives me crazy when people do stupid things, but it's because the impact, now we're in day 6, the impact of it is going to start to be felt by Americans, but also by the Gulf. I know we're talking about oil, but the food supply, I mean, if you've been to the Gulf, I mean, it doesn't have any natural resources except for oil. The food supply, the water supply, all that stuff. I mean, people are going to suffer. And the Gulf states that have been handing the Trump and Kushner and all of them lots and lots of money and have been handing conservative businessmen all sorts of money through their various
contracts.
Contracts. Are now realizing, wait, they're not defending us.
So we now have Russia being allowed to sell its oil to India temporarily. I mean, this all looks good for Russia, doesn't it? I mean, they don't really have to get involved. They're just sitting back and
y'all please get a membership.
Fight it out. The US
get a membership, please. Subscribe and get a membership.
There are other things that keep the world turning that are being compromised because of the Strait of Hormuz. So, could you argue that actually this is just Trump doing Russia's bidding as well as Israel's bidding in the long run?
I would say that if you were going to be doing Russia's bidding, it would look like this. Right? I don't, once again, this is assuming a level of sophistication, but by Trump and his team.
He went to the highest bidder.
Third impacts, but if you wanted to do, if you allow Russia to sell oil to India, so, once again, it's like also humiliating to our allies, India, and you then know that Russia is sharing secrets with Tehran about where we are, because they have extensive intelligence apparatus as well, despite the war in Ukraine. It would look like this. It would look like this. And the other would be, of course, China. I mean, China has remained relatively quiet through this because it is literally, this is like, if you're China, you're like, I couldn't have asked for anything better.
So it's a gift to America's traditional adversaries,
and
which are increasingly becoming allies, and allies are increasingly becoming adversaries. I mean, just to talk for the UK for a moment, Keir Starmer is getting an awful lot of crap from members of Parliament about how he handled this, but it now turns out he didn't even know about it.
No.
The US did not tell the UK, its closest ally in kind of warfare, that they planned on striking Iran.
That's exactly right.
So he was several days behind the time.
What's the special relationship? No, and then Hegseth is mad that European nations are now either assisting, as France, as you see what's happening in Lebanon, as Israel takes this as an opportunity, as Netanyahu takes this as an opportunity to now wipe out Hezbollah in Lebanon, without regard for civilian loss again, and you're seeing a bunch of the European countries now saying, "Wait a second, you've been horrible, right? Like is it beyond horrible for the last year, and now you want us this is the thing, like this is again like he can't process reaction, right? And so he doesn't know what's the reaction of being a jerk to our allies for a year, right? It is
well,
that
the Spanish certainly aren't standing
exactly
for it.
Right, and so it's shameful. And and one of the things that you see in U.S. media is, that the perspective of what is going to happen is often narrated by the national security or ideological wing, right? Or so it's either nuclear or, existential threat people, right? And that could be on the left or the right. That could be Democrats or Republicans, but they're viewing it through the lens of that. The lens I view it through, because I work in the world of supply chain, is your homeland functioning, right? This is the disaster.
Yeah. Well, we saw how he handled COVID with the shortage of baby food and diapers, and
we're hearing about the panic in the White House about the prices. I mean, it's just like I'm not living paycheck to paycheck, so I'll be honest there. But like my son needs to get tickets somewhere to Europe for later in the year, and I was like, get them now. Yeah. Like I'm like get them now, because I don't know what the price is going to be tomorrow.
Yeah, things are going to change very rapidly. Yeah. The war is expanding very rapidly.
Yes.
And you mentioned Lebanon, and now that is getting an absolute pummeling also from Israel. Iran is going to start to get help from Russia if it hasn't already.
Yeah.
And there is some talk that Russia is starting to support Iran in that way. And Iran has a very different type of warfare. They store all their stuff underground. They don't, it's not traditional in the sense. Do you feel that the U.S. military, because Trump has fired an awful lot of insubordinates, and getting rid of the Joint Chiefs, replacing them with a kind of MAGA loyalist, and he did call in all of the military to a conference and basically say, unless you're loyal, you're out, and all this. I mean, it was very weird. It was very totalitarian. And, we know that the military are supposed to only operate under legal orders, but they're never really going to break ranks, let's be honest. I never thought that the Americans would be praying for a military coup in their own country, but it seems that that's kind of where it's at. And so, this stuff is going on. It's costing an absolute fortune. The deficit is already through the roof. Is there a sense that there is a huge lack of intelligence and planning? Because, the analysts have been fired. Anybody who questions Trump or Hegseth, they get fired. The lawyers have been fired. Anybody who is a check and a balance on these types of decision making are out. And it just does seem that this whole operation is so chaotic that it probably just does come down to Trump being bullied by Netanyahu and Hegseth, who, is an alpha and is desperate, with his toxic masculinity to kind of go bomb stuff. It's as simple as that. They really have just got into something and they don't really know how to get out.
Yeah. I mean, I think like separating the White House decision-making process and what is going on is important. So how I think about it is I think you're absolutely right that another story behind this war is the story of Doge. And Doge can mean a lot of things, but it's basically the gutting out of competency within our federal government. I think the best example of that is the State Department. It's one thing not to be ready, but I mean, I've been in that. Like, there were whole offices that existed for the sole function of protecting American citizens that found themselves at war, civil war, or a natural disaster. Those were completely gutted out. It was telling to me that the State Department, despite 3-4 days of bad press, could not get a plane moving for 3 or 4 years, because it's hard, and you got to get the plane, and you got to figure out where they're going to take it.
Right. So the repatriation was a disaster.
Yeah. And I think part of that delay was because when you turn the on switch, it's bad enough they didn't prepare before, but even when they knew they had to do it, you turn the switch on and no one's there. The room is empty. So part of that, I think, is exactly right. That gutting out for ideological or fake financial reasons, which we know was a total joke of competency at the level of how do you make something work.
And replacing quite a lot of it with AI, we should say.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's the big mistake. The military part is it's hard, and I'm just going to be honest. Like I said, pieces. There's a lot of evidence, and I think when we look back, that the military, at least through the Joint Chiefs, was absolutely trying to make it clear that this was not going to be a one-day war, right? And we saw those leaks before. We saw the growing. We saw. I think the Chief of Staff to the Joint Chiefs got fired because he had been very, very critical of it. So I do think that there were people within the military who were trying to do it. The killing of the school children, it was incompetency. I'm going to put that aside, not because I think it's right, but I don't think that's the equivalent of like I'm now having a senior moment in Vietnam. I don't think it's the equivalent of like, that. I think a major mistake happened, and we have to figure out what happened. The story that's starting to worry me a little bit more on this sort of is are people behaving in the way that we would expect them to behave? There's a story coming out of India with the submarine, U.S. submarine bringing down an Iranian ship that we now understand, at least from the reporting, it seems pretty correct, that it was for some sort of multinational event or training, that the boat was not armed. That
yes,
the
it was in international waters.
The submarine waited for it to come into international waters and then left them to die. Yeah. Now, I don't know what the guys in the submarine knew. So part of this is I do want to find out. I don't want to be just like, whatever. So what did they know that they were doing as compared to what did the Pentagon know? Because this is an easy kill, right? And I my worst case scenario is the sub people were told this is an armed vessel leaving India to go to the Persian Gulf to kill your colleagues. Get it? They do it, and now they're waking up to headlines that say it was unarmed and it was there for essentially a display. And you didn't save the guys, right?
Yes.
Which is normal.
And Hegseth boasted that it was the first vessel to be shot with a torpedo since the Second World War.
Big deal. I mean, this is the other thing is like, I mean, the day-to-day, the sort of fascination with weaponry as a sign of strategy is like pathetic. That was an easy kill. And give my kid a submarine and a ship that doesn't know that it's there, and I'm sure that isn't there, and you can figure it out in 10 minutes.
Did it not remind you though of the strikes on these fishing boats in the Caribbean Sea?
Why are these? Yeah, these are not impressive. Like if you want to impress me, get the Martians or something. But like these are not impressive. But the media loves an impressive TikTok. I will say, I am. Looking across the spectrum of at least television and whatever, I would say if I were the White House, I'd be panicked. The story is not.
It feels like they're panicked, doesn't it? Though
I mean, because the story is yes, the Supreme Leader is now replaced. All accounts so far is that the regime has held. They're getting bombarded, but we don't know. We don't have all the details of that. They're still able to exert I mean, we're on day, what are
You
we, day
see it
6?
now.
We're,
But
We're
Tiffy, I
on day
have
9,
family
and
that's
Trump
been
initially
asking
said
me
it would
from
be
my
brief. Then they said it
Instagram.
would be 3 to
Well,
4
for you, I
weeks, then
really
4 to
don't be
5 weeks, and now they're talking up to 6 weeks.
yeah, yes,
like
yeah,
that.
that
But
will be 6 months
this
in like no time. But
is
like,
the only
that,
way
you know,
I can get you. Okay, yeah.
we have not, we have a Navy. Do you know what the Navy's tagline is? We protect the world's open oceans. How are we not able to get a 2-mile freaking little canal open to begin commerce? And I think part of that was we never thought that the Iranians would do it. Once again, countries have agency. Cuba is going to be a great example. What's our mass migration? I hope a reporter asks this. It's not enough to say, you know, do we kill the leadership of Cuba? I'm pretty convinced that Trump thinks that the Castro brother, is still in charge. And there's no Castros in charge of Cuba anymore. What's our mass migration plan? Because if you're a Cuban and this is happening, you are just a couple miles from Florida. This is your chance. Do we have a mass migration plan? You are inviting me back on the day after Cuba because you and I are going to sit here. And I was like, they didn't have a mass migration plan.
Right. I mean, you know, what we're seeing now in Gulf nations.
Yeah.
And obviously, you know, there is a significant military that is the UAE, effectively, that kind of polices most of these nations. But Dubai has taken fire. You know, a hotel was set alight by a drone, and we're now looking at the Kurds even getting involved, and Kurdistan, who don't want to have anything to do with it necessarily, but are being drawn in through allegiance. And then, so once you've got places that, you know, try to appear civilized, and Dubai and the UAE have obviously done a huge marketing effort over the last 25 years, so that they are free from conflict, and that they are far from conflict, and that they are cosmopolitan and metropolitan. And
they're not Lebanon. They're not Lebanon.
They're not Lebanon.
And
so that veil is slipping because they're now on the receiving end of a bombardment of weaponry from Iran. This is going to change not just the food supply and the oil supply, but it's going to change the world economy also, because these regions are a safe haven for expats and people that want to, you know, kind of start over. And it's going to be very problematic to kind of rewrite the narrative or maintain the narrative if you're that close to conflict.
I think the window is closed. I think you're absolutely right. I mean, I wrote that the, you know, this war ends quickly if, and I believe it to be true, if the Gulf nations love their money more than they hate Iran, right? That the pressure, and you're already seeing it. I can't believe that I still see people on TV like not even acknowledging like that whatever the Gulf states wanted before this was not. And I don't believe that they wanted this. You know, them starting to push back, to reassess some of their investments in the United States, their oil refineries, are being hit by Iranian missiles. Their commerce is all impacted, and exactly what you said, the 30 years that they have built up of goodwill and a place of capital, that your capital would be protected is right. And now what you're seeing is, of course, you're already seeing it in the financial markets is a move to Asia, which isn't good for diversification. So, I mean, I've been to Dubai. I mean, I've been to the Gulf a dozen times now, and it makes me sad too, because I do think that they were trying, and I think that window is still open. I think, you know, I think if people start to starve to death in Dubai, then you're going to have a different scenario. But I think some of the panic in the White House isn't just simply domestic crisis, but it is what they're seeing in the media, what you and I are seeing. And I urge viewers and listeners, like, open your lens to, like, you know, what is coming out of Arab and Gulf newspapers, it's really easy to find now. Their assessment of what's going on is just very different than what you're seeing on with the strikes.
Sure.
There's a different war going on.
Well, the propaganda out of the White House has been turned up to 11 in the last few days. I mean, they put out a video of Tom Cruise flying, and all of these superheroes. I'm sure the actors involved are going to want to have their names taken off of that straight away. I'm sure they use these clips without any permission. But it was a joke of a video that tried to show kind of American might intercut with clips of Pete Hegseth being extra masculine in an ill-fitting suit. And what that suggests to me is that Trump still thinks that he is on a reality TV show. Yeah. Hegseth is an actor playing the part of the defense secretary. Rubio is mostly ineffective and just cleans up both of their messes by having to...
And J.D. Vance doesn't exist. Did he die? Where is he?
J.D. Vance is a mirage. And so...
But where is he? It's ridiculous.
Right. So, well, he's waiting for the Fuhrer to fall so he can step in, I guess. He's playing that role. But, so what we've really got here is people that, they think it's like playing Mortal Kombat or some kind of computer game where it's all super fun, but there is no empathy because of their narcissistic personality disorder. So they don't flinch when 165 kids get murdered. They don't flinch when there's this huge kind of mass exodus of tens of thousands of people out of Tehran. They don't, where are these people going to go, and who's going to absorb them, and what are the plans? Nothing, it seems, has been learned from Iraq or Afghanistan, and so they are just not living in reality. For me, that's the most dangerous part of this, is that we're talking about, you can have your own opinion as to whether America has fallen to a dictatorship.
Yes.
But we've definitely fallen to insanity. An insane despot who has no empathy for the consequences.
I think that's always been true of Trump. I mean, I think he's, you go back to, God, I was thinking the other day, I had not thought about it in a while. I remember when he criticized the father of the Muslim soldier who had been killed. Remember that?
Hidin.
In the convention? You just think, this is someone who's, the sense of responsibility and empathy that comes from just being a human being, let alone...
Or even a parent.
Let alone
the way he talks about his own kids.
Right. No. Sometimes I'll say, these are the nastiest, nastiest people ever to be in the White House, and then I'm like, these aren't just the nastiest people one will ever encounter in their lives. We don't encounter the lack of empathy in our day-to-days. That gives me hope about America, that Americans are generally better than this stuff. But I do think, that's where, as he becomes more desperate for the narrative, for the quick exit, it's not surprising to me that he's already moved on to Cuba. I view that as both horrifying, but also maybe we will get this quicker exit out of this, what's a regional war. I remember the best description of Trump that I ever read was, to Trump, there is no yesterday and there is no tomorrow. And I thought, in terms of national security, there's nothing to be learned from the past. How the Iraq War, what the Iranians would do, what Netanyahu had already done to us.
There's no muscle memory.
There's no consequences, right? So it's it's childish. So, and he does have a staff that sort of promotes that, or they go into hiding when they know they can't control it. And the Democrats are, I will say, I think the Democratic the senators in the Democratic Party, their messaging has been pretty good. I think I was getting frustrated with the sort of focus on the legal aspects, and I was like, either this is right or wrong, and just man up and say it. I think now it's now they sort of are seeing what's happening and are getting out there. But this,
Okay, so
the
this is how I'm going to end on George. I need for y'all to get the but I keep saying I'm going to leave, but it's just so much that's going on tonight. And I'm having to charge. I mean, if my other tablet was charged, I probably would have came across some more stuff, but I need to eat. And I need for y'all to hit the like button, support the platform, and a lot of y'all have. So I greatly appreciate it. But for as long as I've been on, 4 hours and 49 minutes, I definitely didn't want to be on here this long. So I'm going to end on George. Let me get to old George. Please like, share, subscribe. Please get a membership. Please get a membership. Let's see what he got to say.
Wars on the ground in this region.
I was trying to listen a little bit. Oh, hold on. Let me see something. Hold on. Yeah, I was listening to
He's in the Jordanian capital, Amman. Rory said Israel was already planning to kill anyone who was selected as the new
that's
supreme
Bibi
leader.
Netanyahu put a hit on.
In Israel, how will the Israelis be
the
reading
new
this?
leader. Not on this one. I saw it someplace else. They're trying to get him out before he even gets started.
Official response to this, but of course this is being
They're scared of him
in Israel at the moment. I think there are a couple of things to look at here. One is what that official response is likely to be.
This is not
and the Israelis have
this
pretty
is
much
about 4
telegraphed it
minutes
already, because they have said that, as you just put it there, Darren, whoever comes into power in Iran is going to be a target. It doesn't matter whether it's the son of the former leader or anyone else. They are going to be hunted like they hunted the former supreme leader. For the Israelis, basically, the individual at the top doesn't matter. It's the system that is the problem. It's the regime that is the problem. And they won't change their approach to the regime until they feel that the regime has changed its approach to Israel. So essentially, plus ça change, things go on as they were before. Israel is going to carry on dealing with Iran in the way that it has approached it over certainly the last week or so, but also going back years. But then beyond all that, I think they are going to be looking at what this appointment says about Iran and the stability of Iran, because let's remember that the Iranian Revolution swept away a monarchy, and now we have a system that is starting to appear, in some ways at least, dynastic. Does that mean that this is decay setting into the system? That's what the Israelis will be asking. Does this mean that the system has a loss of legitimacy in the eyes of the Iranian public? We only saw recently the huge protest that took place in Iran and the brutal crackdown of it. So these questions don't have answers yet, but they're the kind of questions that the Israelis are going to be asking.
Yeah, and away from the new supreme leader, Rory, just bring us up to date with the latest on Iran's missile strikes across Israel.
Well, we have, in the last half an hour or so, had the first waves of missiles to be launched since that announcement of the new supreme leader was made. We understand that those were targeted at central Israel and northern Israel. I think we've heard of one injury being reported so far, injured by falling shrapnel, yes, that's correct, just south of Tel Aviv. But it was the sixth salvo of missiles on Sunday that has caused the most damage so far over the recent hours. Several people injured, one seriously in the Tel Aviv area. Nearby there, in a place called Petah Tikva, there were 5 more injuries, one of them moderately, a few more less severely. Across central Israel, there were at least 12 impact sites or damaged sites
And the police said that suggested that what had been launched against them was some sort of cluster munition. And we've seen that happen over the last few days, cluster warheads being launched at Israel. But remember that Israel has a very tight system of military censorship at the moment over publicly available information, particularly when it comes to damaged sites when they are military sites, but also when they're civilian sites as well. The Israeli military wants to know who's reporting, where they are, what they're showing, and for them not to show things that they consider to be sensitive. But we can see that these missiles are still getting through, even though Israel is massively well protected. It's got American ships off the coast shooting down Iranian missiles. It's got countries that are under the flight path of those missiles that are shooting down, like Jordan, where I am at the moment. And Israel, as we know, has a highly competent air defense system of its own, but still things are getting through. Having said that, considering the magnitude of this conflict so far over the last week and a bit, I think the damage that Israel has suffered has been relatively light, and that the Israeli government will be considering that, for the moment at least, this situation is manageable.
All right, Al Jazeera's Rory Challenge there in the Jordanian capital, Amman. Rory, thank you.
Okay, hold on. I need to see this one right quick, and then I'm gonna end. Let me see what they're talking about in the U.S.
Last year's 12-day. Joining me now is Jason Campbell, a senior fellow with the Middle East Institute. And Jason, mighty impressive portfolio. I mean, you've got a PhD in war studies, a NATO portfolio, expertise in this region specifically. So thank you for bringing your insight to us.
Happy
to be here. Thank you. Tell me, what is actually driving Iran's actions
page?
Right now, would you say? Are we talking about defense, retaliation, a regime change, something bigger?
Well, I think it's a little bit of the first two things you said. It's defense and retaliation. I think what was expected if the U.S. were to attack was that Iran would strike certainly Israel, as it did, if you remember, in last year's 12-day war in June. It's also struck with more veracity U.S. military bases throughout the Gulf region, also expected. I'm a little bit surprised that they were so quick to strike some of the civilian areas of the Gulf states so soon after the initial strikes. I will also say that this time around, the Iranian military struck much faster and from many more points throughout the country than it did in last year's 12-day war, where it took them nearly a day to strike back at Israel. We saw yesterday, it was only within a couple of hours that you saw Iranian missiles being fired from many places throughout the country to a pretty diverse array of targets.
Does that indicate to you that they were prepared? Because we have obviously been talking about this for a while. The United States has gradually been moving military assets to the region. The peace talks have been underway now for quite some time. So was this something that they were preparing for and ready to pull the trigger, for lack of a better term, once the United States and Israel struck?
Absolutely. And I would say it not just in the last few weeks, but I think in the wake of last June's 12-day war, the ensuing months, I think they've, that really, broke the proverbial seal in terms of U.S. and Israel being willing to strike Iran really for the first time. And I think in the wake of that, they had to really start getting very serious about preparing for what I think a lot of people felt could be a secondary wave of attacks, and putting in protocols, again, down to lower echelons of command to instruct them what to do should there be an attack. So I think absolutely they've been planning for this.
Where can I
How
go
close
and
are
talk
we to a
to
broader
other people
regional
about
war?
forgiveness?
And do you think that the United States, even though the president indicates he doesn't want to do this, do you think that this has to be American boots on the ground in that country?
I think it's much too early to say that, and I think quite frankly at this stage it would take likely months to mobilize the type of forces, ground forces that would be necessary. I think right now, again, with Iran targeting some of the Gulf states, I think that their hope was that that would spur some more political pressure on the United States. I don't think that's going to happen. I think that's turning these states against Iran. So to the extent they might be able to join more assertively in responding to this, that might happen. But the United States right now is sticking to an air-centric strike force, and we'll see how long this will sustain. And right now there's, to some degree, there's math involved. The Iranians have so many ballistic missiles that they can fire at targets throughout the region. The regional players, to include the United States, do have interceptors that can thwart some of those attacks. And I think the longer this goes on, that'll start playing a bigger factor.
You said that you were surprised at the striking of regional countries in the Middle East. So, I mean, we saw obviously the UAE, Dubai, the Dubai airport. Why does that surprise you?
Well, I think the expectation immediately would have been some of the U.S. bases throughout the region, in Kuwait, in the UAE, and Qatar, and they have, in fact, for the most part, been struck. To me, the striking of civilian targets at this early stage, again, it signals a potential miscalculation, again, in trying to get these states to use some of their influence over the U.S. to get President Trump to halt or pause the strikes. It could be out of desperation because they've got limited munitions to fire, and they're going for an overwhelming initial reaction in the hopes of stopping some of these attacks. But I think by and large, it wasn't the most well thought out initial reaction.
In the time we have together remaining, I have about 3 questions left for about 2 minutes or so. Number one, do you think that there is a diplomatic path forward?
Well, notionally there is. The issue right now is that that hasn't been articulated either by President Trump or some of the other actors. So, what are the proverbial off-ramps here are not known. We know that during the negotiating period of the last few weeks, the U.S., again, bolstered by its increase in military assets in the region, took a pretty maximalist approach in terms of the nuclear program, the ballistic missile stockpiles, and Iran's relationship with proxy actors in the region. The question now is that still what the United States is looking for? And is that something that the Iranian regime would be willing to negotiate, given that the last 2 times it's entered negotiations, it's been attacked? So it remains very hard to say.
Psychological warfare. We're understanding that the United States and Israel may have hacked into Iranian state TV to broadcast messages to the Iranian people. What do you know about that? And what does that indicate to you?
Well, I think that's, in modern warfare, that's part and parcel of some of the planning and the tactics that nations and even non-state actors are include as part of their efforts. Not only psychological warfare, obviously cyber attacks, electronic warfare. These are all now being folded into plans that were more traditionally military-centric. So that doesn't surprise me at all, and I think we'll probably see more of it, and maybe even from the Iranian side.
Specifically with the United States, we're trying to flush this information out, but these initial reports that the United States hacked into state TV to broadcast messages to the people, that's pretty unheard of.
Yes, off the top of my head, I can't think of another recent time that happened. And it as unprecedented as it may be, I remain fairly unsurprised that they were able to do that and elected to do that, given the message that President Trump had to the Iranian people yesterday in his initial speech.
Last question for you. We saw an attack down here in Austin, a shooting at a nightclub. Again, the information is still coming in, but right at the beginning, we've been told that this is being investigated as terrorism. There have been other things that we've learned about the suspect that could lead us to believe that this may have been inspired or connected to Iran. What do you make of that? Is that something that we need to be concerned about domestically, stateside, as lone wolves, if you will, try to carry out attacks?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And that was, even yesterday before this tragedy in Austin occurred, the FBI announced that it was on high alert in the wake of the Iran strikes. The joint terrorism task forces all around the country, of which there are over 200, led by the FBI, including other federal law enforcement, local police, they were placed on higher alert. So this is absolutely part of the overall planning prior to a strike like this, and all law enforcement around the country is on higher alert, nevertheless, you still are at risk of seeing like what we saw in Austin last night. As you said, it early to say, but it has the hallmarks of a lone wolf attack, everybody needs to remain vigilant, and hopefully we won't see any others.
Jason Campbell with the Middle East Institute in Washington, D.C. Thank you very much for taking time out to
Okay, this is the last one.
Talk to us and to help explain.
Let's get to the last one.
Think that in the war room when Donald Trump was laying.
A very popular guest is retired Lieutenant Colonel Tony Aguilar, retired U.S. soldier and a former hero of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. He blew the whistle on the gangsters who were killing the Palestinian refugees as they queued for food. He later disrupted the American Congress as many other distinguished soldiers are beginning now to do. Lieutenant Colonel, thanks very much for joining us again. I wonder if you'd give us your considered military view on the state of the war so far before we turn to the political war that must now be going on under the surface, if not over the surface, in Washington itself.
Thank you, George. Thank you for having me on for this very important conversation during this very critical time in not only our nation here in the United States, but also for the world. And
thank you, Floating. Starlight
or my
for the Floating Hearts.
Is, from serving in the military for 25 years, being
it's
in wars on the ground
it's
in this
time
region,
again,
and being involved in the contingency planning or con plans specifically for a war with Iran. And I can tell you clearly that the United States lost this war from the very first rounds that were fired.
Oh, wow.
25 years being in wars on the ground in this region and being involved in the contingency planning or con plans specifically for a war with Iran. And I can tell you clearly that the United States lost this war from the very first rounds that were fired. The United States did not go in prepared. We did not go in specifically for a war with Iran. And I can tell you clearly that the United States lost this war from the very first rounds that were fired. The United States did not go involved in the contingency planning or con plans specifically for a war with Iran. And I can tell you clearly that the United States lost this war from the very first rounds that were
Trump
fired.
Lost it.
The United States did not go in prepared. We did not go in prepared with alliances or a coalition. We did not go in prepared with enough armament. We did not go in prepared with the composition and disposition of troops and assets in the region. We markedly underestimated the opponent, being Iran, not only their direct capability with missiles, ballistic missiles, but especially their drone asymmetric warfare capability. But we also underestimated their resolve and their ability to continue this fight. I think that in the war room, when Donald Trump was laying out his plans for this, he probably had the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, saying, "Sir, this is not a good idea. We are low on ammunition. We are low on strategic assets. We're putting 2 carriers in the region, and if you've seen the news lately, now we're putting a 3rd. That's not a sign of winning. We're losing." And but just surrounding him even closer, you had Pete Hegseth, Stephen Miller, Marco Rubio, and others, war hawks, warmongers, telling him to do this, do this, do this. And we went in wholly underprepared. And I think that Trump was told that this would last 2 to 4 days, and then maybe 1 to 2 weeks, maybe 3 to 4 months. Now we're looking at till next Christmas. And I think that we're about to get ourselves involved in a very long, unending war, very similar to Iraq, very similar to Afghanistan, but it's going to be bloodier, and it's going to cost America a lot more than those wars did. And I don't think America, the average American back home here in the United States, because quite frankly haven't been paying attention, is ready for the consequences to come. This will change the nature of the United States in the global the global position.
Sir, all the signs are, and you've just adumbrated them, but there are more. All the signs are that this was a spasm by Donald Trump, that it was a sudden and impulsive decision. And indeed, Catherine Levitt, his spokesperson, actually said he did it based upon his feelings. So is this just down to the idiosyncrasy, to say the least, of your current president, or does it mark something more meaningful, a fundamental shift in the balance of power in the world, vis-a-vis the global south, vis-a-vis American power?
Well, I think it is both, in the fact that this was a spasm of hubris, and that the president of the United States and his inner cabinet felt that we could use overwhelming power, that Israel and the United States would be able to wipe out the entire chain of command and political and military leadership within Iran overnight, and that would be it. Again, sorely underestimated. And now that this underestimation has now been put into real world action with bombs and bullets and aircraft carriers and jets and all the things that go into the reality of war, that this president and his cabinet do not understand, it will change the global presence of not only the United States but also in the region. What I think that Iran has done very strategically in the last 24 to 48 hours, in that they immediately, in their response to not only launching strikes against Tel Aviv, but immediately in their response launched against U.S. bases in the surrounding 16 nations. And I mean from, not just the ones that touch Iran, but the entire region, from Azerbaijan all the way down to Yemen and the Horn, that to send a message that said, if you are going to house U.S. troops and launch missiles at us from these bases, you are a legitimate military target. And by international law, and by every aspect of international law, they are exactly correct. If a nation is housing a belligerent in conflict, such as the United States or Israel, and we are using those bases to conduct intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, counter-fire, missile launches, any of the sort, it makes that location a legitimate military target. So the offer that Iran put on the table to say, hey, we will stop firing missiles and drones into your country if you tell the Americans to leave. From a strategic standpoint, in terms of reshaping the Middle East, that was a 4D chess level move against our president, still trying to figure out how to open the box of checkers.
Yes, and of course, there will be never a glad, confident morning again in these 16 countries. They have learned that American military and intelligence presence in their country is not an asset but a liability. It doesn't protect them, it guarantees them enmity and violence. And the United States hasn't even made an effort to defend the countries that have paid them so much money, hundreds of billions over decades for protection. As some wag pointed out, well, we always paid the Genovese family in New York, but at least when we called on them, they lived up to their responsibilities as a protection racket. But the United States has completely abrogated its responsibilities.
Yes, this sends a message not only to GCC partners in the region that the United States has not only the ethical and moral position to protect, but we also have written agreements, specifically, for example, with Qatar. We have a written military agreement with Qatar that if they're ever attacked by anyone, that we would come to their defense. Well, we didn't when Israel attacked them, and we sure as heck aren't now. And during the opening salvos or the opening hours of this conflict, the United States, rather than using the assets in these places, and remember the assets we keep in Kuwait, in Saudi Arabia, in Bahrain, in Qatar, our terminal high altitude aerial defense, our THAADs and Patriot missile systems. Instead of defending with this umbrella of protection over these GCC partners that house us, we directed everything to protect Israel. And in doing so, left them wide open, but also left U.S. soldiers on these bases. And a clear example of that is the Tactical Operations Center in the base in Kuwait that was hit directly by a missile. They got no forewarning, there was no siren, there was no alert. They got hit with a missile, no time to get out of the building. And so not only is this administration making the deliberate effort to not protect our own soldiers in the region, but not protect the GCC partners that we are located with, that we are considered tenants of in their countries. We directed it all towards Israel, knowing that we did that, and didn't even bother to let these host nations know. That is a betrayal of no other. And it sends a message to the rest of the world that the United States is not a good partner.
You segue nicely to what was my next question, because it turns out they're no longer even able to protect Israel, their number one military base in the region, in the world. They have a whole country which is an American military base called Israel. And Iran is now hitting it at will, without resistance. I've seen the videos. I've seen the ballistics landing with not a trace of anti-missile defense in the sky.
Yes, and a lot of the truth of the news on the ground, the United States, at least back here in the U.S. through legacy media, has put an iron grip on any type of information coming out of what's really happening in the region. Back here in the United States, you have a lot of people think that the Iron Dome is just deflecting everything. No missiles are falling on American bases. All we have are 6 casualties, and this war is going splendid. But the truth is, for anybody that looks past legacy media or actually looks past the headlights of their car to look at what's actually happening, you can see that, yes, Tel Aviv and Israel is being decimated and pummeled with no defense. The Iron Dome has failed. But we also, we don't have the missiles to give them to reconstitute the Iron Dome. Remember, the Iron Dome is not this, and you know this, but for the average listener, the Iron Dome is not some magic umbrella where a missile comes in and it just obliterates. You have to then identify it, track it, and then fire a missile to hit it, sometimes 2 or 3. So not only in the cost per missile in terms of a $12 million interceptor taking out a $30,000 drone, but we don't have any left. And that sends a message to the rest of these countries in the region that Iran is serious about. If you continue to allow the United States to fire from your countries, this is what will happen to you. And they're all looking at Tel Aviv, and they're all seeing what's happening. It looks like Gaza.
It does indeed. Now, how would it change things, Lieutenant Colonel, if the Iranian claim, and they've made it at the highest level, that they are now holding 173 U.S. service personnel as prisoners of war from the Delta Force, no less. If that turns out to be the truth, how will that affect the course of the war?
Well, see, this really changes the calculus, and I've seen on open source reporting and local reporting, because, I live, a stone's throw away of Fort Bragg, where the Joint Special Operations, Delta Force, the 82nd Airborne Division are all housed in stations. And, you can see the change in the environment when, the thousands of soldiers that normally live in your town are gone, right? It's a clear indicator. You don't need intelligence to see that. So knowing that they are deployed, knowing that they are there, knowing that we did move forces to the Iraqi border, knowing that I'm sure we have conducted some type of operation. I do not know the veracity in terms of the number of U.S. service members, specifically in special operations, that have been captured or killed. But I do know that there are some, and it's a larger number than what the administration is telling us. Could those potentially be components of Delta Force? Yes. I don't think that it would be 100 from Delta Force, because there's hardly even that many in a squadron. So it would probably be a complement of Delta Force, Special Forces, intelligence, guys on the ground, probably CIA, probably some component that was going in with Kurdish forces to start some kind of fifth column incursion to the north. And they underestimating the enemy, underestimating the terrain, underestimating the resolve of the Iranian military and the IRGC. So I do believe that there are a handful or a large number of Americans that are killed and or captured, and that will absolutely change the dynamic in the information space, but also politically, because this is going to make the United States look very bad. And we also know that, the United States has not had POWs in large-scale, high-intensity conflict since the Cold War, going back to perhaps Korea, Vietnam, Gulf War, when we had some POWs. That training has since become not used as much in terms of how that train. And I know this because I once in my career, I commanded the United States Army Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape course, where we teach these things. And though we continue to train it, it has somewhat, it hasn't been, we haven't had to do it. So there's going to be a lot of service members in a lot of risk, because this administration, I fear what this administration will not do when it comes to standing up to get their soldiers back. I think that Hegseth, I think that Donald Trump think that the way to get them back, or the way to enact revenge, would be to send more. We see the 82nd Airborne Division getting ready. The 82nd Airborne Division, remember, is an airborne unit. That means vertical envelopment. That means airborne, like Normandy. Into the terrain in Iran, bad idea. We've gone through these con plans. It will be a failure. But I don't trust this administration, and I absolutely think that they would try it. And it's going to lead to a lot more Americans dead, elite forces within the United States military being dead. And that is going to slap this administration right in the face. And I think Americans are going to really be up in arms about what we're going to start seeing that can't be hidden when it starts coming out through other sources like China, Russia, the United Kingdom, France, Canada, places that aren't necessarily being censored by the American administration.
What did Netanyahu mean today, do you think, when he promised the Iranian people a major surprise which would totally destabilize their country? And why is the strategic bomber that left England some hours ago headed for the Middle East? Are they really going to drop a nuclear bomb in the Persian Gulf?
I have absolutely no doubt that the United States and or Israel, or in a joint operation, are going to utilize a tactical nuke. And to paint the picture of that, this isn't the days of World War II, where you saw the Enola Gay dropping this bomb and flying away. And I mean, nuclear weapons, especially tactical nuclear weapons, have become much more advanced. The problem with that is that because really, when you look at it, Israel and the United States are running out of options. We are running out of missiles. When we run out of interceptor missiles and we have no defense, we're going to start losing aircraft carriers. We're going to start losing destroyers. We're going to start losing more service members in the region. All of our bases have been rendered inoperable,
Y'all hear
but we
this?
still have people there that are shuttered, hiding under bunkers. And when there's no more defense, when the THAADs and the Patriots and all systems are down, it is open season, and Iran will have the absolute upper hand in this. And when you can used as much, will absolutely change the dynamic in the information space, but also politically, because this is going to make the United States look very bad. And we also know that, you know, the United States has not had POWs in large-scale, high-intensity conflict since the Cold War, going back to perhaps Korea, Vietnam, Gulf War, when we had some POWs. That training has since become not used as much in terms of how that train. And I know this because I once in my career I commanded the United States Army Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape course where we teach these things. And though we continue to train it, it has somewhat it hasn't been, we haven't had to do it. So there's going to be a lot of service members in a lot of risk because this administration, I fear what this administration will not do when it comes to standing up to get their soldiers back. I think that Hegseth, I think that Donald Trump think that the way to get them back or the way to enact revenge would be to send more. We see the 82nd Airborne Division getting ready. The 82nd Airborne Division, remember, is an airborne unit. That means vertical envelopment. That means airborne, like Normandy. Into the terrain in Iran, bad idea. We've gone through these con plans. It will be a failure.
Go to Dubai.
But I don't trust this administration, and I absolutely think that they would try it. And it's going to lead to a lot more Americans dead, elite forces in the United States military being dead. And that is going to slap this administration right in the face. And I think Americans are going to really be up in arms about what we're going to start seeing that can't be hidden when it starts coming out.
Thank you, Naturally Gnarlers, for the floating hearts.
Russia, the United Kingdom, France, Canada, places that aren't necessarily.
Yeah, it wasn't our fight, Naturally Orleans. We was gonna lose because we wasn't prepared. He thought it was gonna be a day or two and somebody was gonna surrender. They've been preparing for us for 20 damn years. 20 years. They 20 years. They've been watching how we move. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, we not prepared. Israel talk that shit like they got their own ammo. Yeah. So they've been relying on us and haven't been preparing. Yeah, they've been sitting back watching. They was negotiating with Jared Kushner. And when they couldn't get what they want, it made it easy for them to, Lindsey Graham, he damn sure don't want the truth to come out about him in the Epstein files. Yeah, so he pushing, telling Netanyahu what he needs to say to convince Trump. He needs to be hit with treason too.
Stabilize their country. And why is the strategic bomber that left England some hours ago headed for the Middle East? Are they really going to drop a nuclear bomb in the Persian Gulf?
I have absolutely no doubt that the United States and or Israel or in a joint operation are going to utilize a tactical nuke. And to paint the picture of that,
everyone was at peace. The days no war was going on. People could have could go on vacation and enjoy it. Oh yeah, baby.
Enola Gay dropping this bomb and flying away.
Airports are all towed up.
Nuclear weapons, especially tactical nuclear weapons, have become much more advanced. The problem with that is that because really when you look at it, Israel and the United States are running out of options.
Can y'all hit those red hearts over there? Show me some love. Hit the hearts.
And we have no defense.
Send those hearts up.
We're going to start losing aircraft carriers. We're going to start losing destroyers. We're going to start losing more service members in the region. All of our bases have been rendered inoperable, but we still have people there that are shuttered, hiding under bunkers. And when there's no more defense, when the THAADs and the Patriots and all systems are down, it is open season, and Iran will have the absolute
open season
carriers. We're going to start losing destroyers. we're going to start losing more service members in the region. All of our bases, because really when you look at it, Israel and the United States are running out of options. We are running out of missiles. When we run out of interceptor missiles and we have no defense, we're going to start losing aircraft carriers. We're going to start losing destroyers. We're going to start losing more service members in the region. All of our bases have been rendered inoperable, but we still have people there that are shuttered, hiding under bunkers. And when there's no more defense, when the THAADs and the Patriots and all systems are down, it is open season, and Iran will have the absolute upper hand in this. And when you consider that, the United States, Israel, won't have any options left. It's like going into a gunfight with not enough ammunition, but your opponent still has bullets. Well, now you got to either retreat and run away, or you got to start throwing grenades. So in this gunfight, Trump ain't going to retreat, so we're going to start throwing grenades. And so the only option we have in that is the tactical nuke. And here's what I'll say. Last week, off the coast of California, the United States fired full capable one of its Minuteman III Doomsday ICBMs, nuclear-equipped intercontinental ballistic missile from California to the Marshall Islands. Fired it, tested it, and made a big deal about it. Simultaneously, this aircraft that you saw that took off recently, that is the 4 Echo Doomsday plane, but what's also another critical component in that aircraft is what really concerns me is the Echo 4 Charlie Night Watch plane. That plane
Echo
is the
4
command
Charlie.
and control component to where if there's nuclear war and if strategic targets are hit, this aircraft through AI with pre-programmed targets can then execute the mission, call it like a dead switch, but it's in a plane. So we not only have this giant nuclear capable 4 Echo Doomsday plane, we also have the 4 Charlie Night Watch, which is the complementary command and control aircraft with that bomb-loaded aircraft. So that's what's really concerning.
He said, "Don't do it," and Charlie would have known
the cover off the
that
old
it was
car in the
planned.
garage. We filled it up with gas. We've started it up to run, and now that's all that's left is to drive away. And I feel that this administration, especially under the influence of Netanyahu, will utilize a tactical nuclear bomb in the coming days. I fear that greatly, and I think it will happen.
It's almost impossible to believe that we're having this conversation and placing us in such uncharted waters since the end of World War II, at least. But what would the geopolitical implications be to the use of a nuclear weapon against Iran? Pakistan is next door, it's nuclear armed. Iran is allied with both Russia and China, both supremely armed with nuclear weapons. This is not likely to go unanswered. I postulated earlier, because I have a source that told me it, that in those circumstances, Russia would take Iran under its nuclear umbrella. I have no source in China that has opined, but from Russian sources, knowing the importance and significance of this, the taking of Iran under the nuclear umbrella of the Russian Federation might very well happen. And then we really could be on the brink of World War III, couldn't we?
Well, you know, I think if you look at the pretenses and the theatrical trailer to World War I, you know, World War I didn't just everybody got together and boom, Prince Ferdinand was assassinated and World War I started. All of the frictions, the tectonic plates and friction and pressure was already present. That's what's happening. The tectonic plates are hitting, the pressure is building, and one slip brings us into World War III. And I think this will be that slip. And I think when you look at already the alliances in the region, yes, Russia will bring Iran under its nuclear umbrella, as anyone would expect that they would. To think that they wouldn't is just being ignorant.
Praying hard.
But then you also have Pakistan already involved in now new nuclear agreements or mutual agreements with Saudi Arabia. You obviously have China in the mix that will start to build alliances in the region, and these alliances will start to form. We'll see the Entente, like we did in World War I, and the Axis. So what's really frightening is the way it looks right now is that Axis, the bad guys, the axis of evil in this is the United States and Israel. Well, the Entente is going to be China, Russia, Iran,
who at the bottom?
Potentially other nations ignorant. But then you also have Pakistan already involved in now new nuclear agreements or
U.S. is not winning.
Mutual agreements with Saudi Arabia.
Fucking around with Bibi
That will
Netanyahu.
start to build alliances in the region, and these alliances will start to form. We'll see the Entente, like we did in World War I, and the Axis. So what's really frightening is the way it looks right now is that Axis, the bad guys, the axis of evil in this is the United States and Israel. Well, the Entente is going to be China, Russia.
The U.S.
Iran,
is considered
potentially
evil.
other nations that in the Gulf Coast
they're
that I think will
Zionists
side
and they're
with-
devil worshippers.
side with that power dynamic, because we are not a good partner, and we are led by a honestly an irrational psycho in the White House. So people are starting to see the tea leaves here, and the United States is not invincible.
People
And,
are
you know,
trying,
I am a patriot,
finally
and of
seeing
course
the
I don't wanna
demons
see
here.
the United
Are
States
y'all
be
listening with y'all good ear?
and the axis. So what's really frightening is the way it looks right now is that axis, the bad guys, the axis of evil in this is the United States and Israel. Well, the Entente is going to be China, Russia, Iran, potentially other nations that in the Gulf Coast that I think will side with that power dynamic, because we are not a good partner, and we are led by a honestly an irrational psycho in the White House. So
A thug, a
people
criminal,
are starting
a
to see
rape,
the tea
a
leaves here,
rapist.
and the United States is not invincible. And you know, I
A
am a patriot,
PDFer.
and of course I don't want to see the United States
And
be
a
defeated
serial
militarily, and of
killer.
course I don't want to see American servicemen and Americans die. But I'm also a realist who has been in war for 25 years, and I know that you can wish in one hand and defecate in the other and see which fills up first. And this administration is just wishing, and it is a bad strategy, and it's frightening, because I can see anyone that takes a hard look at this with an unbiased, objective look can see what's going to happen, and we are on the wrong side of it. And
Yes,
you know, I think
unfortunately
looking at,
we are.
You know, the U.S. Commander of Central Command, a 4-star general,
Lord, please
Navy
protect
Admiral
us.
Brad Cooper, recently
Shield us.
asked for a third carrier strike group. So now
Be
we've got
offensive around us.
the USS Bush. That's ironic, right? We're taking the USS Bush into the fight in the Persian Gulf. So now we're going to have the Bush, the Ford, and the Lincoln, and we have no other aircraft carrier to cover down. So the one that's sitting at port in Newport News, Virginia, isn't even ready. It's not even finished yet, and we're shipping it out to cover the Caribbean and part of the Indo-PACOM. We are in
And the
this
other
Bush into the
ship-
fight in the Persian Gulf. So now we've got the
shit blowing over.
the USS Bush. That's ironic, right? We're taking the USS Bush into the fight in the Persian Gulf. So now we're going to have the Bush, the Ford, and the Lincoln,
Yep.
and we have no other aircraft carrier to cover down. So the one that's sitting at port in Newport News, Virginia, isn't even ready. It's not
Yeah,
even
he don't
finished
turn on
yet.
friends.
And we're shipping it out to cover the Caribbean and part of the Indo-PACOM. We are in a bad situation, and it is because this administration took us into a war that we were not prepared for.
He made them
that
friends and then turned.
We shouldn't be fighting anyway. And that if you
And
look
he
at,
wanted
you know,
the Nobel
I am a
Peace
just
Prize.
war theorist. I think that if you're going to go to war and you're going to start killing people and you're going to start putting blood, treasure, and assets and put the world in flame, that you should be doing it justly. And in just war theory, it's, you know, it should always be a last resort. There should be a just cause. There should be valid authority. There
It should have
be a
went through
probable
Congress.
solution or a probability of success. It should be proportional. There should be an exit strategy. None of those exist.
But he
in this
didn't want to
conflict,
because he know
and
they
that's because this
him and his
administration
partners
dragged us
and
into it,
lawmakers
and it's
are in them
shameful.
Epstein files.
Finally, and I'm grateful for your time as always, sir. The
And they would have
market's
said
open
no.
in the morning. It's likely the stock market will crash everywhere. Gas prices petrol prices, we call them, are already $5 plus, when only days ago Trump was boasting that they were headed for half of that. And the impact of the oil and gas shortage hasn't even begun to
and being stripped of that tariffs.
Has 2 days of natural gas in storage, and thereafter will have to buy at top dollar prices in Europe, and it's still winter and cold. This week is going to be an economic Armageddon. Might that force a change of direction from American politicians, if not from Trump? Mightn't it bring Vance onto the field? Mightn't it bring Gabbard onto the field? Anybody really that wants to win the next election.
It's going to shake up politics here in the United States, obviously. I think from the perspective of the average American and the American voter, they're tired of both the Democrat and the Republican Party. They're two sides of the same coin. They're just as bad, just in their own ways. But to the market's point, yeah, the price of fuel has already gone up going into this weekend. It will go up again drastically on Monday. But let's not forget, not everyone, but a lot of people keep saying, well, why isn't China doing anything? Why isn't China doing anything? China is doing a lot, but China plays the long game. Not only does China have direct intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance ships in the region, basically saying, nanny, nanny, boo-boo, touch me, and we're going to war. And we can't do a thing about it. And they are feeding Iran exquisite intel that we can do nothing about. So there's that.
Is he saying
China
or
also
Russia?
Overnight, going Friday before the markets, it will go up again drastically on Monday. But let's not forget, not everyone, but a lot of people keep saying, well, why isn't China doing anything? Why isn't China doing anything? China is doing a lot.
So China feeds intel too.
Not only does China have direct intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance ships in the region, basically saying, nanny, nanny, boo-boo, touch me, and we're going to war. And we can't do a thing about it. And they are feeding Iran exquisite intel that we can do nothing about. So there's that.
Wow.
But then China also overnight, going Friday before the markets closed, at this point, yeah, the price of fuel has already gone up going into this weekend.
Wow.
It will go up again drastically on Monday. But let's not forget, not everyone, but a lot of people keep saying, well, why isn't China doing anything? Why isn't China doing anything? China is doing a lot, but China plays the long game. Not only does China have direct intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance ships in the region, basically saying, nanny, nanny, boo-boo, touch me, and we're going to war. And we can't do a thing about it. And they are feeding Iran exquisite intel that we can do nothing about. So there's that. But then China also overnight, going Friday before the markets closed, dumped, I think it was about 40 billion from there. Forget, not everyone, but a lot of people keep saying, well, why isn't China doing anything? Why isn't China doing anything? China is doing a lot, but China plays the long game. Not only does China have direct intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance ships in the region, basically saying, nanny, nanny, boo-boo, touch me, and we're going to war. And we can't do a thing about it. And they are feeding Iran exquisite intel that we can do nothing about. So there's that. But then China also overnight, going Friday before the markets closed, dumped, I think it was about 40 billion from their holding on U.S. stocks. So yeah, Monday is going to be a wake-up call. And I think in D.C., you're going to see politicians jumping ship. And what I say is that what I've told a lot of these politicians in D.C. in my visits over the last, going Friday before the markets closed, dumped, I think it was about 40 billion from their holding on U.S. stocks. So yeah, Monday is going to be a wake-up call. And I think in D.C., you're going to see politicians jumping ship. And what I say is that what I've told a lot of these politicians in D.C. in my visits over the last 8 months going up there every week is, oh, you're going to jump the ship, and I'm taking names. And that lifeboat you're in, you're going to be held accountable.
Oh, wow. Okay, good people. I'm finna head out. I'm heading out. What is Washington among the states to sue Trump? Okay. It's always something good. It's just so much going on right now. I promise I'm just going to leave.
Good evening and welcome to Politics Nation from Selma, Alabama. Tonight's lead, one bridge at a time.
You too, Joe.
Minutes ago, I crossed the Edmund Pettus Bridge here in Selma, an annual pilgrimage joining thousands of people in commemoration of Bloody Sunday, including the survivors that day and the movement that survived it. Following the recent death of the Reverend Jesse Jackson and others, I'm painfully aware of how far fewer of us who once crossed this bridge are still here, and how so much of what they lived and fought for and died for is now threatened by Republicans' rabid attacks on voting rights, ahead of a midterm election that could seriously impede the Trump agenda in just 8 months. But in the moment, the nation is bracing for possible expansion of the president's war in Iraq and Iran as he teases some form of boots on the ground. Moments ago, the Defense Department announced that another U.S. service member has died in this war, the 7th death following Iran's retaliatory attacks on U.S. troops in the region over the last week. And the costs already mounting. Congress expects to see a White House funding request for a war no one authorized or asked for, except the president. Joining me now is Congressman Greg Meeks, Democrat of New York, and the ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Congressman, let's start with the war in Iran and some breaking news tonight. U.S. Central Command just announced that a U.S. service member passed away from injuries received during Iran's attack on U.S. troops in Saudi Arabia on March 1st. There are now 7 U.S. service members to die in this war. Back home, congressional Republicans just voted against war powers resolutions retraining Trump in Iran. At the same time, it's reported that Russia has been assisting Iran with tracking U.S. military targets, and Trump is found in some limited capacity. For now, you're the ranking Democrat on House Foreign Affairs. Is it already too late to contain this conflict?
Well, Rev, that's why Congress has to step up, in my estimation. And first, let me give my condolences to the families of the soldier that has lost his life. Seems as though the president is not serious about that. You heard him talk about curtains and building the White House. But Congress has to step up. We just had a war powers vote last week, and we had 219 individuals that voted against it. We have to continue at it. In about 60 days, this war probably will still be going on. I have another War Powers Act, and we are able to bring it forward at that time as a privileged resolution. I will be bringing it forward. Congress cannot stand on the sidelines. This is a war that has not been authorized by Congress, and it is a war. The president and everyone else says it is a war. So we've got to keep on pushing. We needed 4 votes. And I'm hopeful that if this is still going on, and it appears by every stretch of the imagination that the president said this could go on for a year, talking about putting troops on the ground, as he said, and this is his war of choice that no one wants, that we will put that resolution on. And then we've got to also speak with the power of the purse. I don't see how we can give him money to continue to fund this without a plan. He has not given the American people.
Now, let me stop you right there. Let me stop you right there, because the White House is expected to ask Congress for tens of millions of dollars in supplemental funding for this war. Take a listen to White House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries and what he said when asked if he'd block any Pentagon funding, even if it casts a critical to military preparation.
We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, in terms of if the administration makes
a request to Congress to consider additional funding. But at this particular point in time, the administration has failed to make its case as to the rationale or justification for this war of choice in the Middle East. Listen, candidate Trump promised that he was not going to get the country into an endless war, particularly in the Middle East, in the aftermath of what we saw in places like Iraq and Afghanistan. President Trump has now done the exact opposite.
Congressman, why should Congress approve more funding if the president's reasons for this war are nebulous at best?
We should not approve the funding. There has not been a plan. He's failed to plan to get individuals home, American citizens. He failed to talk about what the end game plan is. He's failed to talk about what the cost is. So he should not be able to continue to move this war of choice. And I, for one, would not vote for it unless we get a plan. You know, Rev, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And that's what's happening here in the United States. And we've got individuals. Now, the only thing that's going to continue here is his tax cuts to the super rich. Folks are still going to be looking at health care and the cost of food, and inflation is going up. We see gas prices moving. No plan on his part. And all he's doing is starting wars. You heard what he's done in Venezuela. You hear what he's threatening in Cuba. No wonder he changed the Department of Defense, where we were defending ourselves, the Department of War.
Now, yesterday, during clashes in New York City between anti-Islam demonstrators led by conservative influencer Jake Lang and a much larger group of counter-protesters, a lit device was thrown just outside of the official residence of Mayor Zohran Mamdani. And today the chief of police said that it was, in fact, an improvised explosive device that could have caused serious injury. What are your thoughts of the growing fear of political violence, especially in this election year, Congressman?
I am very concerned. Political violence has no place in our society. It destroys our democracy and the very things that we stand for. As you indicated, Reverend Sharpton, we just came back from Chicago, where we celebrated the life of the Reverend Jesse Louis Jackson, and how he talked about everybody's somebody, and you got to love somebody, you got to keep hope alive, you got to keep this democracy alive, and you got to work. We cannot condone violence. Violence is something, and hate has to stop. You know, hating one side to the other. Generally, you would have a president of the United States who would try to bring people together. This president seems to hell-bent on trying to make sure that we divide people. You can just look at the language that he utilizes. It encourages individuals
divide us on lies,
utilize violence and hate. Hate is what caused a lot of the violence, and we've got to stop it. It cannot be tolerated in our society.
Let me raise this to you. Today I just joined hundreds, if not thousands, of people in crossing the Edmund Pettus Bridge here in Selma, commemorating Bloody Sunday and the push for voting rights that drove marches that day, 61 years ago. But 8 months out from the midterms, Republicans are pushing restrictions they call the SAVE Act. The Supreme Court may effectively invalidate this Voting Rights Act if it rules against Section 2. And we have a redistricting frenzy threatening minority districts across this country. Are Democrats prepared for all of MAGA's threats to voting rights this time around, Congressman?
Democrats are ready, but all of America needs to be ready. This is a threat to our democracy. You know, you talk about the Edmund Pettus Bridge, and we saw individuals who cross that bridge and take beatings severely. It's now about our generation and what we're going to do, Democrats and Americans and people of goodwill. No one can stand on the sideline right now. The camera of history is rolling, and the question will be asked, what did we do when threatening threats to the United States of America, democracy, and voting rights were at stake. It's going to take all of us. It's going to take Democrats. It's going to take political people. It's going to take church people. It's going to take good, average, everyday people who are just standing in their homes to stand up and say we will not allow our rights that were fought for, that people died for, to just evaporate from the United States of America. So I would think that we all will stand up. And as you've indicated in the show, just this November, that can make a big difference by going to the polls.
All right, thank you, Congressman Gregory Meeks. Joining me now is Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont. Governor, I want to go back to the war in Iran. Back in 2006, during your Senate campaign, you took a hard line against the Iraq war and advocated for a measured and strategic approach in the Middle East. So I must ask you now, is this war in Iran justified?
I don't believe so. But
I just finished eating, Miss Tom.
Ooh,
I'm glad I ate before you said something.
Connecticut. I remember that like yesterday, 20 years ago.
Because this is the first time I've eaten all day. I can tell you now.
Mission accomplished. This war is going to pay for itself. We'll be greeted as liberators.
And I'm going to drink my dose.
I'm feeling like I'm hearing the same story all over again. And it's really dangerous what's going on. Back then, I used to say, that's $250 million a day we're spending over there. We ought to be investing in our people. Today, it's $1 billion a day. That's 50,000 people's health care for one full year in this state. So pay attention to what you're doing there. I think you're making the situation worse. It's dangerous. Let's pay attention to the folks at home.
Yeah, I think, if I can be honest, never mind, I ain't going to say
nothing. Of the House Budget Committee, Congressman Brendan Boyle, said he thinks the war is costing much more than $1 billion a day.
Hit the like button, please,
prices are
and thank you.
Nationwide. Governor, can you explain how this war will impact your constituents in Connecticut?
Well, let's say everybody's talking about affordability right now, and look what's going on with the price of gasoline. It is up, 15% right now. That's costing people 40 cents a gallon at the pump. That's making a difference. We're coming out of one of the very coldest January, Februarys this state of Connecticut has seen in many a year.
Okay, say that at the gas pump.
Bills right now. And this is just going to continue. It's not just a straight up.
Say that when your kids get snatched and put in a white van and you can't find them, and then you realize that your child is a part of the Trump organized crime, and they done graped and sacrificed your child. Remember that.
John Lewis, it ended up being the last time.
Remember that.
Came across
or you may be one of them. You know, I never know.
Reverend Jesse Jackson across that bridge. Now it will be in history the last time he went across that bridge.
Because one thing is for sure, Anthony, you didn't know that he was going to betray the U.S. You just slow.
To get a Voting Rights Act.
Now get out.
Now in 2026.
No slow people allowed.
Facing the issue of voter denial, facing issues of wars and whether or not they will take an impact on us and oil and average citizens. Governor, talk about the impact that Trump and his policies, both foreign and domestic, is having.
Please, everyone, get your dry food goods and spring water.
Well,
fuel for cooking on a grill outside. All of your medical needs to be checked off. Try to convert the prescriptions into natural medication.
Reverend King stood up and Reverend Jackson stood up and you stood up. We had the flags in Connecticut at half-mast for Reverend Jackson. And now they're trying to make it more difficult to vote again, discourage people from voting, make them scared about voting. We're not going to let that happen. Here in Connecticut, we're making it easier to vote with integrity, absentee ballots, encouraging people to vote. But just as importantly, the division out there. You and I are about the same age. I haven't seen it so polarized. The hateful language, the hate speech, demonizing people. It makes the world a very dangerous place. I've got a lot of young Hispanic kids who are scared to go to school, and I think you know why right now. That's what we got to turn around. We got to bring this country back to the values that you and Reverend Jackson and Reverend King epitomized.
Al
Governor
Sharpton?
of Connecticut, Ned Lamont, thank you for being
You
with
talking about Al
us.
Sharpton?
Coming up, Trump is accused of
When his
trying
hair
to
used to be
overstep
long and
his
curly, he used to have a
authority
pressing curl.
again. And my next guest is going after him for just that. Be right back. Welcome back to Politics Nation, live from Selma, Alabama, as we wrap up the annual Jubilee weekend. To those of us gathered here, it seems more apparent than ever that the politics of today and the echoes of the past seems to be on a collision course. Joining me now is one of the people committed to stopping that collision, Washington State Attorney General Nick Brown. Attorney General, yesterday you participated on a civil rights panel as part of this Jubilee weekend, discussing what we can learn from the courageous freedom fighters and how we can apply those lessons today. Why do you think it's important to be here and take part in these events?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me on, and it's really a pleasure and an honor to be back in Selma and along with so many of my colleagues, attorney generals across the country, who are fighting to defend the rights in our states that so many of our forefathers and foremothers fought to defend as well.
Absolutely.
They were marching principally for voting rights and economic opportunity, and those are the very same things that are at risk today. We see an attack on voting rights. We see an attack from the administration trying to make it harder for people to have access to the ballot. And it is very important that attorney generals are leading the effort to counter that, because voting is the bedrock of our democracy. But there's so much work that we are doing to fight to defend our states and the people in them.
He do look
from what
different.
we see is really unjust actions from this president.
Absolutely.
Now, earlier this week, Washington State became one of 24 states to sue the Trump administration for its latest attempt to impose global tariffs without congressional approval.
Sue the diaper out
Tell the
him.
audience why this
Sue the
fight
pull up out
and
him.
why it's important now.
Well, there's two principal reasons. And first and foremost, we do not need to sit on the sidelines and watch when we see illegal, unconstitutional actions from the President of the United States. And I've been the Attorney General now for just over a year.
He is not entitled.
Now 53 lawsuits against the
Let's be clear, he is not entitled.
Administration, because time and time again, they violate the law, they violate the Constitution.
That's why how he's been able to get away with all of these unalivings
to govern themselves. And we've seen that when it comes to tariffs. We've already seen the Supreme Court strike down what was an illegal effort by the president to dictate tariff terms and have a really adverse impact on American people. And now he's back doing the exact same thing, advancing an argument that his own Department of Justice has already said he could not do. When they were fighting to defend the first rounds of illegal tariffs, they
put his ass in that insane asylum like his mama told him he was going to be put in.
But that didn't dissuade this president because he has no regard for our Constitution or the laws of this state.
Now, attorney generals across the country play a crucial role in overseeing elections. As we approach the midterms, what are AGs across the country doing to ensure fair elections and minimize election interference?
Well, we are getting ready now. We are not waiting till November to do this work. And I have the pleasure of chairing the Voter Protection Working Group for all the Democratic AGs in the country. And we are meeting now on a regular basis to share research, to game plan, and to try to think of all the situations that this administration might use to interfere with people's rights to vote. And it's really interesting because we have to throw common sense to the side. We have to throw logic and the rule of law to the side because we know that those things do not put any parameters on this president. So we are preparing for the president to do things that we know are illegal. I mean, particularly in the wake of what we saw in Fulton County, Georgia, when he sent the FBI and his director of national intelligence in and seized voting material from that local district. That is the type of thing that we are most worried about. But this is very clear. The law gives the ability to govern elections to the states. There's no legal debate about that. But we know that this president might violate the law, and we want to make sure that we are getting ready now in advance of the November elections.
I must ask you this, I'm out of time, but I noticed that attorney generals around the country, some were here today, along with you, Keith Ellison from Minnesota, Tish James from New York, and others, and a lot of them seem to be in a collision course, having to file lawsuits and question things with this administration. How are attorney generals combating the overreach that many feel this administration is engaged with, and how successful can they be?
Well, we work together on an almost daily basis, and our staffs work together on an almost daily basis to combat what we see as a torrent of illegal action. And no one state can lead this work because we have so many different areas where they're attacking the rule of law and attacking programs in our state. But the good news is, Reverend Sharpton, is that we are winning the vast majority of these cases. In just over a year in Washington state alone, we have successfully protected $15 billion in money that would have been cut to Washington state residents and agencies and organizations. We're talking about money for children, for education, for healthcare, for environmental protections,
I'm having
and for what it
feelings
means to
about
be
that
an American
education.
in the United States.
Ghislaine Maxwell, daddy.
And we need to work collaboratively to do that work. And I'm really just proud to be part of that coalition that has been really successful thus far.
All right, Washington Attorney General Nick Brown, thank you for being with us. Up next, we'll head to the Windy City to check if things have blown over. Welcome back to Politics Nation, live from Selma, Alabama. We go now to Chicago, which just buried one of its most prominent residents, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, while trying to turn the page on months of violence under the president's anti-immigrant surge last year. Joining me now, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson, a Democrat. Starting the night with the recent loss of Reverend Jesse Jackson, a fixture of Chicago life and politics for more than 40 years. You and I both spoke at his funeral services on Friday that included remembrances from several former presidents. How would you assess his legacy, but specifically his impact on your city of Chicago, Mayor Johnson?
You know, so thank you, Reverend Al, for your leadership and for your kind words and always being there for the Jackson family. Of course, we're still praying for Mrs. Jackson, the Jackson children and grandchildren. Look, you know, Reverend was our brother. He was our friend. He was our mentor. He was our neighbor, right? I mean, you know, we could see him at any time, and he showed up for Chicago. You know, I'm thinking about the long-standing community organization, the Kenwood Oakland Community Organization. 50 years ago, he was their first executive director. That organization is still standing up for working people and standing up for poor people, fighting for affordable housing and public housing in our public education system. And so, yeah, I mean, this incredible organizer, strategist. He is so beloved, I know, around the world, but we're glad that we're able to claim him as a Chicagoan.
And I remember, and you know, I was a mentee of his. I think the last time he came to your office, I was coming to see you, and he met me to go and surprise you, and I know of his respect for you. But let me bring this issue up. DHS has ended Operation Midway Blitz in Chicago nearly 4 months ago. A fraction of the hundreds of people arrested by the federal agents in that surge had actual criminal records. But the fear of ICE raids had an economic chilling effect that has continued in minority neighborhoods, and at least 2 people were shot, one of them killed, during encounters with DHS agents, while violent confrontations between ICE and protesters were a common occurrence for months. Is your city healing from Midway Blitz, Mayor Johnson?
Yeah, well, look, the trail of tears that the Trump administration has left behind are quite severe, and we are still healing from those wounds, not to mention all of the things that you expressed of the terror and the harm and the anxiety that the Trump administration has caused. You know, we saw the Trump administration raid an apartment complex on the south side of Chicago.
On purpose, looking for a fight.
Chicago, the South Shore community, in fact, that's where Mrs. Obama was born and raised, where Black Hawk helicopters surrounded an apartment complex and zip-tied children and stuck guns in the faces of Black women and separating Black families from, you know, individuals who are ostensibly undocumented, not to mention the illegal chokehold that a brother was put in on the west side of Chicago that could have led to his death by these federal agents. Now, look, we put forth these executive orders to protect the people of Chicago, ICE-free zones, knowing your rights, ensuring, of course, that we create a pathway to accountability. And now there are at least 30 million people around the country that are living under executive orders that we've started here in the city of Chicago. There's still a lot more work that we have to do, especially around protecting elections against the Trump administration. We are on our way to healing, but that healing, I think, is going to ultimately take place when we win back the House and we win the Senate, and when we build political movements around this country that Reverend Jackson laid the foundation and created a model for, a rainbow coalition to fight for working people. That's how we're ultimately going to heal.
Now, despite a decline in hate crimes, almost most identity groups in your city has experienced. Anti-Semitic hate crimes have increased by nearly 60% from 2023 to 2024, according to the Chicago Commission on Human Relations. Some Jewish leaders are calling on you to establish an anti-Semitism task force.
Anti-Semitism? What?
When we build political movements around this country that Reverend Jackson laid the foundation and created a model for, a rainbow coalition to fight for working people.
Anti-Semitism.
Now, despite a decline in hate crimes, almost most identity groups in your city has experienced. Anti-Semitic hate crimes have increased by nearly 60% from 2023 to 2024, according to the Chicago Commission on Human Relations. Some Jewish leaders are calling on you to establish an anti-Semitism task force, claiming they're not doing enough to protect their community. What has been your reaction to that claim, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, well, first of all, hate has no home here in the city of Chicago, and we do know that our Jewish siblings have been targeted, and that's why I commissioned a report that had a public hearing that laid out steps that my administration is going to take to ensure that we protect the Jewish community. Look, we were one of the first cities in America to condemn the attacks against the Jewish community in October 7th, and we will continue to stand firm, shoulder to shoulder, with our Jewish siblings to ensure that they're experiencing safe communities, working with my police department as well to make sure that we're protecting the Jewish Americans and the Jewish communities that make up the soul of Chicago. And so again, this public report that I issued through this commission has detailed steps that my administration will continue to take to ensure that we keep the Jewish community safe.
As I asked Congressman Greg Meeks earlier, I want to get your reaction tonight to the violence that occurred in New York yesterday, when improvised explosive devices were ignited outside of the official residence of Mayor Zohran Mamdani during a clash between anti-Islam demonstrators and counter-protesters. And in connection with this ongoing investigation, the NYPD has identified a suspicious device in a vehicle on the Upper East Side of Manhattan. Officers have frozen the area around the vehicle and are conducting limited evacuations of buildings in the vicinity while the bomb squad assesses and removes the device. What's your reaction to this rise in political violence, and what can be done about it?
Well, it's absolutely abhorrent, and it
ain't nothing we can do about it until y'all get Trump out.
That's all it took. 66 seconds for Attorney General Pam Bondi to sit in complete silence after Congressman Thomas Massie asked her one question. Not a complicated question, not a trick question, a simple question about $847,000 that moved through the Department of Justice during her first week in office.
What?
Watch what happens when Massie pulls out that red folder. Watch Bondi's face. Watch her lawyer scramble. Watch 66 seconds of silence that just ended her credibility. Because what Massie uncovered wasn't just about $847,000. It was about $2.3 million total. 3 wire transfers, 3 offshore accounts in Switzerland, Singapore, and the British Virgin Islands. And a notation at the bottom that said, payment in full for settlement of claims related to J matter. J Matter.
J Matter.
Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh.
Watch this video until the end, because what Massey revealed
wow.
that said payment in full for settlement of claims related to J Matter. J Matter. Jeffrey Epstein. Watch this video until the end, because what Massey revealed, bank records, wire transfers, shell companies, and 47 protected names, exposed a cover-up Bondi cannot explain. If you're new to this channel, subscribe right now and turn on notifications. This hearing just became the most important testimony of the year. House Judiciary Committee, room 2141, Tuesday morning, 9:47 a.m.
You're
Eastern
right, Miss
Time.
Tom.
The room was already packed when Bondi arrived. Every seat taken, journalists lined up against the back wall, cameras positioned at every angle. But here's what nobody expected. Thomas Massey, Republican from Kentucky, walked in carrying a red folder so thick it looked like a phone book.
Reptilian
Security scanned it twice. The guard looked confused. Massey just smiled and said 5 words. Evidence does not need clearance. Bondi sat at the witness table with her usual confidence, 3 lawyers flanking her, 2 aides behind her. That look she does, you know the one, chin up, shoulders back, the I have survived worse than you posture. She's done dozens of these hearings. She knows how to handle hostile questions. She knows how to run out the clock. She was not prepared for what Massey brought with him. The first 40 minutes were standard procedure. Other representatives asked their questions, Department of Justice budget allocations, civil rights enforcement priorities, some back and forth about prosecutorial discretion. Bondi handled it fine, gave her usual non-answers, checked her phone twice, looked almost bored. Then Massey took the microphone. Madam Attorney General, the room
blew
shifted.
our ass out the water.
That electrical charge when everyone suddenly realizes something is about to happen. People sat up straighter, cameras refocused. Even the stenographer looked up from her keyboard. I want to talk about a wire transfer that occurred on February 8th of this year. Bondi's expression didn't change. She's heard this before. Anonymous sources, leaked documents, conspiracy theories. She has her standard response ready. Congressman, I am not aware of any specific transfer that I am not asking if you are aware, Massey interrupted. He opened the red folder. I am telling you what I found. This folder contains bank records, wire transfer receipts, internal DOJ memos, all documenting a payment of $847,000 that moved through the Justice Department on February 8th, 2 days after you were confirmed as Attorney General. He paused. Let that sink in. $847,000.
Close your mouth.
2 days into your tenure.
Close your
transferred
mouth.
to an offshore account registered under a shell company in the Cayman Islands. The room went silent. Not the polite quiet of people waiting for the next sentence. The heavy, thick silence of people who just heard something they can't unhear. I need to stop here. If you've made it this far and this matters to you, hit that subscribe button right now. I'm serious. This content reaches people because of your engagement. Subscribe, turn on notifications, and keep watching. Because what Massey reveals next is even worse. And leave your thoughts in the comments. $847,000 to a Cayman Island shell company 2 days after Bondi was confirmed. What was this money for? I am very curious about your thoughts. Bondi leaned forward slightly. Congressman, I categorically reject any characterization of improper financial activity within the Department of Justice. You can reject it all you want. Massey pulled out the first document. This won't change what is written here. Document 1, dated February 8th, wire transfer authorization form. Origin, Department of Justice, Financial Management Division. Destination, slightly. Congressman, I categorically reject any characterization of improper financial activity within the Department of Justice. You can reject it all you want. Massey pulled out the first document. This won't change what is written here. Document 1, dated February 8th.
You
Wire
done
transfer
good.
authorization form. Origin, Department of Justice, Financial Management Division. Destination, account number ending in 7,473. Registered owner LLC named Executive Branch Consulting Services. He held it up for the cameras. In this document, your Deputy Assistant Attorney General, a man named Richard Feldman, authorizes the immediate transfer of $847,000 with the notation, quote, legal settlement, executive privilege claim, classified matter. He set the document down.
Baby, look at that demonic. Oh, y'all can't see it. Up close and personal. Look at that demonic spirit in between them eyes. Oh, wee. Boy, it get thick right up in here. It get thick right up in here, baby. It look like it's finna growl. Busted. Let's go.
Down. Do you know what settlement this refers to? Madam Attorney General Bondi did not answer. The response, Massey continued, came 3 hours later from the DOJ press office. Quote, the reference transaction involves a confidential legal matter that cannot be disclosed in an open setting. He looked at Bondi. $847,000, public money, secret recipient, and your office says we're not allowed to ask questions. How does that work in a democracy? One of Bondi's lawyers, a woman in her 50s with sharp eyes, leaned over and whispered something. Bondi shook her head slightly. No, she was going to handle this herself.
Oh, she put a big girl panties on.
Decisions about settlement payments involve complex legal considerations that I'm going to stop you right there. Massey's hand came up. Not aggressive, just a gentle gesture like he was directing traffic. Complex legal considerations. I've heard that phrase before. Let me show you how complex it got. Document 2, Massey pulled out another paper.
He was ready
February
for it.
11th, 3 days after the wire transfer. An internal DOJ memo from the Office of Legal Counsel to all division heads. Subject, Executive Branch Protection Protocols. He read, quote, effective immediately. All documents related to settlement agreement EP 0225 are designated attorney-client privileged and exempt from FOIA requests. He paused. Attorney-client privilege. That's interesting because attorney-client privilege protects communications between a lawyer and their client. So who exactly is the client here? Is it the Department of Justice? Or is it someone else? A murmur went through the room. Journalists were typing. Committee members were exchanging looks.
Baby.
Bondi's jaw tightened. Just barely, but it tightened. But it gets worse, Massey said. Because 6 days later, on February 17th, an analyst at the Treasury Department sent an email to their supervisor flagging the transaction as, quote, unusual and potentially requiring SAR filing. He read from the document, quote, I have reviewed the wire transfer of $847,000 from DOJ to Executive Branch Consulting Services. The recipient entity
They just all of them been in there stealing.
No physical address, no business history. This appears to meet the threshold for
Sounds
suspicious
just like
activity reporting.
that other lady.
Response from the supervisor.
No.
Quote, do not file SAR. Matter is classified. Executive Branch decision. He looked at Bondi. Executive Branch decision. Someone at the very top of the government decided that $847,000 moving to a shell company was not worth investigating. Now, I need you to tell me who made that decision. This comparison was devastating. Treasury analysts are required by law to report suspicious transactions, but someone overruled them. Someone classified it. Someone in the executive branch. And Bondi was sitting there with no answer. Massey wasn't
Big
done,
mouth,
not even
didn't have
close.
an answer.
He pulled out a document from a different section of the file. This one had financial spreadsheets attached, bank routing numbers visible even from the gallery. This document, he said, was obtained through a federal court order last week. It is the complete transaction history of the account that received your $847,000. He opened it from February 8th to February 23rd, 15 days.
Busted.
This account received 3 separate deposits. $847,000 from the Department of Justice. $293,000 from an entity called National Security Litigation Fund, and $1.2 million from something called Presidential Legal Defense Trust. He paused, letting every word land. Total deposits, $2.3 million. And then on February 24th, all of it, every single dollar, was transferred out to 3 different accounts, one in Switzerland, one in Singapore, one in the British Virgin Islands. All 3 accounts registered to trustees whose identities are protected by foreign banking secrecy laws. He looked up, and at the bottom of this final transfer authorization is a notation, quote, payment in full for settlement of claims related to J matter. He set the paper down. J matter, Jeffrey Epstein. The room exploded. Not metaphorically, literally. Shouting from the gallery, journalists, 3 different accounts, one in Switzerland, one in Singapore, one in the British Virgin Islands. All 3 accounts registered to trustees whose identities are protected by foreign banking secrecy laws. He looked up, and at the bottom of this final transfer authorization is a notation, quote, payment in full for settlement of claims related to J matter. He set the paper down. J matter, Jeffrey Epstein.
J matter.
The room exploded. Woo! Not metaphorically, literally. Shouting from the gallery, journalists jumping to their feet, camera operators scrambling for better angles. The committee chairman banging his gavel so hard it echoed. Order! Order in this chamber! Bondi sat frozen. Her face had gone pale. Not white, pale. Like someone just told her something she didn't want to hear. Her lead lawyer, a gray-haired man in his 60s, stood up so fast his chair scraped. Mr. Chairman, I must object to this line of, sit down, counselor. Massey's voice was ice. Your client can answer for herself. In this chamber. Bondi sat frozen. To their feet, camera operators scrambling for better angles. The committee chairman banging his gavel so hard it echoed. Order! Order in this chamber! Bondi sat frozen. Her face had gone pale. Not white, pale. Like someone just told her something she didn't want to hear. Her lead lawyer, a gray-haired man in his 60s, stood up so fast his chair scraped. Mr. Chairman, I must object to this line of, sit down, counselor. Massey's voice was ice. Your client can answer for herself. Ice,
baby. Too cold.
But Bondi didn't answer. She just sat there, staring at the document on the screen behind Massey's head. The bank routing numbers blown up 10 feet tall. Massey said quietly, now almost gently, Madam Attorney General, do you recognize this transaction? Silence. Do you know who received $2.3 million in exchange for settling Jeffrey Epstein?
You need a line?
The bank routing numbers blown up 10 feet tall.
You need a line?
Massey said quietly, now almost gently, Madam Attorney General, do you recognize this transaction? Silence. Do you know who received $2.3 million in exchange for settling Jeffrey Epstein-related claims? More silence. Bondi's lawyer tried again. Congressman, my client needs time to review. Time Massey stood up from his chair. I've never seen a Republican congressman stand during a hearing to question a Republican attorney general like this. Time this transaction shut down an active investigation. It paid off witnesses. It buried evidence. He pointed at Bondi, and you authorized it 3 days into your job. 3 days. What did they tell you in your first briefing? What did they ask you to do? Bondi finally spoke. Her voice was quiet, strained. Congressman, I was not personally involved in every financial transaction that occurs within a massive federal agency. Don't. Massey cut her off. Don't tell me you weren't involved. Don't tell me you didn't know. Your deputy signed the authorization. Your office classified the documents. Your press team issued the cover story. He picked up another document. And here's what happened after you authorized that payment. DOJ activity on Epstein-related litigation dropped 94%. Witness depositions, 0. Document production requests, 0. Active case files, 0. You didn't just settle one claim, Madam Attorney General. You killed every single investigation your department had into Jeffrey Epstein's associates. And here's the part, Massey said, pulling out one more document that should terrify every American watching this. This is a DOJ internal list created in 2023 and updated in 2025 during your tenure. It is titled Individuals Excluded from Epstein-Related Investigative Activities. He held it up, 47 names. And next to each name, a code explaining why they're protected. Code A, political sensitivity, 12 names. Code B, diplomatic relations, 8 names. Code C, national security concerns, 15 names. And Code D, he paused. Code D, executive branch protection.
Codeine.
12 names. The room was dead silent. You could hear people breathing. Executive branch protection, Massey repeated. The White House is protecting 12 people connected to Jeffrey Epstein from Department of Justice investigation. He looked at Bondi. Is that national security, Madam Attorney General, or is that a cover-up? Bondi's lawyers were now in full panic mode. They were looking at each other, they were writing notes, they were whispering, but they had nothing. The documents were there, the evidence was there, and in 15 minutes, Massey had pieced together the entire money trail. Massey said his final words. Madam Attorney General, I came here today hoping you would explain this, hoping you would tell us that there's some reasonable explanation for $847,000 moving to a shell company 2 days after you took office. But instead, you have sat there in silence. 66 seconds of silence. I timed it. 66 seconds where you could have denied this, could have explained this, could have defended yourself, but you didn't. He gathered his documents. These bank records will be entered into the congressional record today. Every transaction, every routing number, every shell company. The American people will see it with their own eyes. He looked at Bondi one last time. And those 47 names, those names will come out. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but they will come out. Because the truth always comes out. And this cover-up, this massive, disgusting cover-up,
is she going before the committee this week?
Forever. He stepped away from the microphone. My time has expired, Mr. Chairman. Thomas Massey destroyed Pam Bondi's credibility
Ate that ass
today.
up.
Not with partisan attacks, with bank records. Document 1, $847,000 wire transfer to Executive Branch Consulting Services, Cayman Islands, February 8th. Document 2, DOJ memo classifying all documents as attorney-client privileged, February 11th. Document 3, Treasury analyst flagged transaction as suspicious, S filing blocked by executive branch decision. Document 4, complete transaction history, $2.3 million total, deposited, then transferred to Switzerland, Singapore, British Virgin Islands. Notation, payment in full for settlement of claims related to JAT Jeffrey Epstein. Document 5, 47 names, list 12 under executive branch protection. Bondi's response, 66 seconds of silence. Thomas Massie caught Pam Bondi red-handed today with documents she couldn't deny. $847,000 to a Cayman Islands shell company, 2 days after she was confirmed. $2.3 million total, transferred to Switzerland, Singapore, British Virgin Islands. Payment in full for settlement of claims related to J matter, Jeffrey Epstein. DOJ activity on Epstein investigations dropped 94% after the payment. Treasury analyst, suspicious activity report, blocked by executive branch decision. 47 names protected, 12 under executive branch protection.
I think
Bondi's
she'll be
explanation,
fired
66
before she
seconds
gets
of
a
silence.
chance to testify. You think so?
If you have watched the video, please share it. This
I
is an
think she
attorney
going
general
up
who
this week, ain't
authorized
she?
$847,000 to settle Epstein claims, killed every active investigation, and sat in silence.
Who does he have to
when asked
replace
to
her?
explain.
She better quit.
Subscribe. I'll analyze who executive branch consulting
better
services
resign.
is, where the $2.3 million really went, and who the 12 names under executive branch protection might be. $847,000.
She better drop down.
February 8th, 2 days into her tenure, $2.3 million total. Switzerland, Singapore, British Virgin Islands, J matter, Jeffrey Epstein. 47 names protected, 12 by executive branch. And 66 seconds of silence when asked to explain. Because sometimes the refusal to answer is the loudest answer of all. And today, Pam Bondi refused to explain why she authorized nearly $1 million to settle Jeffrey Epstein claims 3 days into her job. That silence
The Dow
speaks
is
volumes.
over 50,000.
Hello, I'm Rachel Maddow. Every day, we research and break down major stories, from White House developments in Congress to elections, Supreme Court decisions, international relations, and economic trends, so you can understand what's really happening beyond the headlines. But here on YouTube, you're only seeing part of a story. For deeper analysis, seconds. That was the moment everyone watching noticed. Watch and a single question. 66 seconds. That was the moment everyone watching noticed. Not because Pam Bondi said something dramatic, but because she didn't say anything at all. For 66 seconds, she sat in silence after Thomas Massie asked about a specific financial transfer moving through the United States Department of Justice during the first week of her tenure. The question itself was simple on the surface. Massie asked about an $847,000 wire transfer dated February 8th. According to the documents he held in a thick red folder, the transfer moved from a Justice Department financial management account to an offshore entity registered under a consulting company name. The timing was the detail that immediately caught the attention of everyone in the room. February 8th was only 2 days after Bondi had taken office. He started with paperwork. He opened the red folder slowly and explained that the records inside included wire transfer receipts, internal memoranda, and financial tracking reports tied to that transaction. The folder was so thick that security had reportedly checked it twice before he entered the hearing room. When asked about it at the door, Massie joked that evidence doesn't need clearance. The hearing had been routine up until that moment. Committee members had spent the first 40 minutes discussing Justice Department budgets, civil rights enforcement priorities, and procedural issues related to prosecutorial discretion. Bondi answered those questions the way experienced officials often do during congressional testimony, carefully, cautiously, and without offering much detail beyond prepared talking points. But when Massie began describing the February 8th transfer, the mood shifted instantly. Cameras moved closer. Journalists leaned forward. Even staff members in the back of the room stopped whispering to each other and began typing. Massie described the first document. It was a wire transfer authorization form from the Justice Department's Financial Division. According to the form, the payment was listed as a legal settlement connected to an executive privilege claim tied to a classified matter.
Let's see how she
The
get out of this.
destination account belonged to a company registered under the name Executive Branch Consulting Services. That name raised immediate questions. Massey told the committee that investigators who looked into the company found no employees, no office address,
Just fraud.
and no public record of any actual consulting work. It appeared to exist only on paper. Bondi's first response was cautious. She said she rejected any suggestion of improper activity within the Justice Department and noted that settlement payments can involve complex legal considerations that cannot always be discussed publicly. Massey did not argue with that statement directly. Instead, he pulled out another document. This one was an internal Justice Department memo issued a few days after the transfer took place. The memo instructed department officials that all records related to a specific settlement agreement were now designated as attorney-client privileged and exempt from public information requests. That raised another question Massey immediately asked. Attorney-client privilege protects communications between a lawyer and a client. In this case, he asked, who exactly was the client? The Justice Department itself, or someone outside the government?
In the more than
The room
I
began to fill
already
with murmurs.
have.
Committee members looked down at their copies of the documents. Journalists began typing faster. Massey continued laying out the timeline. According to the records he cited, a Treasury Department analyst later flagged the transaction internally as unusual and potentially requiring a suspicious activity report. Those reports are required whenever financial transfers appear to meet certain thresholds that could indicate fraud, money laundering, or other financial crimes. But the analyst was reportedly instructed not to file the report. The reason given in the email chain Massey referenced was that the matter was classified and had been designated an executive branch decision. Massey then introduced a third set of records that traced what happened to the account that received the money. Over the next 2 weeks, that account received additional deposits from 2 other entities connected to legal defense and litigation funds. When those deposits were added together with the original Justice Department transfer, the total amount that passed through the account reached approximately $2.3 million. According to the banking records Massey described, the entire amount was then transferred out to 3 separate international accounts located in Switzerland, Singapore, and the British Virgin Islands. Those accounts were reportedly controlled by trustees protected by foreign banking secrecy laws. At the bottom of one of the transfer records was a notation referencing settlement of claims connected to a matter abbreviated as
Y'all, this time
J-matter.
when I spin out, I'm
Massey
out.
argued that the abbreviation referred to Jeffrey Epstein, whose legal cases and investigations have remained a subject of intense public scrutiny. The moment that name was mentioned, the hearing room erupted with noise. Reporters stood up to get clearer camera angles. Staff members rushed to confirm details of the
Close your
documents.
mouth,
The
girl,
committee
you
chairman
busted.
repeatedly struck the gavel to restore order. Bondi's
Order
legal
in
team
her
immediately
mouth. I mean,
objected to
order
the
in
line
the
of questioning and asked for time to review the documents before responding. Massey insisted that the Attorney General should answer the question directly. What followed was the 66 seconds that everyone watching would later replay. Bondi looked down at the documents on the desk in front of her. Her attorneys whispered to each other. Cameras zoomed in, and she did not answer. Massey eventually broke the silence by summarizing the timeline he believed the documents showed. A Justice Department wire transfer 2 days after Bondi took office. Additional deposits from legal defense funds. A total of $2.3 million moved through a shell company account. The funds then redistributed internationally under a settlement notation connected to Epstein-related claims. He argued that after the payment, Justice Department investigative activity connected to Epstein-related litigation appeared to decline sharply. According to the internal records he referenced, several investigative actions that had previously been active were no longer moving forward at the same pace. Massey then revealed one more document that he said had been compiled internally within the Justice Department. The document allegedly listed dozens of individuals associated with Epstein-related investigations, along with coded explanations for why certain cases could not proceed. Some names were...
And before this ends, it says breaking news: U.S. missile hit naval base beside Iranian school. Video shows. This came through a Gmail though. Trump had claimed Iran was responsible for the strike that killed 175 people, most of them children. Then below that, it says that the U.S. missile Navy base beside the Iranian school video shows the evidence contradicts the lying ass president. Everybody getting busted in his cabinet, ain't they? Let's go.
Reportedly labeled with diplomatic sensitivity codes.
Your lies.
Others were marked with national security designations.
They ain't sticking.
A smaller group, according to Massey, was labeled with a category called executive branch protection. The moment he mentioned that phrase, the room fell completely silent again.
Oh, goddamn.
Massey ended his questioning by saying the documents would be entered into the official congressional record so they could be examined by investigators, journalists, and the public. He said the committee would continue reviewing the financial records and determine whether further hearings were necessary.
When is she going?
Bondi did eventually respond later in the session, stating that large federal agencies process thousands of financial transactions every week, and that she had not personally authorized each individual payment moving through the department. She also emphasized that some legal settlements involve confidential agreements that cannot be discussed publicly. But by that point, the moment that everyone remembered had already happened.
Oh, yeah, girl, please.
Not the speeches, not
girl,
the accusations. Please. Just 66
that was
seconds
not a good
of
enough
silence
comeback for
after
all of
a
that.
question about a single wire transfer. In Washington, where most hearings are dominated by long statements and rehearsed answers, that kind of silence can be louder than anything anyone
says. You
says.
got caught slipping. You weren't prepared.
And now those documents, those financial records, and that 66-second pause are all part of the official congressional record, which means investigators, journalists, and lawmakers will continue examining them long after the hearing itself ended. Hello, I'm Rachel Maddow. Every day we research and break down major...
I'll see y'all tomorrow. Tomorrow, I give my life. Tomorrow, you better choose the Lord today. For tomorrow, very well, might be too late. Good night, good people. Choose the Lord today. Tomorrow is not promised. Okay?